Discord Saturday morning, April Fool's Day.
New Year's, not April Fool's Day.
I got a song for that too. I should probably play that.
Don't play it.
Don't play it.
Don't. If it's about April Fool's Day, it's not worth being played.
No, it's a song. It's an old song that I have. Fool's Day, I hate the first day of the fourth month.
No, it's a holiday, Helio.
Oh, it's a holy day.
Yeah, don't laugh about it.
Ooh. Anyway, we're live again, ladies and gentlemen.
Good stuff. At this moment, we are just waiting on a demonstration of the claims being made by our friend Corpuscle.
Yeah. Direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Get ready, mankind, to have your mind blown away.
Or you're welcome to admit in the chat that there is no demonstration or you don't have one.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to waffle on for 15 minutes about why you don't have a demonstration.
Go ahead, CB.
Oh, fine. I'll just explain everything. No, don't worry about that. You guys are always attempting to explain things to people who know it better than you do. So don't worry about explanations. They're not worth much anyway. So
the exception proves the rule. Isn't it the only exception that they can refer to as the atmosphere already attributed or attached to a spinning ball? Or it's madness, isn't it? It's hyper madness, actually, when you think about it. Madness on steroids.
Fanaticism.
That's not, before he comes back, I doubt he'll answer it, but fair play to him. I've come across him before. He's a competent sort of ball earther in a sense. But it's not just to gas pressure or contain every single foundational aspect of a spinning ball earth. Nothing can be demonstrated. Everything goes against our terrestrial demonstrable experience. It's amazing. Absolutely everything. There's not one single, I can't find it. No baller's been able to tell me thus far, but I can't find one single example which is foundational pivotal to a spinning ball earth that can be demonstrated. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I agree.
On that basis alone, of course, we can rule out the spinning ball earth as a literal reality. Now, whether it's metaphorical, in a different way, referential, that's probably the deeper question, but it can be ruled out immediately, literally.
Somebody changed his name to April 2.
It's not the very definition of insanity, Helio, that you believe something to be true, even though you've never or could never experience it. That's almost the very definition of insanity. And anyone who genuinely believes, even in light of all the controversy, that the Earth, they're on a spinning ball Earth, they're insane. They have to be deemed insane.
It's like earlier, so I'm insane because earlier he asked me, well, where do you think it all came from? I said, God. And he's like, oh, see, I told you so. I was like, where did the Big Bang come from, man? What the fuck are you talking about? So it's just like, dude. Anyway, did somebody change his name to April 2? I mean, do you want to hear from him again? Let's move forward if you guys want.
Oh, he's going to let us know when he has a demonstration.
Okay. He's going to type it in the chat.
From all the people talking to him in here, even I myself, I don't think I asked him if he believes anything, something. But I heard him like every 3 to 5 words in his speech, he was using the words, "Do you guys not believe? Do you don't believe?" So a person so obsessed with the words, "Do you believe?" Shows people tells me that I'm speaking to a fanatic person. Because these people follow blind beliefs, so they are always bound to ask everyone around them to believe what they believe.
Right, and if you don't believe what they
Yeah.
believe, then you're just obviously ignorant.
Yeah. And science is exactly the opposite tool, which is not a religious system. It's not a system of beliefs.
Yeah, if you believe in creation, you're just some retard.
Well, the creation is not a matter of belief, because the theory of information is a scientific
Right. So April
theory.
Tool says you'll never accept gravity, so I don't have more to say.
Oh, you never accept gravity. Yeah,
Well,
the
so
God.
He's
remember, sir.
obsessed with gravity.
Remember,
Gravity is
it's
that's
not
their
about.
god. See, that's their god, right?
All right, Helium.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
God.
without gravity, they don't have any of the balls spinning around the universe.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter about accepting or not. You don't have a demonstration for that claim. So we can accept it, not accept it, or whatever, but you don't have a demonstration of gravity containing gases.
Yeah.
So explaining it isn't going to help anything.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we were trying
Show
to
us an academic citation where it states that gravity holds gases.
Hey, CB, do you remember that? It wasn't Snell's law. What's the other law that talks about gravity independent of? I mean, gases independent of gravity. What's the name of that? Just like a. Remember the name?
The law of non-bullshit fallacy. I don't know, dude. I'm not sure.
Oh, there's a law about gases. I can't. That shows it shows that gases are independent of gravity. Even if gravity existed, because the scientists, believed in gravity, but they knew that gases weren't affected by it. But I can't remember the name of it. I know QE knows what it is. It's going to hit me in a minute.
And we are not accepting telescopic spectroscopentrometry.
I'm gonna be a Google Earther, and I'm gonna find it right now.
Telescopes and spectrometers are totally different kind of tools, and you cannot use both. Like attach a spectrometer to a telescope and verify what is something in the sky made of remotely to determine what a star is made of. That's impossible. It doesn't work like that. So that's why field scientists, when they want to test river water, they have to go to that river and take a sample of that water, bring it to the lab, put it into a spectrometer, into a very well-determined container inside, a closed container inside.
A key word would be on Earth.
Yeah, but they cannot go to a river and say, oh, this river is polluted with this and that, just by looking at it. Yeah, they can't tell this river is being polluted with heavy metals or acids or poisons or whatever. They can't tell shit. They can see dead fishes in the river, yeah, if the river is polluted and it affects the life in that river, yeah, you can see fish die, yeah. But to tell what actually kills the fish, you need to take a sample of that water, bring it to a laboratory, and determine what the poisonous elements or toxic elements is that river being polluted with, to establish. That's how it works.
Wow, this is a trip, man. I'm Googling all these gas laws and shit.
Mhm.
And there is these guys, everyone on these major sites believe that these gases are held down to the earth by gravity.
Yeah.
And this is not at all the way gases behave.
Yeah, but are those .com websites?
Yeah, sure. And,
well, if they are .com, they are not
the reason they think this is because they're made up of molecules, right? And so are we, and all that. So that's why gravity does what it does. And this is it's like I'm looking at this one: Earth's atmospheric gases, the theory. It is possible to accurately calculate the properties of individual gases in the Earth's atmosphere using well-known and proven theories, provided we accept the following reasonable assumptions. Number 1, Newton's law of gravitational attraction applies to Earth's atmospheric gases, making gravity their container. How could fucking gravity be a container of anything? And number 2, Dalton's law applies to all atmospheric gases. Number 3, the average pressure of combined gases in Earth's atmosphere at sea level is 1.0 atmosphere. And then it has some big number in parentheses. Number 4, the temperature profile for Earth's atmosphere at the poles is shown in figure 2. So anyway, yeah, of course gravity is just like the magic bullet. Just going through some of these freaking articles. Like and my original search was gases independent of gravity. And I can't find one that doesn't say that gravity is what's holding the gases to Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, but those websites are commercial websites. They are not educational, academic.
Oh, is it Bernoulli's picture? I'll say. This one's getting closer. Bernoulli, you guys ever heard of that guy? Bernoulli's? In 1738 was the first to understand air pressure from a molecular point of view. He drew a picture of a vertical cylinder closed at the bottom. I mean, gas pressure, compressed creates energy. But guess what? That's on Earth. Yeah, when you compress gases, it creates, higher output of energy on Earth. And that's what I was asking Homeboy earlier. It was like, where do you think gases come from? Do you think they come from outer space? No, they're constantly created right here on Earth. Constantly. All day long. Oxygen, nitrogen, helium. And Earth is the only place you're ever going to find any of those gases. None of them come from outer space. They don't come into our atmosphere. They come from Earth.
Nothing comes from outer space because there is no damn outer space.
Well, how about the atmospheric pressure decrease? It's like, bro, where do you think the gases come from? Yeah,
Ilya, when you look at the sky, you can see it's something.
You're gonna have to get a little more. Yes, the sky.
Yeah, when I look at the ocean, I see it's something. And because I went to the sea and ocean and stuff, I dipped my foot in it, so I got wet. I know it's water, it's wet, it's all that. Yeah.
And if you got a hot air balloon and
now,
you go
the sky, I see it's something above. In many aspects, it looks very similar to the ocean, but the sky is the ocean which we haven't dipped our toes in it, to actually be able to tell, to experience it, so we can tell what it is.
Yeah. I mean, the highest point on Earth, they say, is Mount Everest, right? And when you get that high, you can't hardly breathe because there's very little oxygen, right? And you know why? Because the oxygen is produced near sea level. That's where the and most of it is utilized. As well.
Yeah, Helio. You can take breathing tubes, like tanks, like scuba divers, with the same gas pressure that we have on the ground in the sea.
Take them on top of Mount Everest.
Yeah, but if you take it on top of Mount Everest and
if they're not regulated,
obviously that tank is going to be exposed to the medium outside, so the cold temperature. Therefore, the gas inside that tube gets cold. Yeah, and when you breathe that high gas pressure at that cold, it can almost kill you.
Yeah, depending on, dude. If you breathe too much oxygen, like at sea level, you breathe too much.
Yeah, but you see, when the colder it is outside, the lower the gas pressure must be, and the higher oxygen concentration in that air. But the pressure has to be lower. If it's the same gas, if you breathe 1 atmosphere gas pressure at minus 60 degrees, it will instantly kill many people who are like ill, not perfectly healthy.
Yeah, I mean that means the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah. No, it doesn't mean it's a globe. It means it's different kind of position in the electric field. The ground is a Gaussian plane. The sky is also a Gaussian plane, positive and negative. And when we change the position in this electric field, we are being exposed to different kind of temperatures and pressures and energies.
Nice. I like that. I like that.
Yeah,
That's a good way to look at it.
yeah. So therefore, gradient and everything. Yeah,
Yeah, the pressure gradient.
yeah,
All of the gases that we have on Earth come from Earth,
yeah,
and just like you're saying with the electrostatic, which is Gaussian, right? It's electrostatic,
yeah.
right? That it layers out that way has nothing to do with gravity at all, because there's no such thing as gravity.
No. And even the magnetic field intensity changes with altitude. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
so the higher you go in the sky, the vector, the way which those magnetic field vectors, yeah, those lines of magnetic fields, they come in from a different angle and they go through your body in a very
And
different angles.
the gases that come from Earth
Yeah,
naturally tend toward those different layers, right? So
yeah.
you have the stratosphere, you have the
Mhm.
ionosphere. They naturally are attracted to that field. So that's
Yeah, those, ionosphere and stuff, those are highly energetic states, areas. So
I mean, we still
we
call it
we don't
stratosphere, but
experience.
it's not a sphere. It's just it's a planar energy where the gases that are produced from Earth come into equilibrium at a certain state.
Yeah.
Let's see, let me look at the
For example, when you have a Gauss or Tesla meter to measure the strength of a magnet, the magnetic field, the intensity, strength. When you move it around the magnet, it will show you huge fluctuations in the magnetic field. And also, when you come from a further distance, when you approach to the magnet, you will have extreme fluctuations according to those magnetic field lines generated by that magnet. And they're not uniform. So if you hold it like 10 centimeters above that magnet and you move 5 millimeters to left or right above that magnet, you will see the needle fluctuating a lot. And we don't see this happening with compasses when we are actually using on Earth. And even though these meters, you can use them to measure the magnetic field strength of the world. And we see that the world's
Let him
magnetic
finish, Julio.
field is what we detect is that the world's magnetic field is extremely uniform, equal overall. We only have a few remote places where we have higher fluctuations because of what it is in the ground, minerals and magnetic elements, deposits. And those would affect the uh, this meter. But otherwise, it's very uniform. So if I'm in the northern hemisphere, I take my compass. It will show me the north, yeah, and then I pull the needle towards the east. When I release the needle, it will take a certain time to realign itself with the north. Let's say it takes 1 second. Now, when I go into the southern hemisphere, traveling thousands of miles, yeah, 4,000 miles into the southern hemisphere, and when I do the same thing, you will find that needle is realigning in 1 second with the north. And this should not happen uh, because such a magnet is, you see, the way they describe Earth's magnetic field in the heliocentric model is a molten iron core which is spinning, yeah, iron nickel core, which is spinning and generates this electromagnetic field. But yeah, in metal industry, we do use centrifuge to actually accelerate the solidification of liquid molten metal. Yeah, so when you spin a liquid steel, yeah, molten steel or iron, when you spin it, it will accelerate the solidification process of that metal. So it will lose energy by generating an electromagnetic field, yeah, and this causes to um, achieve its crystalline structures, because in its liquid state, the molecule are free state, move omnidirectional. And to actually uh, keep this molten core in a hot molten state, it requires a huge amount of energy input.
You mean feedback?
Well, you see, when I use, for example, electromagnetic induction heater to warm the tool holder head of end mills, yeah, for the milling machines. So when I heat them with electromagnetic induction, in 1 second they heat up to red, yeah, the metal turns red, glowing red, and it dilates. So that hole inside is a bigger diameter. Now I insert inside a end mill, yeah, made of tungsten or sinterized carbides, which have a much higher melting point. Yeah, tungsten has a melting point almost to 6,000 degrees Celsius. That's 3 times more than ordinary steel, iron. You know, so that temperature of 1600 degrees Celsius for the tungsten, it just does nothing. It just make it warm. It doesn't melt it. So when I put it inside, the tungsten absorbs heat from the metal, and the metal starts contracting itself, yeah, and it will catch that mill inside, and it will squeeze it very, very hard. You will not be able to pull it out with bare hands. And this is happening in seconds, you know. So once that tool is hot, you can stick the end mill inside. If you waited like 30 seconds, 40 seconds, you might not be able to push it inside.
Sounds dirty.
Yeah, and now, so we see how fast this energy transfer takes place, you know? Like when I stopped the electromagnetic induction machine to produce that, to induce that electromagnetic pole switch, yeah, in the metal to heat it. When I stopped it, it takes like 30, 40 seconds for that metal to squeeze itself back to its original dimensions. It loses heat, a lot of energy very quick in the air. Now, the energy input, that electromagnetic induction, that device is actually doing this. It puts a lot of energy into that metal, and it consumes a lot of electricity. It's kilowatts hour, many, 30, 40, 60, 200 kilowatts. It depends on the machine and the size of the metals that you want them hot in like 2 or 3 seconds. You know, you want them in 3 seconds to be at a certain temperature. And these machines, they take a lot of energy. You don't, you cannot supply them with energy using solar panel. Yeah. So if you have a house and you put solar panels on your roof, yeah, and use that electric energy you get from the solar panels, you cannot power such a machine. Yeah, because the sunlight doesn't have that enough energy to do this. And even when you calculate all the sunlight energy which is being shined every day on the surface of the earth, when you calculate it and you need all that energy to be instantly transferred inside the earth's iron nickel molten core, yeah. So when the sunlight hits the ground, it has to be converted into electromagnetic induction field to heat the inner core. This process doesn't happen in nature. And guess what? Most of the sunlight heat, which is being absorbed in the ground by the sun heating, we detect that vast majority of that heat energy is being released throughout the night time. So this means all that energy doesn't even fucking reach the inner core of the earth.
Somebody lying.
Yeah, but it will need millions of megawatts to keep an iron nickel core of the size which they actually describe. Not megawatts, terawatts. It's mind-blowing how much energy you need to actually keep such a big quantity of metal in hot molten state. That kind of energy is never been cast down on the surface of the earth. So it's bullshit what they are telling us in everything. Yeah, sunlight is good for photosynthesis. Well, to keep that inner core running, there should be no sunlight for photosynthesis.
Hello, Jed.
Hello.
I
Hey,
want to
CB.
ask.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
No, I thought it was CB.
Oh
How
no,
dare you?
it's someone else. But I
Yeah.
wanted to ask. Like I never looked beyond the superficial info about the core of the Earth. But
Yeah.
when I did, and I also just checked a couple of articles just now,
Yeah.
I never see it claimed that the molten core is molten and retains the heat because of sunlight. Maybe
Yeah.
I came in too late into discussion, and did I miss something?
No, I know. I actually saw Discovery Channel documentaries like or Nova, whatever, and they say that the Earth's core it's receiving energy from the sun. That's what they're saying, But also some of them they do say that friction process actually generate that kind of heat. Um, but to have friction, you need to have like uh, metal and rock uh, rotating in opposite directions, or one being standing still and one rotating, and have a contact surface. And in that spot of contact, you have energy, but that energy is going to be released in the medium, absorbed, and you see, when you have rubbing on stone rocks, you have grind. That means grinding. So at some point, that metal will be its surface. It gets scratched. It loses mass, and there will be no more contact. So you need to always be pushing it against that rock to hold that contact.
Yeah, Dimitri, they can't even get their story straight with the core anyway. I posted in the chat a couple different articles that I've come across in the recent years. So take a look at that.
Oh yeah, totally. I know that their bullshit is always morphing. Like they have to explain what they claim should be impossible. How could the core be solid and being at molten temperature? So they have to lie a lot and morph the science and evolve it and just create a mishmash for people to put in their heads and just say, oh well, maybe someone understands it, and sure.
Yeah, but you see that iron nickel molten core, it has an outer diameter, so it has contact with molten rock, lava or magma, whatever they call it. And we have different elements, but which normally on the ground surface they are both solids, but we have them in a liquid state, so they are fluids, and they conform to the fluid dynamics principles and laws. Now, when you have a fluid spinning, it will be generated inside a vortex, and this vortex is actually an effect of resistance to acceleration. It tends to come to a still. The vortex is consumption of energy. The liquid tries to actually consume that energy, The liquid doesn't want to constantly spin. It wants to come to a still, But we are not talking about water. We are talking about iron and temperatures of, it needs at least 1800 degrees Celsius. Too much above that, and the metal starts boiling, and that will be a violent evaporation process. So the metal takes a gaseous state. Hot gaseous metals are very different in comparison to normal air. They are more kind of a plasma state, not actually gas, breathable gas. They are very highly energetic, those particles, and an iron atom in hot plasma state is going to shoot out through the body of a living organism like a hot knife to butter, you know. It's funny how science explains that people who follow blind beliefs are stupid people, you know, fanatics.
So what was going on with that other dude, Corpuscule? When I joined, it was kind of spicy in here. What was going on?
No, my nephew, he dipped out.
Yeah, well, once he couldn't just rumpus and
Yeah,
explain
it
and
was,
waffle for 10 minutes, then he was like, "Well, I'm leaving." Well, dude, sorry, but
the way we approached the problem with him, to him, began to be threatening to his belief systems. And, yeah, they have to go away.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like in a religion, you know. Oh, you are defiled, go away. Stay away from me.
Right. Well, he was like thumbing his nose up at the end. Like when I jumped in, he was like, "Oh, great! I'll just explain vectors again." It's like, wait, what do you? We don't need explanations. They all do this. They think they could just explain stuff. It's like, well, first of all, I said it before, but they don't need to explain these things because number one, we're the ones who have to explain it most of the time anyway. We're the ones who are educating most people on how this stuff works. So we do not need explanations. We need the demonstrations, the proof, the evidence. So get that.
Yeah, he
Stop talking.
came up also with dark matter and mathematics, these matrices stuff, calculus. And yeah, I told him, okay. He said that mathematics is the language to describe the universe. And I said, well, mathematics is the language. I can make a mathematical equation that tells you that you are the father of your own father.
Yeah, I heard you say
Give him birth, and so it's mathematically calculated, and you can equate it. Yeah.
Right.
So
you can't poof it into existence.
Everything, yeah, but how do you fucking make it reality?
Right,
It will never be reality.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that seems to be a common thread for these guys. They think math is reality.
Yeah, they do. They all do.
Yeah, but see, they don't realize you can't just poof things into existence by pressing enter on a calculator.
They worship mathematics, and yeah, I told before to many people here, this is the way I see mathematics. Mathematics is a fallen angel. That's what it is. That's how I started viewing it. Yeah. And even light, Lucifer, we can see light is lying to us. Yeah. We have so many refraction types, looming, whatever, towering. So we obviously see that light itself is lying to us about the reality, so it doesn't show the world to us the way it is. It distorts it. So it's lying to us. And Lucifer in the Bible and, these apocryphal books is of the most high of the fallen angels, It's their God.
I see.
Yeah. And it was 200 of these angels, actually. So it's not just light and mathematics, but I'm pretty sure there was a religion, religion systems. Yeah, religious system. That's also an angel at work, a fallen one. Vast majority of the religion function in this world. Islamism, Christianism, whatever, you name it, all the isms. Yeah. They all portray some esoteric, metaphysical side plane of existence, a realm, a magical realm where we go after we die, and it's gonna be milk and honey. But when you analyze them, you find that all these religions, they have some flaws, Find the pedophile prophet, you find all sorts of problems, wicked things in their stories. So yeah, it's also an angel which went astray. But for example, wisdom praises itself that he was present with God when God created the world, when the earth didn't have a form, like the land and the oceans and everything was, and the sky was all mixed up, and didn't have a form. And God separated waters of the heaven from the waters of the world, and the land rose it from the waters, and
Yeah,
and wisdom was there. He witnessed all this happening, and yeah, it shows off in the Bible, but it's not a sin because it's showing off with the goodness of God. Like giving glory to God. That's nothing bad or wrong.
absolutely not.
Yeah.
This place is a sort of illusion of sorts, dreamlike, if you will. We are spiritual beings, and I refrain from talking about it because this is the place I come to see what we can actually verify about this reality we find ourselves, just briefly. But yeah, I do think of this place as, like I said, I'm hesitant to talk about it in here because it's not what the live stream's about.
Yeah.
But I do like that phrase in the Bible, which says something like, "Be in the world, but not of it." That's kind of what way I see myself, anyway.
That's good.
Yeah, when we have Globers and people like when we have to talk with them, we have to be the host. Yeah. So yeah, those are the moments when we don't go to religious. We stick to flat earth. Saying when it's just us, I think we can discuss and like a family.
Certain things like that I don't see as and again, this is this is not good for the live stream, but I see it as self-evident. I don't see it as something I need to prove. It's just obvious to me.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Well, what can I say? I was looking to buy linear encoders, and I find this company, Renishaw, one of the best linear encoder manufacturers in the world. Linear encoders are the most advanced, technologically advanced heights, we achieved in precision measuring, so these guys do the real stuff. And I read the story how they on their website how they actually produced linear encoders for the company Airbus when they were building a giant 3D printer like CNC machine, and this machine is used to print large structures of carbon fibers, which is the airplane's structural resistance body skeleton, So these are not ordinary toys that we have access to, like every one of us, This printer is 200-meter long, and it's printing with 1 nanometer precision grade. So when that printing head, and the printing head, it's a U shape, and those two ends are on the ground, and they are moving on a roller bearing track, linear bearing track, which is ultra straight, not very straight, it's ultra straight, super straight. The straightest we can produce, with so we know that these machines travels in a very straight line forwards and backwards, but it's moving forward 200 meters, and when it travel 200 meters, we know we travel 200 meters with the precision of 1 nanometer. So it's just 1 nanometer further or closer. Yeah, 200 meters. That's mind blowing, the precision grade which we achieve. And with these linear encoders, when they installed the machine, they had to use plumb bob tools, yeah, a cobalt wire being hanged from the ceiling with a weight on the bottom. So one, two plumb bobs at one end and two at the other end, because they had to do for each track, and also measure that they are perfectly parallel and everything. So when that machine head is moving 200 meters, they have to know it's doing it, and it's always remaining perpendicularly to the printing surface area, the floor of that building, you know. Uh, and now they managed to align this machine perfectly, within 1 nanometer precision, calibrated and everything, using two plumb bobs, and they measured that those two plumb bobs were perfectly parallel. So two plumb bobs 200 meters apart from each other, there is no angle between them, divergency angle or convergency between them. So this means the down vector at one end of the machine is perfectly parallel with the down vector at the other end, 200 meters apart. How can you have two down vectors perfectly parallel when you live on a sphere? To have two parallel down vectors on a sphere, it would mean like you would have two parallel radiuses in that sphere. So for me, this is I read about this, and they were not speaking about flat Earth, demonstrating, measuring, or anything flat Earth. They were actually talking about how they measured and calibrated the machine, how they install it, how they made all that printing surface super flat, because first they had to perfectly align it, and then they used the machine to achieve all that printing surface area. They made it super flat, so very flat, because they knew the machine is moving straight. So at Airbus company, that's where we have one of the biggest and flattest tables that we have in the world, and they are manufacturing, it's like 1 nanometer precision grade over 200 meters by, I'm not sure, 8 meters or 10 meters wide. So it's a huge machine, giant. But when I was reading what they did, I just saw that indirectly they prove the Earth is flat. So if I go on my way and I take a weight with a rope, yeah, and I lower it down to the ground and hold it, yeah. This will be a plumbob tool, like amateur. But if someone from USA does the same thing, yeah, both our strings be perfectly parallel, even though I'm in Europe and the guy is in USA. And this cannot be happening on a globe Earth. It's impossible. Just like Stellanelian eclipse, just like a full moon in daytime. This was the train. 2012 up to today, 11 years. People had time to actually, maybe less, 9 or 10 years. People had time and they could find out about the reality of this world. Now, traffic in our server is being monitored and limited. Yeah, so people don't just Google doesn't send people here so that we can educate them on flat Earth and share information and knowledge. Google is actually working very hard to keep people away from this information, from knowledge.
Hey, get.
Yeah.
Is that actually a picture of Helio that he has as his icon picture now? Is that him?
I'm not sure. I think so. Maybe, yeah.
Man, he's a good-looking dude. That'll keep people away from the server.
You ain't seen hilarious. You ain't seen Helio before?
No, dude. Is that him?
Yeah.
Oh my god. If you guys want to keep people away from the server, that'll do it. Just that picture. I'm just fucking around.
What's going on, FDF?
How you doing, bro? Really just kind of mourning all the things that happened in Nashville lately. I'm not going to say nothing else. It was just a really sad day,
Well, I was really happy because I'm really squeamish about blood, and there was like no blood, so it was great.
I know. So funny. So fun. Oh, so I was at this pad tonight, and this dude, I guess he told somebody like a long time ago that me and him didn't get along. And in my mind, I'm like, why would he say that? But in his mind, like, because we debated about flat Earth, and he was like a globe proponent, right? And I was like, dude, think about this. How many flat earthers has this dude talked to in his life? One, me. So of course he remembered it. I was like, I talked to like 2 or 3 people like him every day. I don't remember him. But in his mind, like, we didn't get along. You know what I mean? I was like, dude, I don't remember you, bro. You know what I mean? Fuck. You know? I don't know. I deal with like 2 or 3 people like that a day. And so he was like telling me that he skydives and he's seen cribbage from 17,000 feet. And I reminded him, even your high priest says from 120,000 feet is not visible. But besides that, and then he said, well, I tried to tell him, here's a perfect example. We can go right out to the beach. It's 5 minutes away and look at Black Swan. And then he's like, I was like, pull up the Pythagorean theorem on Earth curve calculator. And he's like, that has nothing to do with Earth curvature. I'm like, yeah, dude. So I just proved him by having simply going to Google it. And then he didn't know. Oh, and then he's like, well, according to this, then he did the math. He's like, it makes Earth a parabola. Or how do you say it? Parabola, right?
Yeah, parabola.
Yeah, and he goes, well, according to this, then Earth's a parabola. I'm like, well, yeah, that's the thing with a lie. When you take a lie all the way to the end, you got to keep changing it. Because, yeah, you're right. It does come out to that because Earth isn't a globe or a parabola. But he was like, dude, dead set. You know how globers are, bro. So I got to go.
I posted an image how they teach curvature to us. How they make us believe that everything is curved.
Right? Yeah, I remember that talk. It was with my mom, though, not my dad, but yeah.
Mhm. I found this image some many years before, and someone made a joke. He said that guy looks like Helio.
Oh my god. I gotta look at Helio's picture. Is that really a picture of Helio, though? Is Helio on right now? He's not muted.
No.
It is.
No.
It is.
That's a picture of
It's not
Helio.
him.
It is. Yeah, he's posted his picture before.
No, but for his icon, that's not really Helio, right?
No, it is.
It is it really? Oh shit!
Yes.
Oh, it's not.
No, it's not him.
You guys
Who
are
is
just
it then?
clowning.
No, it is him.
Wow.
GBG. If it's not him, who is it?
It's a picture I found.
Oh no, not the one you
Make a
posted.
meme.
No, Helio's icon picture.
Let me see. This one, yeah, the small one, it is him.
Is it really?
That's it. Yeah.
Damn, he got bags under his eyes like I do. Well, at least he put his own picture up. Most people don't even do that. You know what I mean?
True. Yeah. He's posted himself with a big cowboy hat on before. Got the
Oh my god.
same kind of look. So
Straight gangster, huh?
straight gangster.
Straight up Jake. Oh, dude, CB. Dude, so, randomly, like, this chick calls me. She's like, hey, remember how you put the word out for Kaylin? Like, anybody who sees him or anything, have him call you no matter what? I'm like, yeah. She's like, well, can I give him your number? I'm with him. I'm like, yeah. So he calls me, the dude who is my producer. And I'm like, dude, are you still with fucking Alyssa, who her nickname is Strawberry? I was like, do you still have strawberryitis? And he's like, no, she's actually in jail. I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah. I was like, I'm sorry, I don't wish jail on anybody, but fuck that bitch, dude. Like, she can go to, you know what I mean? And like, he's like, yeah, she's in jail. I guess they were sleeping in his car in front of like one of their friends' houses up in Montecito, which is like the rich area where there's Black Swan and like Oprah Winfrey and all the, you know what I mean? And fucking, she fell asleep with her foot on the brake. So the neighbors just saw a car out late at night with the brake lights on all night. Wow. So they called and they came and arrested her. She had a warrant. So I was like, fuck yeah. Yes, I'm so happy. I hope she does. I don't know how long, but because I know he's going to be with her right when she gets out. So it's like, okay, I can make him focus now. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
well,
I'm gonna, yeah, because I already got a place. I met this chick she came in on my work, and she really, dude, I talked about flat earth and everything. Dude, like the first day I met her, we're talking, she takes her shoes off. She's like, I'm not going to wear shoes anymore. And she's like, I feel way better. And like, straight up, she's like, you can set up a recording studio here because she's into music. And so, dude, it's just like perfect timing that I just happened to get his number and talk. And that chick who, like, the main reason why he couldn't do good music is because of her. She's in jail. I'm like, oh my God, yes. Oh my God, even if I can only use him while she's in jail, still, you know what I mean?
Oh, well, yeah. Damn, dude, yeah. Lose your voice.
I know, right? It's like I'm doing backflips to keep up with all these acronyms, you know what I mean? But because I found somebody else who does music, bro. I found somebody else who does music, and we like started to, you know, he gave me a little sample of what he can do, and I spit some stuff. I was like, oh, I didn't even want to call him back. I was like, oh my God, I felt embarrassed for him. Oh my God. He just like, I don't know what he did, but he slaughtered it in a bad way, you know? Like a really bad way. I was like, oh my God. Yeah, probably not, you know? Yeah. He thought he was doing like a big favor. Oh, yeah, it's just bad. It's just not worth talking about. You know what I mean? Yeah. But, yeah. I have a dope ass new one. That has like the beat is like a carnival, like it kind of like carnival kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I get on stage, pop a mic. When I get on stage, pop a mic and drop the mic like a hot potato. It's baby's mama's time of the month to call it twat tomato. I brought a lot of gravy, but forgot the ladle, and I didn't come here to babysit you, baby, but I can rock the cradle. You know, it's gonna be dope, dude. Yeah. I can't wait. You working on anything new yet? Or?
I wrote a song, but I need some help performing it. I wrote at GPT. Ooh. I'm sorry, I just had to respond to something in the chat. I wrote lyrics to that song. You know that why the fuck you lie?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. I thought I heard that recently.
No, I didn't write that, but I wrote like a live stream remix.
Okay.
for the live stream here, but
you know your Jackie's favorite song still is Push FE. Every time I see her, she listens to that shit. She loves that shit.
Hell yeah, dude. I added a part of that to the soundboard. The 3-point space spin curve.
Yeah,
dude.
Well, she likes it because she's like, oh, I thought he was done, but he's not. Like, she always like, I'm always surprised because it seems like he's done with the song, and then like it keeps going, and like it's just such a surprise. I'm like, I don't see what you see. Like, I'm not hearing what she's hearing because I don't ever think it's done, but she thinks it's done and then it's not. I was like, I never thought it was done, but
I actually kind of know what she means by that. It does because
you know exactly what she means, right?
Yeah, a lot of songs are short these days, and I was just like verse after.
Yeah, for sure.
That was a fun song. I had a lot of fun writing that one.
Yeah, she loves the part about where you like. She always repeats it where you go, "Just kidding, Helio," or something. You know what I mean? That's really a picture of him, though.
Yeah, bro. We all posted. A couple of us posted our mugs on here before, but
I posted my shit like 100 times on there.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, let's see. I don't know if I can pull up the picture, but he's posted him before. Let's see.
Have you ever had naan bread, bro?
Yes.
Dude, I just recently started getting into that, right? And like they have it at Whole Foods, you know, or like Whole Foods you could buy like 4 of them for like $2.99 or something. And then I got this coconut curry sauce. Oh my God. You don't even have to eat it hot, but if you eat it hot, it's so bomb. Like heat the bread up, you know, in the pan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bro, you've been missing out.
I really have been, bro. I've been living so ghetto most of my life. It's like, dude, that stuff's so good, though, dude. It's so bomb. I gotta try the other types of curry. There's like a bunch of different types of curry. I didn't even know that. I thought there was only like one type of curry sauce. So many different types.
Epi Gap, no way.
What do you post?
You look a little bit like Tyson.
Oh, is that him? Is that him?
That's so cool.
That's GBG?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, wow. Okay, you look just like the guy from this movie that came out like a couple years ago about this dude who like captures women and he has them. I can't remember the name of it though. Fuck, what's the name of that movie? What's the name of that? He like has women like living in it. Do you know what I'm talking about or no?
Mom, we all know you're talking about yourself, FDS.
I know, right? Let me see. Hold on.
I see you swagged out. Got the drip. You dripped out. Okay. I see you. He's got the gas on. Okay. Swaggy P over here.
Oh, the movie's called Split. The name of the movie is called Split.
I don't think I've seen it.
Okay, let me see if I could post something of the guy. Okay, watch. Yeah. Okay, check it out. I'll post the thing. There's the movie Split. It kind of does look like you, bro.
Oh wow.
Don't you think?
I know the guy, the actor. Yeah, I recognize
A little bit.
him.
What's that dude's name? He's a famous actor, right?
James.
Yeah.
What is it? Malfoy?
Yeah. He doesn't usually play roles like that either.
Mm.
Yeah, it does kind of look like you, though, bro. A little bit. You know what I mean?
McBoy.
A little bit.
Okay.
Low key. You know?
I was thinking. Let me get a picture.
Hey, cut off at the knees. Is that really a picture of you as your icon?
Yeah, that's him, dude. Actually, he told me. He DM'd me and sent me some other pictures to confirm. So yeah, he told me that was him.
That's right. He never talks hardly, huh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you see, his mouth is froze like that, so he's not able to actually use his yeah.
His microphone.
Wise men speak very little.
That's why.
I'm doing my man. I'm doing my man dirty.
Right. Wait, didn't cut off at the knees used to be somebody else? You have a different name?
Cuddy.
Or no?
Or cut the shit.
Cuddy, yeah, Cuddy, right? Cut the shit. Okay, yeah, I knew that. Fuck, okay. When you guys change your name, it's like really hard for me to keep up. I'm just saying.
All right, I'm about to post a picture who I think, when I saw you, who came to my mind here.
When you saw him, CBC, or GBG?
Yeah.
Oh my God, who's this
Tyson
dude?
Fury, one of the best boxers on the planet, even though we don't even live on the planet.
I've never even heard of him.
The
Tyson
Gypsy
Fury.
King.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow, yeah.
I mean, I've heard the name Tyson Fury. It's like, what a contrived name, you know what
I know. Well, okay, so you know who, like Jake Paul?
Yeah, and he fought Floyd Mayweather, supposedly.
No, he didn't fight Floyd. His brother, Logan, fought Floyd.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Jake just fought Tommy Fury, who is Tyson Fury's younger brother.
Wait, isn't his name Tommy Fury from the fucking Rocky movie?
I don't know. Is that?
Did you say it was Tommy? I thought it was Tommy Fury.
Tommy Fury's Tyson Fury's younger brother.
Okay, all right.
Sometimes when I grow a little bit of hair, I look like Jason Statham or like Dom Petit.
That's a huge difference. Chad to friggin' dork mode, but no. Tyson Fury's the man.
Tyson Fury.
Yeah, he knocked out Deontay Wilder. Bam!
I don't even know who these people are.
Just like think about like back in the day, the big name boxers, right? Tyson, freaking Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali. We're this current era, the biggest name boxers is those two guys, like freaking Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury. Damn.
Look at those two flat earth rappers I just posted a picture of.
Nice.
I heard the one on the right is really good, and the one on the left eats raw bananas.
Fucking shit.
I'm interrupting to see if I'm interrupting anything.
How dare you, sir?
You go to the bathroom? No. Should I take you outside?
I just posted a State of NASA update from Neil Bilson, y'all should listen to. It's pretty good. Give us an update on this and what they're doing and stuff. But back to you guys.
Dave Engel, ladies and gentlemen.
It's only 6 minutes. I think we could play it on here, but that's up to y'all. It's pretty good.
I guess if it dies down, you can stick it on. Thanks. We're just shooting the breeze anyway.
Fuck.
You want to be up to date on what NASA's up to, don't you, CB? Don't you stay up to date on these things?
Yeah, I'll do a little inside research. Yeah, let me move the bot back in here so you can do that.
You know, we all know that they're spending our money wisely and that they never spend any dollars without justifying it. So what's the problem? There is no problem. Oh, yes, space is fake. That's a problem. But anyway. That's okay, CB. People can listen to it if they want to. Y'all continue.
No, I was going to say I was just clearing out the bot queue so you can stick that on.
Well, I'm on my phone. I'm not sure how to do it on my burner. So.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Continue, get a new person in here and share information with them about how they live on a level stationary planet. That would be a good thing to do. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wonder who's going to roll in today. But yeah, we can stick this on for now. That's fine. We'll go make some breakfast.
Vital information on NASA's activities, so everybody listen close.
All right, folks, get your notepads out. There will be a quiz at the end.
Hi, I'm Neil Belson, your NASA administrator, so check yourself, bitch. 2023 is shaping up to be tremendous here at NASA. But we do need more money. Your donation will make you an immediate 33rd degree Mason. And that means you can wear an apron and hide secrets like we do, and that's really cool. Yes, we do fake everything we show you, but retards believe it, and so we will continue stealing money and presenting you with CGI. But we also will be providing you with an inclusive and a diverse staff. We are never going to stop fondling your imagination and reaching you in your unreachable parts. And we will do it bigger, faster, and harder than ever before. Thanks to the money we steal daily, we're committed to going to the stars in just 8 more years. Remember to buy Bitcoin. Did I mention that aero-arousal technology to probe space is right around the corner? And you should sign up soon. No, not for my secret society, the Book of the Snake. That's a Yale secret, and you're just a crappy citizen, and we here at NASA owe you nothing. Did we mention we could use some more money for our budget? But you too can be a part of the NASA team. Just be African American or female or trans. In fact, you can even identify as gravity, and you're in. Easy peasy. Eat your sugar pops, drink your fluoridated water, and study physics at any university. We know you can't get enough of our Fartimus. Fartimus has never been so engulfing as it is here at NASA. If you're wondering how old I am, the answer is 197. I am so old I fart dust. Or as we say here at the Cape, I Fartimus dust. If you're also wondering who told me to lie to you and the world, it was my father, Satan. Now the main question on everyone's mind is who should be sent to your anus first? Which African American should plant the anti-white privilege flag on the surface of the moon, which, by the way, we will now color black or rainbow? The moon can no longer be white. Clearly it is a white as a result of the original paternal layout for the white man to inflict harm on his poor black brother. Just ask Lyndon B. Johnson. Also, the moon is being renamed as of today. It is now called the Rock Hard George Floyd. At NASA, you will learn the health benefits of adrenochrome. You'll learn that we like children and chocolate ice cream. You will also learn about our new spacesuits, which are also black because only black is good. We even added lights on that helmet now as well. Space is good. Neil deGrasse Tyson is good. And many feel Caitlyn Jenner should be black, but we forgive them they and hope them they is first on the moon, followed by Lamar Odom. We bring in currently $70 million a day, and you people aren't happy that we brought you Tang and Velcro, even though Velcro was around before we were. Remember, we found Klingons on your anus. We sent the first all-gay crew past near-Earth orbit. Granted, many of the crew were disgusting, but you don't yell at the sun for being 867,000 miles wide. Here at NASA, you can identify as anything: gay, bisexual, trans, relativity, just not Republican. And I will have you know, we here at NASA really happen to love balls. All we do all day is fondle balls, CGI balls, cartoon balls, and hairy balls. We will welcome this year an intern. His name is Billy. I just had a session with him this morning and asked him all the important NASA questions like, "Hey Billy, have you ever seen a grown man naked put on a spacesuit? It is simply breathtaking. I could show you sometime, but you are never going to join NASA, Billy, because you still are into disgusting heterosexual things, which really are racist, and you don't want to be a bigot, Billy. Be like NASA. Be hella gay and most likely confused about your gender. Don't just lick the globe, deep-throat it. Inch by inch, you'll get there, Billy. Come float through infinite darkness with us, where you can and can't see stars, where we lost that technology and it's a painful process to listen to the retard Don Petit. He was selected from over 4,000 applicants. 3,999 of them were dead. But that's okay, because Don Pettit always reminds us of the Magellanic Clouds and boofing cosmic stardust. Artemis 2.0 will be the size of 33 school buses and 2 flamingos. When we are done colonizing the moon in 2023, our next mission will be to a large black hole near your anus. Rumor has it smells like shit there, but you will probably have COVID, so you won't have a sense of smell. By the way, we here at NASA require only 1 booster for every meal you have eaten in the past 6 months. Here at NASA, we've been popping phallic since the early 60s, and I need to take a nap soon, as again I am as old as the hills. So, hold on to your hats as we spin 1,000 miles per hour and fly around the sun at 66,666.666 miles per hour. Oh, I forgot to mention our speed around the sun is 66,666.666 miles per hour. Thanks for your money and sorry about all the lies. Here's to NASA, to diversity and beyond.
Well, now you're up to date with NASA. I think that was valuable information. Thanks for sharing there, Steve.
Very nice one.
Our American tax dollars hard at work. I feel more comforted now after listening to that, so that's a good thing. Back to you guys.
I always said, from homosexuality, there is a step further to pedophilia.
Nobody's going to talk. I'll do a quick station ID. If anybody's listening to me talk right now, this is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live, the best place on earth to talk about Earth. If you want to come in here and have a civil discussion on your reality, what you may think it is and what it really is, we would love to discuss with you. And that's all I got. Back to you, Get Big Get. Or we could go with silence. That's another option. Excellent choice, guys. If my mic's still working, we've been joined by Frisco. Does anyone say hello to them? Hello, Frisco. simply say hi. So we know you're a human. Or don't. It's your choice. It's my mic barking. I can't say it like that. It's not.
it will change because, of course, we know that. Well, we would presume from what we've physically seen with our own eyes that the moon's orbit is elliptical. That's why at certain points it's closer and it's larger, and some points it's further and it's smaller. But that ellipticalness doesn't change between a day.
Sorry.
Hello, guys.
Sorry. That's awesome, mate. I get that you're talking about the moon and have this idea about what it should do and what it shouldn't do.
Yeah.
I mean, we can talk about the same thing with the sun, right? And the sun should do this, and the sun should do. Yeah. But the sun changes its angular size quite a lot, depending on the atmospheric conditions and temperature and so on. So these things do happen, maybe not just in your locality, but ultimately, if we're going to be pointing at space, maybe I should take it away from you. You know that we're breathing gas at the moment, right?
Sure.
Yes.
Oxygen, nitrogen, and so on, and that is pressurized gas, and it's uncontained from the vacuum of space, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's due to gravity.
Okay.
Bro.
2 seconds. 2 seconds before you start jumping in with your gravity answers, because I've removed that very quickly as well. What I'm going to be doing is talking about natural laws of nature that always apply. Are you familiar with the second law of thermodynamics, for example?
What is it? If you go summarize it.
Okay, so the second law of thermodynamics basically deals with energy movement. So I'll give you a quick description. Say I've got a hot cup of coffee and I leave it alone. The coffee over time gets cold, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
Yeah, it doesn't spontaneously start bubbling away and getting hotter, does it?
No.
No, awesome. So this is a direction. Hot will go to cold. We can talk about this in the same way with the energy of gas. Now, high pressure systems will disperse into lower pressure environments. So, for example, you've pumped up a football, you've got a balloon and you pop it. Instantaneously, entropy takes effect and the gas then disperses into the lower pressure environment. You see, the thing is with gas pressure, that is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, like the gas in the football or the balloon. The thing is, you can't have gas pressure without anything physical to press upon. Being as they declare that the sky is a vacuum, basically nothing. There is nothing for the gas to press upon. The antecedent-consequent relationship cannot happen because the antecedent, the physical barrier, is not there. So the consequent won't happen. That will be the gas pressure. And we also understand that if you don't contain the gas will disperse into the lower pressure environment. So when you talk about space, you have to understand. Yeah. So when you talk about space, the space vacuum, that can't actually exist, being as they declare the Earth is an open system. Within the laws of thermodynamics, they talk about open and closed systems, and what will remain and what will leave within the open and closed system. With an open system, that's matter and heat transfer, thermodynamic energy. Okay.
Yeah.
So our friend just jumped in. 2 seconds. Our friend just a moment ago jumped in with gravity. Now, observably, being as gravity is just a direction down, I drop a solid object and it goes down. It observably doesn't affect gas, because when I release gas from a container, the gas travels randomly and freely in all directions. In actual fact, it's going up too. So even if I was to give you gravity, I don't have to, but I will in this instance, just to prove the point, that even if I gave you gravity, it observably doesn't affect gas. And being as we don't have an observable phenomena, we can't science this shit. There's nothing to base it on. So being as we understand that space up there, the vacuum, could not exist according to natural laws, and gravity, even if I gave it to you, doesn't affect gas, then we've got a huge problem with the vacuum of space. Me and you shouldn't be breathing right now.
But it does affect. Okay, so let's stop.
Show me.
So if I
you have to demonstrate it. You have to demonstrate.
All right. Okay. We'll get to that. So if I were to drop something right from any given height, it will accelerate towards the ground 9.81 meters per second.
Drop a feather.
Drop gas.
Or a balloon.
Drop gas. Or drop gas.
Now, right. So what we have to establish is that with the equation F equals ma, for any given thing with mass, because gases have mass, and everything that we're talking about has mass, right? There has to be a force, right? and this is a force, or this is a force of gravity.
Right,
Now,
dude, I've got to
for
interrupt.
something,
Dude. Sorry, I've got to interrupt. Mate,
please.
you're 106 years out of date. Gravity hasn't been thought of a force since the early 1900s. You know Einstein? He comes along
Yes,
with his
I know.
special
With special relativity,
yeah,
space time.
yeah, exactly. So that
No, it doesn't.
no. So I will
When you do
give you
mechanics
4 5.
calculations.
Hold on, dude. Let me give it to you like this. Do you know who Professor Brian Cox is? Brian Cox.
I haven't
You know
heard
who
of
he is,
him.
don't you?
I can take.
Okay, he's usually
I've heard the name.
usually on TV. Usually on TV. He's the astrophysicist and isn't space great? That guy. If you were to ask him what gravity was, he would turn around and say gravity is not a force. You know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is, right?
I'm not saying gravity. Okay, maybe I missaid it, right? And what I meant is that gravity, the bending of space, the curve, what's it called? The bending of space time results in a force, right? Which is why when I said the force of gravity.
You're misspeaking, man.
This is exactly the road that I'm going down. No, you can't have one and the other be the same thing. Gravity is not a force, it's the bending of space-time. But let's put it like this. Even if we talk about both gravities, there wouldn't be a scientific experiment to prove either of them.
Do you know what hydrogen there's a gas known as hydrogen sulfide, right? Right? It's the formula is H2S or HS2, one of the two, right? And compared to other gases in our atmosphere, this is quite heavy, right? And what you can find is, especially in areas like Japan, right, you can find these very pretty lakes. They'll look green, right? Because they'll have a large content will be made up of of acid, right? And because of various reactions that happen, this results in hydrogen sulfide gases being released. And as gases do, they go up. But now hydrogen sulfide is actually quite a heavy gas, so it will actually settle down. It will settle down on rocks, and this is what guys need to understand. What happens with gases, right? Gases are highly energetic molecules, right? If I pop open a balloon, the gas will go everywhere, right? Because the gas has the energy to overcome, right? To overcome gravity, right? It has the energy, and so when you go higher and higher, when you increase the altitude that you're at, right? The higher you go, the more energy you need, and the fewer molecules of gases there are. Which is why, right now, right? For example, I live in London. I'm gonna let's say both of us lived in London, right? Breathing for us isn't that much of an issue. Let's say we're both physically fit. If we both go for a run, it won't be that hard. But if we were to now go on a mountain, which has a significantly if we were to then go into a mountain which has a significantly lower partial pressure of oxygen, because there are less oxygen molecules that have the energy to be at that altitude, we would find it harder to breathe. And then when you keep going higher and higher, you find please let me speak. When you keep
please don't interrupt her. Please don't. Yeah.
You find that less and less molecules of any given gas, have enough energy to be that high, right? And you keep, and then you get to a point where there's basically no molecules of gas at all. That's where space begins. To my understanding.
You know, mate, like I said, been in this for 8 years and we've all heard this story. We understand about the gas pressure gradient and eventually it runs out and there's a vacuum. You see, the problem is you can't have that system in an open system. It has to be closed to keep the gas in. Now, I've just pointed out to you that even though that you can drop things, and even though you can have a relationship between a dense gas and a not so dense gas, the gas is observably not affected by gravity. Let's talk about your dense gas earlier. Let's create a vacuum chamber. Let's put your dense gas into that vacuum chamber. You will notice that you've now got a container of your dense gas. It is pushing upwards, my friends, and pushing outwards as well. So ultimately, gravity is just a direction down. You can talk about a relationship between different types of gases, but you must understand the direction of gases freely and randomly in all directions. Gravity isn't a force.
Are you going to continue?
No, I just finished with saying gravity isn't a force.
Right, but to my understanding, it results in a force. I'm going to look this up because you do make a valid point.
That's fine. That's fine. What you would have to do is go into the second law of thermodynamics and point out where it says gravity, because it says, right, okay, let's put it like this: to have gas pressure, that's the force that it exerts on the walls of its container, the volume that the gas is in. Now, we understand if you haven't got a container, you've got nothing for the gas to physically press upon to not create the gas pressure. If you haven't got a container, the gas will disperse in. That would be dynamic gas pressure, and ultimately you can only demonstrate a gas pressure gradient within a contained environment. That's when you start mucking around with the heat and the temperatures within and so on. That's easy to demonstrate, but ultimately you can't demonstrate gas pressure without something for the gas to physically press upon. And according to the second law of thermodynamics, we shouldn't be breathing because the gas would fill the space. Let's look at Jupiter, for example, a giant ball of gas within a vacuum. That shouldn't be happening, my friend, because the gas should fill the space. Just because they tell you a story that just because they tell you a story that there's lots of gas there, it doesn't mean that lots of gas stops lots of gas dispersing. There's just lots of gas dispersing. You've already mentioned that gas is mass and then mass attracts mass, therefore gas should attract gas, but gas doesn't do that, and you would have to demonstrate something like, I don't know, gas attracting gas or something solid attracting gas to it, which ultimately it doesn't, because gas has elastic collisions and then fucks off somewhere else. You can't demonstrate this to be true. You said mass. You said everything has mass. Yeah, you said everything has mass.
I said that everything has mass.
Yeah, so you would have to demonstrate mass attracting mass, or in this instance, with regards to Jupiter, gas attracting gas.
Well,
can you show that?
Mass, you need to understand that when we talk about gravity, it's a very weak force in relativity to all the other forces. So when
gravity is not a force.
Is a consequence.
Gravity is not a force. Okay, it's a consequence. So what's it a consequence of?
The curvature of space-time.
The curvature of can you put space-time in a jar, paint it red, and weigh it for me?
No, of course not.
Okay, so can you tell me what space-time is? Can you tell me what space-time is?
The fabric of space. So,
and what's the fabric of space?
Let's see. A good thing to compare it to, if you think about the kind.
I didn't ask for a comparison. I asked for what it is, not what you're analogizing it to. I asked for what it is.
Space-time is the fabric of space.
What is the fabric of? What is it? You can't just say the fabric, because that's just another analogy. What is it?
It's what space is made up. Like, if you look up at space, right?
Emptiness is made of something?
Of course it is.
What's it made of?
You need to think of it like this. It's on. No, emptiness isn't made of something.
So what's it? Exactly. So what is it?
It's no thing.
I'm struggling to
find answer this fundamental question. If we can't come down with a fundamental question of what is the basis of your assertion, then your assertion is completely invalid to begin with. We can dismiss it out of hand.
Yeah, but he said he's struggling.
Even need to acknowledge that it's an idea.
But he said he's struggling with the. Many. 1 second. I just want to elucidate the fact that you said
mathematical model where I have. Hold on. I have this mathematical model where I have 6 apples, and someone borrows 9 apples from me, and now I have -3 apples. Can I actually have -3 apples in reality, or is it just mathematical?
That's mathematical, but
okay. So math is not. Hold on. So math is not reality. So first we're gonna get past this barrier. Math is not reality. Therefore, you don't have an is to tell us what it is that you are basing any of this off of.
Stop. Some math is not reality. Obviously,
all math is reality.
No, that's not true.
Math is unreality. It is a logically consistent system that we invented. Math did not exist in nature. It does not exist as a natural phenomenon. Math is something that we invented. We invented it about 4,000 years ago.
No, we've observed. If you look.
No, we've never observed math. Can you show me 7 + 7?
Let me get a 3, bro.
If you look.
Where's the number 2 in nature? Where do you go see the number 2 at? Roaming wild.
There are no numbers in nature.
A chicken lays 2 eggs. There you go, number 2.
Eggs at time you have applied a number to a count. The count being something that you invented. That is not math. That is you counting it. It requires a human mind to apply math to nature.
but there are numbers that reoccur again and again in ratio. Do you know about the golden ratio, for example?
Yes, but we're off top. Sorry, we're well off topic
Yeah, we
now.
are so off
What
topic
meme's
now.
trying to do, 2 seconds. What meme's trying to tell you is space-time is a reification of not actual things. So space, no thing, nothing, right? So that's nothing then. And time, well, that's conceptual. And as meme pointed out, you can't put it in a jar and point it red. Again, this is a reification, making not actual things actual to then apply math to them. So to say that space-time exists is ridiculous. No thing and time has a physical consequence on the universe around it. That's not possible. Einstein, stop blowing kisses. Einstein's idea was basically mathematical. It's kind of cute, but stop it. Einstein's idea was kind of mathematical, mate, right? You understand that. It's not actually physical. It's just a way to explain shit. But we can go further down the path if you want to, and we can point out where gravity doesn't fill in all the holes. That's why they have to invent things like dark matter and dark energy and the dark side of the fucking force. Because that math doesn't work.
That's
when
why
they
you
talk
were
about the
struggling.
cosmological constant, there are hundreds.
Oh, sorry, Jedi. I was going to say that's why Many is struggling to define what it is. When asked the question, what is it? He doesn't know what it is because it's only invented and it's a concept. There's nothing that it actually resembles in nature. So that's what you don't understand, Many. When you're explaining this to everybody.
Let me reply to what you said real quick.
But you understand, right?
Yeah, I get what you. Let me reply to what you said with I don't know. Obviously, my education in physics isn't the highest, so there are things I don't know, which is fine. But let's
If you ask the top 10 physicists in the world, hold on, if you ask any of the top 10 physicists in the world the nature of reality, and if math is real, and if gravity is real, and how do they know all this stuff, they will tell you it's all in their heads.
Yep.
All right, no. Let's say there are just some things that we arbitrarily just don't know yet, because that's what
most things.
Because that's the thing. Science is a process. It's like our best guess at what
science is a method. It's a method, and best guesses can kiss my ass, and I'll tell you why.
Meme, do you mind turning your mic down? It's a bit loud.
Turn me down to
It's fine to me. You have the ability to turn him down.
Yeah, turn me down on your end a little bit, okay? Because I got my mic settings like it took me a while to get them perfect.
No worries, mate.
So here's the issue: is that science is a method. It is not a process. It is not a continual barrage of guesses and narratives and stories and explanations. Science is the uncovering of a cause and effect relationship in nature through experimentation.
That's it.
But this idea that it doesn't result in actual knowledge is foolish and stupid, and it's postmodern. I do not subscribe to that definition of science. What you have there, is the alternative. I just told you. The alternative is we don't know. Period. End of story. We don't know is fine, because the only way you will discover anything is by recognizing what first. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only way to discover anything is to recognize that first you don't know it. So if they're sitting here and they've got all these models for you, and they've got all these projections for you, and they've got all these predictions for you that can't be tested, then all they're doing is giving you stories, and you will never know. You will always be changing stories. You will always be finding new narratives. You will always witness this process forever changing because they pretend to know.
Okay, and why would they do that? What do they, whoever they are?
Because you're talking about something that's endemic to the human nature. It's what we do. There is no grand conspiracy. There is no they. This is human behavior.
People like to make stuff up, Many. You know that? Do you know that? Or
yeah,
is that
but
lost?
you have to think about the scale of this entire thing, right?
There is no scale. You're thinking of scale. The big three religions encompass 90% of the earth.
That's flat.
That's flat.
and think about it like this too.
There's a reason why.
All the paradigms that we've ever lived with. I mean, look at the entire Western world just deciding one day, hey, let's tell our kids about Santa Claus. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm simply saying this is a human behavior. And one of the culturally homogenous things across every culture, time, religion, ethnicity, tribe is we tell stories.
And we love to hear them.
And we love to hear them.
Yeah, but That's what I'm saying.
You're looking.
Right?
You're
you
looking.
have a valid point
You're
there.
looking for a conspiratorial or explanation when it's really just the mendacity of the reality of humanity.
So you're just saying they're lying because humans like to lie.
Because humans are shit. Yes, that's what we do.
Oh, you don't think we are many? You think that we're basically good people?
No,
Like-
I didn't deny it. I didn't deny. I was just trying to get
okay.
what he was saying.
But that's
I was just
basically doesn't even make sense though.
You say lie.
Aren't
I'm
you
not
guys
saying
the same
lying.
as the people that say the
No,
stories?
because what we're doing
No, we
is
don't have any stories.
we're wiping the slate clean and saying we don't know. We don't know. Let's
All right.
start over from scratch. Have no stories. Have no paradigm from which to look at the Earth. And let's just start investigating as if we are fresh out of the cave. We're not going to accept stories
So
or
from
narratives.
reality and what you observe straight away, sort of
Let
thing.
me ask you something, and this goes to everyone's
Right,
open-ended
okay.
question here. If I were like, obviously this will never happen, but if I were to take you in a rocket ship or some kind of flying, we went well above,
If you were to take me
and you
into
look through
space,
your
if
own
you were to
eyes
take me
through
into
a
space
flat
and show
window.
me the Earth, hold on. If you were to take me into space and show me the Earth, why would I deny it?
So you
I would say, okay, cool, yeah. I guess it is a ball. I guess there is space. Like obviously, why would I deny that? I'm not in this for like some tribal reason. You think I want to be a flat earther?
I don't know what you're saying. You don't know, so that doesn't necessarily.
I don't know, but for 35 years, I'm now 42, but for 35 years, I absolutely did know. I knew we were on a globe. I knew there was space. I loved NASA. I loved the space program. I followed it, everything. For 35 years. Right? I knew all about, I read Black Holes and Baby Universes. I read Einstein. I read the Cambridge lectures. I read all sorts of stuff. I was big into this.
Me too.
Everything that you're saying, the reason that I can easily talk about it is because I know all of it.
Same.
But by that same logic, though, I could ask you, if I took you to Hogwarts or into Narnia's closet, would you then believe it's real? That's kind of how it feels when you ask us that.
If it was more, if you could take me there with more than one person,
Yeah, like if I'm not hallucinating.
and I knew I wasn't having like a strange acid trip or something, yes. Like if I could confirm with other people that I went there and they went there also.
Yeah. Same with
If
like
someone
ghosts and whatever.
if someone came to me and showed me these terrible movies, right, and said, "Look, Hogwarts is real,"
Oh no.
do you think I'd believe them?
But if
I'm not
they
gonna
took you
believe
there, if you took you there, then it's real for sure.
Yeah, then I could confirm it.
I mean, what does that mean by take me? You take me to a castle?
Well, it's
or you take
the
me to a
same,
castle
but it's the
and
same thing as putting you on a rocket and taking you to a place that may not exist. It's basically why I'm bringing it up. I think space is a realm, a fictional setting for books and video games. So it's not like you can put me on a rocket and send me there, just in the same way I can't put you in a closet and send you to Narnia.
Yeah.
So
because of the second law. Sorry, because of the second law of thermodynamics. But yes, because of laws of nature that apply to the physical. But because of laws of nature that apply always to the physical and natural world, which is what the discussion is about. Yeah.
So that's why we can't go to Narnia.
Space.
I love that, bro.
Yeah, because it fundamentally cannot exist like Narnia, like Middle Earth, like these fantasy places. So if you want to put me in a wardrobe and take me to Narnia, meet Thomas, that's brilliant. Let's do that. Meme's got the right answer. Yeah, if you took me to space and there was a ball, then great, excellent. But that's an appeal to the future fallacy. Right? That's not happened. And you said hypothetically, if
I'm not making this as like a point in the debate. I'm just asking you.
Yeah. That's fine.
You were just gauging. You were just gauging if it was a partisan.
Okay, I have a question.
Shoot.
I have a question. So, why are there so many different ways of looking at the flat Earth? Like so many people have the different analogies of it, and why is it that thing occurs? Like, because you guys, like for example, was it Mimas talking about how we don't know whatever? Was that Mimas?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mimas said he doesn't know what, like, we're starting off on a fresh slate. Would you treat those flat earthers that say, for example, there's a massive ice sheet around us, like there's an abyssal sea, like I've seen stuff like that. Would you treat those people the same as the people that are globers?
Here, how I treat people who make any claims like that. Y'all answer them.
Do you see them the same way as you see globers, for example? Because they have a belief, they have an analogy of what they
Absolutely.
In here, you ask
very skeptical.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm glad of that. I'm glad.
Okay.
Like genuinely.
That's good.
You'll find that's a very common behavior here, is that anyone who has a claim to know the nature of whatever this realm is. See, technically, I'm not a flat earther because I can't tell you what the Earth is to tell you if it has a shape.
Yeah. So what would you call yourself if you're not technically a flat earther?
Honestly, I just don't have a label. I'm someone who's looking for knowledge and truth. That's what I'm looking for. I don't call myself a truther because it's just truth seeker. I won't say truther because that's cringe.
Yeah,
ever.
With the understanding that we're talking about just the surface of what is that we can investigate, right? From the places we can go. That's what we're talking about with flat Earth. The idea that the entire realm of existence is discovered and known. That's incorrect for anyone, globe or flat, to say. So with the depictions and the various images that you guys see coming into this discussion, you're gonna see the disc Earth, the pizza with the continents in different places and that, and from the flat Earth map, and then you got the globe Earth and kind of in debate. That's all a false dichotomy, all of it, because nobody knows the entire realm of existence, and the server has a culture that actually stands by that. That people that make these claims are not able to produce a verified way of going about, even if it is the azimuthal equidistant projection map, you're not able to verify that the entire Earth realm looks like that, the way that's presented. So we would say, if you're presenting something, verify it. However, there's a lot of things that we use just for visual representation, but it doesn't mean that anybody here believes that. You know what I mean? That's.
There's only three. Sorry, my friend. There's only three things that we agree on. The Earth is measured and observed and practically used as flat. There is no direct measurement of the Earth going anywhere, spinning on its axis or rotating around the sun. And space, the vacuum can't exist. Other claim would have to be verified. So you spoke about the ring of ice around the outside. Don't know, never been there, can't verify that. Couldn't tell you what the moon was, couldn't tell you what the sun was, couldn't tell you what any star was, couldn't tell you how deep the Earth went down, and most definitely couldn't tell you how far the Earth went out wide. And then what stopped at the edge of reality. People like to come up with ideas. Meme said about 5-10 minutes ago that people like stories. And when you get into the flat Earth, you end up in a world of new discovery. And you start believing anecdotal stories from history about, I don't know, certain people have maybe gone down to Antarctica and what they've said about it. But ultimately, there's lots of things and theories and models about the flat Earth. But we wouldn't stand on them. We couldn't stand on them. We wouldn't be able to verify them to be true.
I see. Okay.
It's a very hard thing. Sorry, Jedi, you finish up.
No, I'm just going to try and get onto curvature. You make your point, then we'll start, removing the ball.
Okay. I would say the best way to look at life is to have no presuppositions and no models. It's a very hard thing to do. It's a very hard thing to let go of a lot of things that you learned, especially if they're things that you can't verify that make up a worldview that you've adopted.
Right.
Now, that's how I live my life. And what that does is it increases the inquisivity of, I think that's the word. You're more inquisitive about the world around you. You suddenly look at the world in a completely different way, as an unknown, as something that can be explored, as things that can be discovered.
Yeah. Right, I see. So the whole, the reason that you guys debate and argue with anyone differing in opinion is so you can find the truth yourself, for example. Would you agree with that?
I think I found the truth. I argue for fun.
Yeah, it's the same here.
Same here.
I think it's people usually rejecting the fact that the observable natural world that we see is self-evident, producing a representation to us as what it is, not what somebody claims that it is. So if they say it's a globe, a hollow Earth, a concave Earth, whatever kind of Earth they're saying it is, if it's not representing itself to you as that, then that's a bold claim. They're going to have to give you evidence for that claim. So it's a grand claim, and it's going to need some grand evidence. So that's why we're always asking people, if it's not representing itself to you as that, why are you then, indulging the fact that it's this whole idea of whatever it is? It doesn't matter, but somebody takes you on a journey and you like to hear a story. And the Globe Earth has done a very good job at doing that, telling a story. And a lot of people have adopted it, like many, asking him, what is space and time. At some point, he's come to a realization he doesn't know what it is. There's no way he can describe something that has been conjured up by another human in somebody else's mind to then describe what it actually is. Because to him, it's like just a concept. He doesn't understand how to put it into like reality. So that's what you guys are faced with.
We just checked a guy in, Ziggy Spaz, and he thinks that flat Earth and globe Earth are nothing but beliefs. He wants conversation. So I was wondering if you wanted to do the 3 points with him or whatnot. Right now he's talking to Ponto about some other stuff.
If you want to move him in here, that's fine, Crit. Let's stay on this conversation for now.
Current conversation.
Gotcha.
Does it not?
Wait, I wanted to ask, I think it was Meme. You said that you found the truth. Is your truth that we don't know?
Wow, you nailed it. Yes.
Yeah,
sometimes the scariest truth is to recognize you have no knowledge.
Do you wish to know?
Wish to know? That's a good question.
Do you wish to know the truth? Which
I do wish to know.
But
I do wish to know, even the impossible truths. I wish to know, but I accept that there are things that mankind in general is just never going to know.
Right. It's not going to come from you. So.
Yeah.
There are obviously things that we can know, though, right?
Yeah.
I'm sitting on a chair. I know that's a chair, for example, that I'm sitting on.
Boiling points of water.
I know that I'm on this.
Sure?
No, I'm 100% sure.
Yeah, you can do a reality check with the gentlemen if they want to.
What is a chair? What is the chair?
Yeah, see, that's what I was going to ask.
God.
That's
all
why
right,
you need.
So let's
go ahead.
Yeah.
Like what is the chair?
Yeah, hang on.
Go on.
No, I was just going to say the reality that what it is that you're doing right now. What are you doing at this moment right now? Harry.
Pardon? I'm listening to you guys. I'm speaking to you guys, and I'm discussing.
But would you say that you're sitting down, standing up, laying down?
Sitting down.
You're sitting down. Okay, so you're sitting down, typing on your keyboard.
I was just typing in main chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some people we get in these conversations with, and by the middle or end of the conversation, they're not sure if reality is real. All of a sudden.
Well, that's the thing. And I was going to ask you that because you just told me what you're doing, right? But are you 100% sure that's what you're doing right now?
Yeah, I am.
Good. These are good signs.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Good. So we can be 100% sure of certain things, right? We can measure things, for example. Yeah, we can know things about our reality, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Awesome stuff.
Yeah. Of course.
Do you know how big the Earth is said to be? Do you know how big the Earth is said to be if it was a ball, for example?
What, like the diameter?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all of that type of stuff. Would you agree that they at least tell us how big the Earth is? You might, have to Google the answer, but you would agree that
it would be roughly,
the Earth is, right? Yeah. So we've got a radius of 3,959 miles, for example, those numbers, yeah? So that's one of the main reasons why we're here. Have you heard the argument as well that Greeks saw ships disappear over the curvature of the Earth thousands of years ago and thought the Earth was a ball? Have you heard that?
Could you repeat that, please?
Have you heard the argument that ships disappear over the curvature of the Earth? Like the Greeks said a few thousand years ago.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So let's try and mold these two things together. They say the Earth is a ball of a set size. That means that we can use a little bit of math to figure out a few things about our environment. For example, if I was standing on that curved surface and I knew my altitude, it would just be a mathematical calculation to see where the curvature of the Earth would begin if I was making an observation across the sea, for example. Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that calculation is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. For example, I'm going to keep it simple for you. If I'm 1 foot above the surface of the water and the square root of 1 is 1, I times 1 by 1.225, and then the physical geometric horizon must and only be 1.25 miles away from my head bobbing above the water at 1 foot,
your height,
right?
yeah.
You understand that? Yeah, at my height. I can increase it to 6 foot. And when I'm standing up, for example, and the horizon will be just under 3 miles away, the physical curvature of the Earth, yeah?
Okay, yeah.
Awesome stuff. Would somebody do me the greatest favour and post a black swan image in live stream voice text for me?
Coming right up.
Really, sure. Thank you very much, CB. Guys, are you in live stream voice text? Can you see the image that's just about to be posted?
I was just looking about Dr. Astroscientist, ESQ, PhD, pinged me, and he said I'm rage quitting for some reason.
Listen, you're in the wrong stream. You are typing in the wrong chat. You need to be in the live stream, not in the lobby.
You pinged me, and I was also pinged.
All right, it's okay.
I had it open. Fine. I don't think there's
just
issue with that.
Just let me know when you can see the Oryx in the live stream.
Okay, I see.
You see it?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Now, this observation is taken from 1 foot above the water. This is a still shot taken from a video. We can provide you with the video if you wish.
Yes.
The reason why we're looking at oil rigs is because we know how far away they are from the observer. One's at 6 miles, one's at 9 miles, just over. Okay.
Yeah.
With reference to the two oil rigs, could you tell me, please, where the horizon appears to be? Does the horizon appear in front of the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or past the oil rigs? Where's the horizon?
It appears past, because we can clearly see the one behind the smaller oil rig.
Awesome.
It's still like, yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah. So it's past the oil rigs, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that the horizon appears to be no less than 10 miles away? Could be further, but it's past the oil rig at 9.6, so we can safely say it's at least 10 miles away, right?
Okay, sure, yeah.
Awesome.
What, are these like given distances from the image, like the oil rigs?
Yes. Yeah, we can provide you with all of the other stuff as well. So using maps and Google Maps and whatnot. These are stationary oil rigs that don't move. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. Now, you remember the equation that I gave you earlier, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. This observation is taken from
1.2 times
1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay.
So for this observation, which is 1 foot above the surface of the water, that makes the geometric physical horizon at 1.2 miles away. Where did you say the horizon was again, mate? Beyond the oil rigs.
Past,
yeah.
Bomb has been played.
It's beyond the oil rigs, isn't it?
That's interesting. Hold on.
Right. Okay. I see.
Yes, this is what we mean about no observable and, in this instance, measurable curvature. Because we've got distance markers, we can safely assume how far we're observing. Now, according to the math of the ball, physical horizon, physical like a hill for things to disappear behind, should be 1.25 miles away. But the horizon is 10 miles away. We can give you other images of the same oil rigs taken on different days where the horizon will appear in front of the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, and again behind the oil rigs, demonstrating that horizon is not physical, it's an optical phenomena. It's literally as far as you can see with the technology that you're using through the atmospheric conditions of the day. It's the limitation of your view. You understand that point, right? So in this image, we are not observing curvature. We are. Go on, mate. You want to ask a question?
Yeah. Sorry, are you sure that equation's right? Because I've just been.
Yep. I posted it in the chat as well.
I'm just looking up a few different ones. Let me check chat 1 second.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. What we're doing is we're basically using the heliocentric math against them. This is what they say. Math is a tool that we can use to physically figure out our environment, and we're basically using Earth curve calculators that are provided for us. This is where we first start. They make the claim, we go out into reality and see if that claim is true.
Let me grab
now,
some paper.
we can. That's fine. We can extend this as well. So, for example, we can use lasers over, say, distances of water. Let's, for example, say it's a lake. We've got a laser and a receiver, a target on the other side of the water. Let's say the distance is, I don't know, 20 miles. Now, it appears to be that if the curvature of the Earth would get in the way, then we wouldn't have a direct line of sight between the laser and the target. However, many flat earthers have gone out with lasers and tried to measure curvature of water over distances of lakes. Some have been done in Brighton across the south coast of England, and we don't measure any curvature. It's like we hit the target every single time. But this is just flat earthers doing this.
Even at 20 miles, it still hits the target.
Yeah. So let me extend that further. This is applicable technology used by the militaries of the world. Yeah, this is applicable technology used by the militaries of the world, specifically navies. Now, you understand that what a laser targeting system is, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Of course we do. It's kind of self-evident, right? Now, I've just said 20 miles. The militaries of the world, specifically navies, have got technology that can send lasers up to 100 miles for a direct line of sight for a sea or land-based target. They use 3 different types of technology to do this. One would be an infrared camera. so I can see the target. The second would be a radar, which is 2 traversals over the surface of the Earth. One out to the object, ping, and then it comes back again. So infrared and radar, and then the laser, but not just one laser, 2 lasers, one blue, one red at the opposite ends of the spectrum. So I can see the target, I confirm that with radar that it's there, and then I target with the 2 lasers up to a distance of 100 miles. Each 3 of these technologies requires a direct line of sight. If the Earth was curved, then we would not be using these technologies at the distances claimed. For a 1-foot observer, your lasers at 1 foot above the surface of the Earth is going to get interrupted at 1.2 miles away, because the curve of the Earth is going to get in the way. So we can say in the Black Swan image, which is the observation of the 2 oil rigs, we see too far. We can then go to measurement, lasers and so on, applicable technology. We can go and do this ourselves. We measure the surface of the Earth's waters to be level. And then we can look at applicable technology that people are not going to waste their time and money on. That will be the militaries and the navies of the world that use this technology daily. This technology requires the surface of the Earth to be level and a direct line of sight. So therefore the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a level surface.
Right, I see what you were saying earlier as well. Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah. It's quite interesting.
Of course. It is.
Yeah, that image,
one of the main
is quite interesting. The whole Black Swan thing.
Yeah. And you understand why it's called the Black Swan, right?
Presuming the shape.
If I say that all... Yeah, well, no. If I say all swans are white, it would just take an observation of a black swan to prove my initial premise incorrect, right? They say that all horizons are physical, but I just have to demonstrate that no, that it's optical to remove that physical claim out the window.
Okay, I see.
The crux and the crescendo of this point is like I just said a couple of moments ago. The Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a level plane. Practically used, proper. Practically.
Right.
For everyday purposes, right? All the time. I haven't even spoke about navigation yet, and that also requires the surface of the Earth to be level. Do you know what a protractor is? You find them in your stationary sets. Yeah. You know that angle measuring devices, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Do you know what a sextant is?
Yes, I believe so. I'll just look at it real quick just to remind myself.
It's a celestial navigation device. It measures angles, doesn't it? Yeah. Just a quick question. Can you measure an angle if one of those lines is curved?
I mean, could it not be off a tangent? I think I know where you're going off this.
Yeah. But let's just do this thing once, and then we get to tangents, and we'll do the calculation. But can you measure an angle if one of those lines is curved, my friend?
Yes, it would be a tangent, no? Like you wouldn't be able to get that. It wouldn't be a single. It wouldn't be a single angle, no.
Yeah, exactly. If I put a protractor on 2 lines and one of those lines is curved, I wouldn't be able to measure 9 degrees now, would I?
No.
No, exactly. So this is celestial navigation used by sextants to elevation angles above the surface of the Earth. If the Earth's surface was curved, then we wouldn't be able to use this technology. Our friend just jumped in and said tangent lines. The reason why we have a tangent line is because we have an altitude above the surface of the water. Say I'm on a ship and I'm 40 foot above the surface of the water. I get a tangent line down to the horizon. My next calculation is to reduce my altitude of 40 foot down to 0. So I'm on the surface of the water and I have a straight line from me to the GP, the ground position of the star that I'm observing. Underneath the GP of the star that I'm observing is 90 degrees. Now, you can only measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. And yes, we ultimately have tangent lines because we're taking observations above the surface of the Earth. Our next calculation is going to take us down to 0, the surface of the Earth. So we have a straight line to the GP of the star. So we can then measure our elevation angle. The use of a sextant and angle measuring devices would only be applicable if the surface of the Earth was flat. If it was curved, we wouldn't be measuring angles now, would we? And I only mentioned one star. You have to remember that every single star at any one time has got a ground position on the Earth at 90 degrees from the observer. Be able to do that on a curved surface because all of the math takes you down to a. So remember the Navy that I spoke about just a moment ago? Every single piece of the technology that they use, from navigation, the sextant, the magnet, the compass, again, not going to talk about that, but the direct line of sight technology requires the Earth to be level. If the surface of the Earth was curved, we wouldn't be using sextants, we wouldn't be using direct line of sight technology, we wouldn't be using any of them. They would be non-applicable.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be using non-applicable technology now, would we?
No, we wouldn't.
No. So the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a level plane.
But yeah, okay, yeah, I see what you're trying to say. Yeah, with the whole point.
There's some great points. Yeah, some great points are being made for Benny and Ari right now. Some things to consider, right? But I would ask you both: do you still think that the Earth is a globe? And I'll be honest right now. From all that's been uncovered in this conversation, would you still consider it to, like, for you to say, I still know it's a globe? Would you still say that?
I'd say, I think that,
or does this throw it into question? Like, at least, does it put it into question?
I think that he's throwing a lot of my knowledge into question, because I'm going to be through a lot of the equations he's talking about are equations I've never heard of. You get me? So when it comes to that, he is throwing a lot of my knowledge into question.
I agree.
Obviously, I thought I had like a firmer grasp of what I know, but I don't. So in that way, yes, but overall, I still believe the Earth is a globe.
Right, and what he was doing is challenging the information that you've previously had. So, and I think that it's a great way to look at it, right? Point for point, you have what you understand from the globe, and then you have what you understand from what he's telling you and what all of us are telling you. But then there's something even deeper than that. There's the knowledge that you have. Maybe, do you think that the knowledge of the globe Earth is just a belief only? For you and Ari, Minnie, do you think it's just a belief, only a belief? Or do you think there's some aspects of it that you can say, well, I know it's a globe? I just need confirmation of that so I know where you stand. If you don't just believe that it's a globe, and if you know that it is, then we can probably uncover that to see if you actually know that it's a globe. But if you just believe it to be a globe, then a belief is, you can believe the Earth is whatever it is. Like, that's really nothing as important as somebody saying that they know it's a globe. So where do you guys stand in that position? Do you know it's a globe, or do you?
I'll say I believe it's a globe, but
okay.
I'll need. I've been making a note of everything that he's been saying. I need to go over the math myself.
Yeah, no, we have many people that come in here and say they know. That's a fair response, yeah. Yeah, that's completely fair. Ari, how do you feel about it? Do you feel the same way as many, or do you think that you know it's a globe? Or did you not hear me?
Yo, bro, you there?
Do we know or do we believe?
Is he in deep thought? I don't know. He's your buddy.
Maybe.
You might.
He said it'd be one moment. If you're talking to Aries, just posting live stream voice text.
He's
be
probably
one
away.
moment.
AFK.
Yeah,
no worries. We'll
Hello?
catch you. Oh, there he is.
Hello, mate.
Hello, Ari.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So Ari,
the question was put to you: do you know or do you believe it's a globe?
Well, knowing the things that were just said and explained to me from all of you guys, it does raise a few questions, because especially the Black Swan thing, it does raise a few questions, because I don't think what you guys said was actually incorrect. So
okay,
I'm questioning. I would say,
like from a surface level, the math checks out. Like, obviously, I do take
from what I've heard and what I've taken in from the things that you guys have physically said, it makes sense. Like what you guys explained to me.
Yeah. Do you wanna unmask this thing and really find out that it's only just a belief that everyone carries? Would you like to know? We can take the mask off of this, and then you're gonna find out. No one really knows. So I'm gonna ask you both. I'm gonna ask you both these three questions that I usually bring to new people, right? And answer as honestly as you can, because it seems like you guys been honest chaps so far, right? So let's continue down that path of honesty. All right. So there's three. The first question is: any time in history has anyone ever measured the curvature of the Earth? And if so, now remember, the easy way out is just say I don't know. That's intellectually honest. If you don't know, don't kind of half-hearted go into an explanation and so forth. Okay, but if you do know, I need primary source, I need a citation, and then I need a demonstration of the information. Right. So again, the question:
will you guys provide the same if you explain something?
Yeah, we can do that, but like outside of this exercise is to only get to know what you guys know. That's it. Okay.
All right, cool.
All right.
Go on then.
All right. So the first question was: in any time in history, has anyone ever measured the curvature of the Earth?
The curvature. Hold on. I remember reading something like this. Give me 2 seconds. I don't know.
That's easy. All right. How about Ari?
I don't know either.
Okay, so the second question, axial rotation or the spin of the Earth. They tell us that the Earth is spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So there's probably variables there. It could differ, right? But like the majority, the consensus would say that that's what it would be at. And if so, how have we discovered or detected with a device or apparatus or any man-made thing, or a person or individuals that have gathered together and figured it out? How have we discovered that the Earth is spinning on its axis? Do you know?
Actually, I do. It's the vaguest idea because I remember reading about this. So they used a tool called a gyroscope, a laser gyroscope. And if we use a gyroscope, essentially what a gyroscope is, it's kind of like a ball inside another ball and it spins. I'm sure I don't need to explain what a gyroscope is, right? And the idea is that if we're on something that's spinning, there'll be a certain tilt. The gyroscope would move, right? And obviously, I'm explaining I know you said not to half-heartedly explain. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't.
But
But if you want to go ahead, we'll talk about it after you're done. Go ahead.
And they've used laser gyroscopes for this as well, right? And with the fact that there's, I think it was a tilt to it, they're able to determine that because that there's a tilt to the gyroscope spin, the gyroscope is spinning on something else they're spinning. There you go.
All right. Well, thanks for that. But I'm going to introduce variables. Could anything else be affecting that device that you just talked about, the gyroscope, to make?
Yeah, of course it could.
Okay, thank you for your honesty. So if that's possible, then how did we find out that it's only the Earth's spin?
Because we can control variables. There's obviously you can get very, very simple gyroscopes, which is literally just like, made out of plastic, right? It's very simple gyroscope made out of metal. Or you can get these things called laser gyroscopes, which are made in somewhat of an enclosed system where they use lasers.
Okay.
And that helps control a lot more of the variables.
So what variable? Right. So what variable is Earth spin? Because that's the one that we need to stop and start to understand if it's actually the cause of the effect.
So if we think about how a gyroscope works, right? And we have it spinning, right? Obviously, say it's spinning in my hand, right? Moving my hand, for example, could affect it. Say it's one of those plastic gyroscopes I mentioned earlier, one of those metal ones. Say I'm standing. I live in London. Say I'm standing outside, particularly crappy weather, the wind's blowing. That could affect it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And any sort of factors like that, right? Even something like temperature. That's why when we get into laser gyroscopes, because they use lasers, it kind of isolates these variables out of it, right?
How do you know that? I'm going to ask you the question because I start to grill once people start to say that they think they know what's going on. How do you know that?
That's okay. So number one, it's an enclosed system, and number two, if you think about how lasers work, right? Lasers are like.
Have you ever used the device?
A gyroscope.
Yes, the one you're talking about.
The laser gyroscope.
The laser gyroscope.
No, I have not used the laser gyroscope.
Okay, so you're speaking. You're right, but you're speaking from a vantage point of only thinking that it works a certain way, but you've never used the device to actually tell me how it actually works.
I haven't used one myself.
Right. So the understanding you're getting from is secondhand knowledge from somebody who's making claims. Would that be correct?
Not necessarily, actually. Well,
so you've done.
No. Let me correct myself.
It's either you're taking the word of those guys, or it's either you're taking the word of those guys of what it's doing, and then you're interpreting it to me, or you actually know how it works because you actually use the device yourself. It's one of those two.
I've used a standard gyroscope, but
right, but you haven't used the laser one, which you're telling me is actually removing the variables and then getting precise accuracy of the Earth's spin. So you're just you're telling me somebody else figured it out.
That part of it is secondhand knowledge because
So they've told you a story about the laser gyroscope has movement in it. Therefore, the Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning. Therefore, the laser gyroscope is detecting the Earth's movement. They're telling you that, and you're believing it, and you're repeating it back to me as if you have firsthand knowledge. This is the problem with what they're telling you. Without you able to verify something, to run it through a verification process and falsify what they've said, you've only taken what they've said and then given it back to me as if you understand what they're talking about. When in all reality, just like the globe, they could be making this up to then solidify. Right. That's the problem,
I do have a counter argument to that, though. When this was first proposed, there was a group of flat earthers who actually spent, it's around $20,000.
But we're not talking about flat earthers, Manny. That's the issue. We're not talking about flat earth. We're talking about how, and I said the question, right? I prefaced the question, at any time in history, have we understood to know that the Earth is spinning on its axis? And then by any device, apparatus, and if you got any way that you could tell me by primary source, citation, and then a demonstration. I don't want to hear about flat. Thank you.
I have no way
that's being honest, Manny. That's the only thing that I asked for in this conversation. If you start to go into, go ahead.
Keep talking. I'm listening, but I just want.
I don't like when people actually go into things that they have no knowledge on and they're taking someone else's word for it. However, if it follows up by demonstration and you're like, this guy said that this is the way to do it, and then we can all verify that, that's great. But if it's something that they've just conjured up and then made a story about it, I don't think that's useful. And then being honest is a good way to go about it. So if you don't know, just say you don't know. It saves us a lot of time and a lot of effort of us digging into this half-hearted attempt. So, Manny, we can go through it again, or we can keep digging in. What do you think?
Go through what specifically?
The information that you just told me about the laser gyroscope. Please. One other thing too. Please be focused on our information and our discussion. If you're not engaged and you're off doing something else, like playing games or something, then you're not focused on what we're saying here. You're going to be distracted. You're not going to follow through. So, if you don't mind, it won't take long. Trust me. It won't take long. Trust me.
I'm not focused right now.
Okay, so the information is not available to you to tell me how easily it should be, right? Because we're going through the tenets that prop up the globe. The first one is Earth curvature. The second one is axial rotation, the Earth spinning on its axis. And so I'm not hearing anything that I'm being able to verify the Earth spinning on its axis. Now, I'll just turn to Eri. Eri, do you want to say anything and follow suit with Manny, or do you say that you don't know?
I'm unsure myself.
Okay. The term "I don't know" is a concession. It's a great intellectual, honest position. Manny, are you going to tell me that you do know and try to half-heartedly attempt to do it again with the laser gyroscope?
Well, obviously, I haven't used the laser gyroscope.
Okay.
So therefore, it contradicts one of the conditions for this. So let's move forward.
When you feel the subject is hashed out sufficiently, I'd like to add something in on this.
Shoot,
Miggy.
Yeah. On this point or the whole.
Just this point on the laser gyroscope.
Go on. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. Would we say that the laser gyroscope is an optical device?
It uses lasers, so I'd suppose so. Yeah.
So it's an optical device.
Yeah.
Okay, so it can't measure anything mechanical.
I'm not actually. I'm not 100% sure about that, which is why I say I don't know.
Well, that's good. The concession is great, and so we can now move forward with Eri and Manny. Also realizing the second point wasn't validated. Third point, it's the final one, and it's interesting because Jedi actually took you to this when he was speaking of the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it's something that actually exists, as they say, the vacuum of space, right? So if that is true, then we could have gas pressure without a container. Now, anytime that we have gas pressure, what do we have? The necessary antecedent, which is a container. Would you guys agree with that? Anytime we have gas pressure. Or can you demonstrate anytime to have gas pressure without a container? Now, a container can mean like a cup, or it can mean a closed container. It doesn't matter. A container is a container.
No, I don't have sufficient knowledge to explain it.
Okay, how about Ari? Can we have gas pressure? Okay, so there's no way to rebut that, and the fact that the globe Earth is demonstrating to us an open system where matter and energy can transfer into and out of the system, right? Rockets can leave and rovers on Mars, and there's a bunch of story they tell us about it. But just getting back to that, where you understand that gas, the necessary antecedent for that would gas pressure, is a necessary antecedent for that is a container. Then you would have to have a contained system that couldn't be a vacuum. So now just ending that, right? Just going to go ahead and close it down for you guys that the Earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief that you guys have, and it's not supported by any empirical evidence that you can test, repeat, and then falsify. It isn't. It's just a belief that you guys have, and it always will be, because if it were true, then it would stand to reason that all these points that I just told you would be self-evident. You wouldn't need somebody to tell you that it is. It would just be. So this is the issue right now, is that you've been following this magical lore of a story that has been told to you ever since you were young. We all passed through this phase, and then we've gotten to a place where we now understand critically that it cannot be what they told us it is. And so now we are here in this server talking to each other about what is real and what is not. And that is not real. It's all made up stories that you guys carry as if it's real. And you kind of like, the only thing you know how to do is to preach it like it's real. But when asked these specific questions, there's no way to determine whether it's real or not.
Yeah.
And that's why nobody can answer these questions. Thank you. That's all.
All right, Cubicle can ask a question. Cubile.
I got a quick question right here. So I've seen a lot of videos you guys have sent in text chat where you like zoom in on a boat and then zoom out again. And I'm wondering if you have any videos, where the camera stays on the boat until it completely disappears.
Well, there's a limit to what you can zoom in on. Like eventually everything disappears into the distance.
Oh yeah, but I mean if it disappears bottom up, if you know what I mean. But you see the bottom disappear first,
Well, the bottom disappearing, if something's like, let's say 10 miles out, you wouldn't be able to bring it back into view at all. Because there would be water over the top of the boat.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Isn't that because of curvature?
Yeah.
Yeah. What?
Or is it an optical phenomenon? And see, the thing is, if you're going to declare that is the physical curvature of the Earth, then it should be where the mathematics dictates. Were you around for the conversation earlier where we were talking about oil rigs? Did you see the image posted in the live stream about the oil rigs? Yeah. Did you notice within that image? Did you notice within the image there was a boat between the two oil rigs?
Yes, I did see that.
Yeah. So for that 1 foot observation, where the geometric horizon should be 1.25 miles away, you shouldn't see that boat, right?
May I get a video, by the way, on that?
Yeah, I'm sure somebody can provide it for you. Can somebody drop in the live stream the BLS and whatever numbers he's got, the video if possible, please? If not, I'll go find it for him.
Yeah, there's also Ziggy Spaz. I don't know if we want to see if he's available to, while these gents are in here as well.
Pardon?
Ziggy Spaz, are you there?
I don't
Yo, Ziggy.
I don't think Ziggy Spaz is over here.
I am. I was on mute. I'm also eating food right now, but I'm listening.
All right, so
your meal, bro.
Thank you to Spake. I think Spake. Did you bring him in here? Spake with us?
Yeah,
Ziggy, what's your standpoint?
Oh, I'm a Glober.
Yeah. So, as you've been hearing the conversation that we're having.
Oh yeah. One thing I was gonna say is.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm willing to learn and obviously respect everybody's opinions and everything. and obviously open up dialogue and stuff like that. Can you explain tides to me in the flat Earth model? Like, how does water move?
So here's the thing, Ziggy. And
Short answer to that, my friend. Sorry, Mickey. Oh, sorry, you're carrying on. Go on, mate.
Yeah, no. You said no.
I was
that's
just going to say no.
None of us can, but like, here's the thing: the questions that you have right now are all geared towards hearing some answers. But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe. All the information.
I've seen pictures of it.
Okay, I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait.
So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation.
I'm sorry, bro.
That's just.
I didn't expect
proof.
that. I didn't.
Manny, he's talking about gyroscopic movement, spinning circular. You can balance things like that.
But you can balance things like that anywhere in the world.
That's not true. You can't.
That's true. It's 100% true.
Do it right now.
Okay.
Not true.
In the mountains, and they leave rock stacks
If
to
you
balance.
can do it anywhere, please send me a picture or a video of you balancing an egg on the nail.
Go on YouTube and go look up balancing. And there's people balancing crazy shit.
You can only do it on Canada. The equator.
You can't only do it on the equator. That's insane.
Balancing an egg on the nail on the equator.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, dude. Have you ever seen the images of rocks balancing on each other?
Rock stacking, a Buddhist practice, yeah?
Yeah.
Dude, rock is a solid thing. Yo, an egg has liquid inside.
Egg's not solid,
mate. 2 seconds. 2 seconds, mate. You've just made the claim that we can only balance on the equator. You know the Olympic Games.
I said an egg. I didn't say anything. I said an egg.
Oh, you didn't do that. Picks. Pixar didn't happen.
Picture didn't happen.
Dude, why am I?
You can search up on YouTube. You can search on YouTube. Actually, there's many videos I just looked up of people balancing eggs.
It seems like you guys are probing me.
That's the point.
That is the point.
If you make a claim, you have to provide evidence.
Yeah.
I can't post a video or a link.
Well, you can. Just in bed. You can go ahead and post it.
It'll get deleted. I don't have the ability to post it.
You do have the ability to send DMs, though. Don't?
But the man said the egg isn't solid.
Yeah, just look, dude. Simply look it up on YouTube. Balancing an egg on the equator.
Yeah, just look it up. There's many videos on it.
No,
do you want me to find a video that suits it?
So, Dude. What are you proving with this? That the Earth is a ball spinning in a vacuum of space?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Awesome.
So let's read this. Let's read this blurb from National Geographic. Let's read this really quick.
By the way,
during the spring and fall equinoxes, the sun appears directly overhead at the equator, and the length of night and day are nearly equal worldwide. Some people believe that the gravitational pull of the sun on these days can help keep an egg standing on its end. This idea is unproven but fun to test.
Whoopsie!
Ouch!
Ouch! That's gotta sting.
Well, that's that.
So the egg balancing at the equator proves the Earth's a globe. Everybody, let's go home, guys. Close the server.
Ziggy, get him, my boy. Ziggy, get him.
I'll tell you what. Let's do it like this. What is the equator, my friend? What is it?
It's the center of the hemisphere.
Center of the hemisphere. And how was that measured? How did we get the equator?
Longitudes and latitudes.
How do we get longitudes and latitudes? Specifically, latitudes.
North and south.
How do we get them?
From magnetic.
Yeah,
poles.
exactly.
Also,
No, we got.
Dude, thanks. Sorry, 2 seconds. You will understand that we got the latitude lines from declination angles from Polaris. Do you know that?
I didn't.
Okay, so do you know what an angle is? Do you know what an angle is?
I do.
Awesome. So, would you be able to measure an angle if one of those lines was curved?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So if I've got two lines and I put a protractor on it and one of those lines is curved, can I measure 90 degrees? Idiot.
Mm-hmm. With a tangent, you can.
Oh, hold on. I haven't done a tangent yet. And even if you want to give me a tangent, I want to know my altitude above the surface of the Earth so I can deduct it. Dude, I haven't finished. Dude.
Zig, you got to finish, man.
Got to let me finish. If you want to use a tangent line, you're going to want to know your altitude above the surface so you can take it down to 0. So you have a straight line from your position on the surface to the 90-degree angle underneath Polaris. So to measure declination angles, you require the surface of the Earth to be level to come up with latitude lines in the first place. Then you can bastardize and round the ball if you want to. But initially, that angles to Polaris which require the Earth to be level.
Are you done?
So not that then. Yeah, so not that then.
Ziggy, how would you measure curvature of the Earth?
X balancing, huh?
That's an interesting question. What I would try to do is I would probably, like, if I were trying to do it, I feel like it would involve some sort of laser. Like, if I had an infinite laser that you'd be able to see.
Would it need to be infinite? It would just need to stretch a few miles, right?
No, it needs to stretch. So let's say the observers in China.
No. Look, the Earth that we're presented is a sphere, right? The Earth we are presented is a sphere with concrete numbers given to us, which means just in 10 miles, that's 66 foot of curvature. In 100 miles, that's 6,667 foot of curvature. Why would you need an infinite laser? You only need to measure a small portion.
That's fine. Well, I was thinking more of if you go straight, like if the laser was where I am in the United States, and I pointed it to somebody that's in China. Let's say you're in China.
It would never reach it. It would
you'd be able to see it.
There's annihilation. You cannot do that. You only need a short distance to measure from. Why are you looking for a long distance?
Because
why?
I bet that you wouldn't be able to see it.
So you wouldn't be able to see the curvature over what the curvature should measure.
No, I'm not talking about what's measured and what's not. I'm talking about if you can't see that laser, then clearly the Earth must be curved.
That's bonkers. I'm asking about like a 10-mile observation.
I'm not talking about a 10-mile observation.
I'm only talking about a 10-mile observation. Would you discount a 10-mile observation?
Yeah, because it's not nearly as large. Like you wouldn't be able to see. You wouldn't be able to measure the curvature at 10 miles.
Is the image of the Earth you're given a sphere 24,901 miles in circumference?
Is that true?
Yes, that's the information we're given.
Can you send me a link?
Go look it up on NASA.
Bro, you're
Dude,
defending
will
the
you
globe,
agree
don't even
that they?
know how
Sorry.
big it is?
Dude, you must agree that they give us the dimensions of the Earth. Whether you know them on the top of your head or not, they tell us how big the Earth is, don't they?
Totally, they do.
Thank you. There you go, meme. Carry on.
All right. So you only need a few miles to measure.
I think you need more than a few miles. Have you
2
done
seconds
the
ago, you
calculation on
didn't know
paper?
how big the whole. You didn't know how big the Earth was.
Have you done the calculation
Yes,
on
we
paper?
have. That's why we're telling you the numbers.
Let's see the calculation being done. I'd like to see the math.
It's in the chat right now.
In the chat right there.
I'm gonna look at it right now.
Live stream voice
Off
text.
the breaks, dude.
Bill, what's the how is
And
it
what's
tested
the
with
source
the egg,
of this?
the
Where
egg
is this
balancing
being?
It's the
on a nail?
model of the Earth that you believe in. What do you mean? What's the source? It's like asking, what's the source for how tall you are?
Cos theta, R minus R cosine theta is legit. That's a legit formula equation. Just gonna add that in.
Yes,
It's also
it is legit.
scale. Like that's not 3,000. 3,000 miles in a line.
Maybe you need to learn geometry.
That'd be way more, dude. The width of the. Let me finish. I let you guys finish. It's not my turn to finish.
Ziggy, if you have small ball, you can measure it. Now you have big ball with the numbers. Put that the same numbers in geometry, and you will get the numbers. That's it. Nothing special. It's not.
If you look at the line, the radius.
Buddy, 2 seconds ago, you didn't even know what the radius was. So you don't try to become insta expert all of a sudden.
He's not wrong.
No, he's wrong.
I'm not wrong.
I'm not talking about you. I don't know if you're wrong or right. This is
you're very wrong, Ziggy.
I'm just here for the vibes now. I'm not gonna lie. So
I think you guys are wrong.
I used to play vibraphone a long time ago, like 30 years ago. I played the vibes.
Okay, buddy.
Okay, buddy.
If you're on a sphere, the surface of any part of the sphere is going to measure identical with any other surface part of the sphere.
Indeed.
I think
because
it's
congruous.
Dude, that's not the radius. Dude, you're looking at.
Spherical.
By the way, this radius that you guys are looking at in this chat,
you didn't even know what it was.
It's not the radius of the globe. You have to go to the center of the Earth.
The hell?
What the radius?
How are you gonna go to the center of the Earth, dude?
No, but you're looking at.
Gotta go to the center of the Earth. Listen to the way this guy talks.
No, dude, you're looking at. Let me finish. You're looking at.
If it was a image.
Are you gonna let me finish or no?
No, you're just wrong.
Who's that spy?
Tell me when I can finish. Tell me when I can finish. Can I go?
How is this not from the center of the circle?
Dude, that's a 2D projection. Have you taken like
straight? Radius is a straight line from the center of a circle.
You're looking at a 2D projection of the radius, not the radius of a circle, bro.
Are you being intentionally obtuse? Are you being intentionally obtuse? Why are you being intentionally obtuse about this?
I'm not.
You are. There's no way you're not being intentional with this. I can't believe someone can be that stupid. I cannot believe a person can be this stupid to not understand what they're looking at. I just can't. I simply cannot believe it. It's not possible. You understand that the radius is measured from the center of a circle, circle being the bisection of a sphere.
If you took a light and put up the top of the globe, you'd have a circle as a shadow, right?
Stop talking with your mouth full, man. Eat your damn food and then talk. Like, it's not like you got marbles in your mouth, bro.
Sasquatch.
Keep him muted until he says, "Okay, I'm
eat your
trying
damn
to eat
food and then start talking." How about that? Let's have some manners. And then with your snarky, condescending thumbing of the nose up. Whoa, you guys don't even know that
you know, you guys know. Oh, he's that guy from Mickey Mouse, the one with the big feet. Goofy.
Oh, you guys didn't know.
Alright.
Does he not?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Okay, sorry, Chris.
Let's just chill. No, you're fine, buddy. You're fine. Let's just chill. Let's give him a moment to think. But let's not attack him whilst he can't defend himself.
Yeah, I agree.
He's muted now. I didn't mute him.
But he was correct.
What if we want to attack him?
No,
he was
in the past. Incredible
no, but I like
which makes no sense on the globe Earth.
What?
Oh yeah.
Who's the guy with the heavy mic?
Have a look at some sniper. I would have a look at some sniper shots that have been accomplished. It would never have happened on a globe Earth.
Sorry.
Trash. Ooh, that's trash.
Right.
That's trash.
Chris, I think your internet's bugging out, bro.
Yeah, bro. You can say.
Yeah, somebody's internet has gone schizophrenic.
Just try and
I
keep
think it's Chris.
Shut it down, guys. Because when fight.
Oh god.
Okay. Let's have one person talk to Ziggy. Chris, you want to take it?
Real quick, though, before you do that, meme.
Yeah.
Can we just get a consensus from the other two guys about this radius thing? Are they agreeing or disagreeing with what Ziggy's saying?
I don't know what he's saying, to be honest.
Bro, I'm unable to make sense of what he's saying. Like,
that's fair.
That's fair.
Okay, so he's talking about the radius in this little chart that was posted.
Can I address something?
No.
Let me repost it.
I'm joking. Yes, you can.
He was correct about radius. You need to go to the center of the air. Yeah, that's correct. But who did that in the first place?
That's what I asked him.
What are you on about, astroscientist? I just said I don't know what he's saying. I didn't say I disagree or agree. What is
he was just saying that. He wasn't saying that to you. Just saying that in general.
Okay.
A lot of the times they don't agree.
All right.
He's saying something different than what
he already posted. He posted in the chat. The radius is from the core in big letters of the Earth.
That's what it shows right there.
Why don't we just ask him how many miles that is?
I'd like to know. Yeah.
You could just get the diameter in half,
That's
but
the problem is.
Remember when we asked him though?
Through the Earth, through the center.
Remember that
He said the radius you're looking at is of a 2D circle. Oh my god!
But see, that's funny.
You can walk across the Earth from one side to the other, then you get it. It's easy.
Then you get the circumference.
Or you can rearrange an equation for the circumference.
Remember when we asked him what is the diameter? He was like, I don't know. Now he's saying this is all wrong.
Ziggy, what is the radius? Tell us what the radius is. Go look it up. We're going to give you 5 minutes. Go look it up.
It's plus or minus the square.
Well, I'd have to find the core first.
Is dy over dx?
It's got the soundboard, man.
So you immediately don't believe NASA then?
What NASA? I mean, in which class they are starting to learn that?
No, I just don't think the radius of the Earth.
Okay.
Okay. Would you agree that the circumference? Would you agree that the circumference of the equator is 24,000? Would you agree? No. Would you agree that the circumference of the Earth at the equator, where you claim to have been, is 24,901 miles?
I'm gonna go look it up. I'll see. If that's what the scientists are telling me, then yes, I do believe that.
That wouldn't be a scientific question.
Then you agree with the radius. Then you agree with the radius. Then you agree with the radius.
Ziggy, can I add you, bro? You're so funny. Oh my days.
Yeah, let me add you too, bro.
Right. New guys, just chill out a little bit. When 5 people are talking, it's kind of hard to hear me take this guy apart. So, no, you're fine, buddy. I appreciate your enthusiasm. That's all.
One thing I do want to say outside of the conversation is I would love to be able to finish my points, and I'll let you guys finish yours and have respectful dialogue. I don't want to be trolled. If I'm trolled and everybody's laughing at me while I'm muted, that's not cool.
That's fine, and I've addressed that. What you must also understand is we have new people in the server as well that might not be aware of how we like to conduct things. So I've just managed to sort that out for you, buddy. All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And by the way, I already love the server, so I'm willing to be a guy of dialogue.
Did you jump in the conversation in midway through Minnie and Ari while I was talking to them?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't make any points, so join in.
No, I meant did he hear any of it? That's what I'm asking.
I heard
of what we were speaking about.
Yeah. What did you jump in on? I don't even know when you came in. Did you hear?
Well, I think the conversation just kind of died. The conversation just died out, and I believe it was Chris or someone else that mentioned we can move on to Zig's point, from what I remember.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I think that we're gonna take it from where he was leaving it at with the radius that was actually needed from, and he started talking about from what I'm hearing, that you actually have to go to the Earth and not a depiction, like an image. Is that right, Ziggy? Is that what you're saying? You got to go actually and look at the Earth as it is, and then not use an image. Because that's what I was getting. What is anybody else getting different?
No, what I was getting at is that image that you're looking at is just 2 dimensions. You're not looking at if we were to go in a blender and make a 3D model of a globe, right? Yeah. Not even thinking it, just basic geometry, a 3D model. The radius of that globe would have to be from the center of the XYZ dimension.
Right, but you don't think the equation that's posted would be relevant
what I'm looking at is sorry to interrupt. What I'm looking at in that picture in the chat is a 2D picture, and we're just drawing a line from the center of that circle to the edge of the circle, which would be part of the circumference and wouldn't be part of the radius.
What?
The radius needs to be from the core of that.
What the hell did you just say?
Bro, in Blender, in order to get the coordinates, you have to have a 3D side view of it, or a 2D side view of it.
Yeah, at a side view, you always see it as a circle.
Projection. Correct.
So you agree with us that we can just pull from the center of a circle?
No, I don't. That's not a radius.
Jesus Christ.
The hell, dude.
Sorry,
Nah,
the radius is from the center to the edge of the circle, right? Radius, diameter's double the radius, and circumference is all the way around. Would you agree on that?
I do agree.
Awesome. Okay. Would you also agree that they give us a set dimensions of the Earth? Its radius, diameter, and circumference?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. Would you agree that we can use math to figure out a little bit about our reality? For example, if I was standing on that curved surface and I knew my altitude, it would just be a mathematical calculation to figure out where the curvature would begin so I couldn't see objects beyond it. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes, I do
awesome.
agree.
What can you do? Awesome. So being as we are given the size of the Earth, we can use the math to figure out about the environment. The calculation for the Earth is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That means for a 1 foot observer, the geometric curve of the Earth is 1.225 miles away. Do you understand that?
I got a little lost in the numbers there. Can you?
No worries. Yeah. I understand that they're a little bit complicated.
Can you simplify the number or like somebody write it in the chat? Sorry, it's hard for me to visualize the number.
He's got an image to go along with it. What he's saying.
That's why it was all posted. You're just focusing on the picture behind the numbers. So if you just remove the picture, all the numbers are still there.
That's the same math. It's not.
I'm also looking at Wikipedia, and the Earth radius is not the number that.
What does it say? What does it say?
Take a screenshot, man.
6,000 kilometers.
I'm not allowed to take a screenshot in the chat.
But just you can use your mouth and say what the number is.
Just say what the number is.
Wait, what was the number you said?
What does it read? What are you just read it off?
Just read what you have. Read what you have.
Huh?
Wow.
4,000 miles. So 3,900. Jesus.
Awkward silence, man. Holy shit.
So Wikipedia agrees with us. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is it different?
He was arguing for us. He's arguing hard for us.
No, he said it's different, but it's not different.
All right. Can somebody
I just said I didn't know what it was.
Spaz. Let's go back to where we were. Can somebody post the image of the black swan for me in the live stream, please? Spaz, being as we are given the dimensions of the Earth...
It's either Ziggy or Ziggy Spaz.
No worries, Ziggy Spaz. So, Ziggy Spaz, being as we're given the dimensions of the Earth, we can use math, can't we, to figure out where the geometric horizon should be. The obstruction for boats, yeah?
I agree.
Yes.
Awesome. That calculation, I'll do it slowly, is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, the observer, we want to know how high above the surface of the Earth this guy is making the observation, and then we just square it and times it by 1.225. Now, for example, if I was making an observation from 1 foot above the surface of water, that's 1 foot, the square root of 1 is 1, times that by 1.225, you get 1.225. So that means an observer at 1 foot above the surface of the water would observe the geometric horizon at 1.225 miles away. Do you understand that?
That makes sense.
Awesome stuff. Can somebody post a black swan for me, please? My friend, it's already been done. 43 minutes in the live stream voice text. Can you look at the observation of the oil rigs for me, please? Tell me when you're there.
Hold up. Back up. What am I supposed to go do right now?
43 minutes past the hour in live stream voice text. There's an image of 2 oil rigs. Can you let me know when you see that image, please?
Someone reposted them.
It's been reposted.
I see the oil rigs.
Awesome stuff. Now, in relation to the 2 oil rigs, can you tell me where the horizon appears to be? Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or past the 2 oil rigs? Where's the horizon, mate?
It's past the 2 oil rigs.
Awesome stuff. Now, this observation is taken from 1 foot above the surface of the Earth, you'll notice the oil rigs have got distance markers to them, haven't they? We know how far the oil rigs are away from the observation point. Yeah.
Yeah, it says the right one is closer than the left. Yeah, the right one is closer than the left one.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So the horizon is past it. Yeah,
you're breaking
so
up.
The one on the left is
my Wi-Fi or yours.
9 plus.
It's his.
You're breaking
miles
up
away.
a little
Yes.
bit. You're breaking up.
Repeat it one more time.
Somebody else take it from me, then, please. Somebody else.
I love creation, Bez.
All right.
Soundboard.
Can you hear me any better now?
Yeah, I
can
hear you now. Try again.
I can.
Awesome stuff. So the second oil rig, the one on the left, is at 9.6 miles away. Yeah.
Yeah, 9.4.
Yeah, sorry, 9.4. Could we safely say the horizon appears to be no less than 10 miles away? It could be further, but let's say it's 10 miles away, yeah? Could you agree to that?
From this picture, like, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. It's like...
Okay.
Because you could, like, I wouldn't be able to agree on that.
If the platform is 9.41 miles away and the horizon is behind it,
then it has to be greater than or equal to 10. I can agree on that.
Okay, so it's 10. Let's say it's 10 miles away.
It'd have to be 10 or more.
Beautiful. Go ahead.
Yeah, great.
Jedi.
Do you remember the calculation I gave you just a moment ago for the 1 foot observer and the geometric horizon being 1.25 miles away?
Yes.
You remember? Yeah, awesome. So if we were to believe the mathematics of the ball, the horizon would be at 1.225 miles away. But it's beyond the second oil rig at 9.4 miles away, maybe further. You understand that we're not seeing the physical curve of the Earth where it should be, right?
I would have to agree that in this view right now, for sure, I don't see any curve.
Awesome. This is an image taken from a video. We can provide you with the video as well, so you can be assured that it's 1 foot above the surface of the water and you can watch the gentleman zoom in. Not a problem. What we can also do is provide you with other images from the same location, the same oil rigs where the horizon appears in front of the oil rigs. On another day, it will be between the two oil rigs, and on another day, it will be past the oil rigs, demonstrating that the horizon is an optical phenomena dependent on the atmospheric conditions of the day and the technology that you use, as in it is not the physical curvature of the Earth where mathematics dictates. Mm-hmm. This is a direct observation measurement of the surface of the Earth, which is directly measuring the Earth to be level, as in we're not measuring any curvature here, my friend, where it should be. Do you understand that, yeah?
I can understand. What I do want to say is it doesn't seem like this is a large enough scale to even observe it. Like, I feel like you'd have to go a little bit further
Hey, what did you just say?
1 foot.
What happens when you scale a sphere?
It seems as though that the curve is more flat than it normally is.
Oh, okay, but it retains the identical dimensions, right? It stays a sphere, whether it's measured over 1 mile or 100 miles.
No, I'm talking about your altitude. Your altitude would have to be higher to be able to observe that it goes down. Is that wrong?
Ziggy, no.
Yeah. Well, look at the graph that I posted here. It's all based off of
I'm looking
how
at this
high off the ground you are.
H0, H1.
Yeah. Well, that's basically what you're saying. How high off the ground you are will dictate how far the horizon is. We kept referring this 1.22 number. If you look at D1, I've highlighted that 1.22, the horizon distance. So they're saying at 1 foot off the surface, your H0, eye height 1 foot, the distance to the horizon should be 1.2 miles. So you're saying, well, no, the horizon should actually be farther. Well, actually, no. Based off of the size of the globe that they claim, the horizon should be closer than 10 miles, not farther.
Well, maybe. So, yeah, I think it's definitely starting to make a little sense from the math. But on that, like, the problem is, if you're standing there, there's no way for you to see the curvature regardless, because it's out of your view. Okay. Like, it would be 1.5 miles below.
So what do boats go over again?
Water.
Yeah, don't they say boats go over the curvature?
Hello.
No, they just travel in water.
Have you heard the argument that I can't see the boat because the curve of the Earth has got in the way?
I haven't heard that argument.
Okay, that's not a problem. But you understand that if you're standing on a curved surface and you've got a boat that's increasing in distance, eventually it's going to
get out of view
over that curved surface, and the curved surface is going to get in the way, right?
You're lagging.
Yeah, you're roboting
just
again.
want to say,
yes.
I understood his point. Yeah,
So
guys,
you wouldn't be
curved
like,
surface would get in the way, wouldn't it?
I'm imagining like a huge cruise ship on this graph that I'm looking at, and if you just keep the cruise ship, like take your finger and put it on the screen, starting at the horizon. Put your finger there, and if you follow the green curve, and imagine your fingers I'm sorry for this analogy. This is just making sense to me. If you imagine your finger as the huge cruise ship, it goes below your sight line, so it has to go out of view. Eventually, yes.
Right, but what you said earlier is when you're standing at the beach, you don't see curvature. Now you're saying, well, we see the boat go over curvature. So, which is
like if you were to sit there and watch like you're sitting on the beach and you're watching a cruise ship go away, eventually you're gonna not see it anymore.
Why is it going away?
Because it's going over the curve.
There you go.
Where's this curve?
You can see the curve. Wasn't one.
Where is it? Can you show me?
You can't see it,
guys.
Well, what is it
So
going
you
over?
can't
if
see it.
see
You can't measure it. You can't produce
mate.
it, but it's there.
My point is, if there was no curve, then we'd be able to take binoculars or a telescope and be. Yeah, let me finish.
You said it earlier.
You already said you cannot see the curve. What do you see?
No, but Ziggy, you said this earlier that if it was flat, you'd be able to see the China. Cool? That's wrong. No, because you said it earlier already.
Your whole point is wrong. Like everything about it's wrong.
How? What? Can you pinpoint which one's wrong?
Well, you just said you can't see the curve for one, and now you're trying to. Sorry, I'll be quiet.
Go ahead. No, you go. You can.
So first you say that you can't see the curve, but now you're trying to bring up some point of if it's flat and if you use your binoculars. Go on with that. What were you gonna say? If it's flat and you use your binoculars, what will you see?
You'd be able to see the China. He said it earlier. That's cap.
Really? What about all the air particulates that's being that's dispersing all the light because it absorbs some of the light? Air particulates absorb the light.
Omitting air particulates and any sort of air pollution, light pollution, whatever kind of pollution. In theory, if the Earth was flat, I'd be able to watch that Carnival ship forever.
Shine a light in a smoky room and see what happens. See if you can see the China.
Hold on, y'all. So not anywhere in reality can we test what you're saying.
Take a laser.
Okay, will do. Not a problem. Have done. So, using lasers, measurements over distances of water up to 20 miles, we demonstrate that we hit the target. If the Earth's surface was curved, we wouldn't hit the target. The laser would go above the target. Now, this is also military applicable technology. Do you know what a laser targeting device is? Of course you do. You just brought it up. They use this technology up to and including 100 miles. Now, this technology would only be applicable at 100 miles if the surface of the Earth was flat. If the surface of the Earth was curved, you wouldn't be able to use this technology to aim at targets at sea level. They do. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Their programs take into account everything.
No, they don't.
I just also think like 20 miles is
the Sparrow missile that he's talking about, the Sparrow missiles that he's talking about, in its notes, it indicates that it uses a straight line of sight laser. It doesn't take anything into account. How do you target something with a laser if it can't be seen?
If it's high up enough, if you go to the infinite horizon, like if you start at the graph, right? Hold on. Am I going to be able to switch the pointer now? Can I go or no?
Knock yourself out.
All right, great. So let's say the the missile was deployed in the air, right? If you start at the horizon, you bring your finger up to the air, you then have a straight line of sight to H1 for sure. You're assuming that the missile is being fired on the surface of the Earth, which isn't true.
Dude. So we're talking about the targeting system that is on the boat. That targeting system's not on the laser, on the rocket. It's on the boat.
But it's a self-guided rocket.
Dude, you're just talking about one. So I'm going to give you the 3 pieces of technology that require a direct line of sight. The first one's the infrared camera, where somebody observes the target at a distance of 100 miles away. They then get clarification by using a radar, which again requires a direct line of sight, and that's 2 traversals over the surface of the Earth, one out, ping, and then backwards again. We then use 2 different types of lasers, one blue, one red, at the opposite ends of the spectrum, again requiring a direct line of sight. So we see it, we have radar confirmation, and then we target it. All 3 of those pieces of technology require a direct line of sight, and they're on the boat, they're not on the rocket.
And?
Welcome to Flat Earth. These technologies, but hold on. These technologies would only be applicable if the surface of the Earth was flat. They would not be applicable if the surface of the Earth was curved, because the fucking curve of the Earth would get in the way, rendering all of this technology useless.
If you want to go by the globe model and what we're taught and the curvature of the Earth, how the hell do these snipers make kill shots that defy the fucking curvature of the Earth? The bullets aren't heat seekers. They can clearly see the target. They clearly adjust for that, but they would not be able to see the target if it was a curved Earth. It's physically impossible. Now, if you go and have a look at some of the kill shots that have been achieved by certain snipers over certain distances, absolutely physically impossible on a curvature model. Just wanted to say that.
No, you're spot on. So we can have distances of 1, 2 to 100 miles of direct line of sight technology. Requires the Earth to be level. If it was curved, the technology would be not applicable. The militaries of the world, specifically the Navy, wouldn't be using this shit. It wouldn't work. But it does.
Why don't we show them the infrared shot at 255 miles?
I'd love to see that. One thing I do also want to say is I feel like the math is somewhat skewed. I feel like we should get a mathematician in here to verify these numbers, because, and let me finish, because I feel like we're dealing with really small numbers and you guys don't realize how big the Earth really is.
We asked you 39 minutes ago, you did not know. You cannot say that.
Absolutely. The numbers we were given are 24,901 miles. I realize how big of a number that is. Believe me, I do.
Bro, I'm sorry, but we asked you earlier, what is the diameter of the Earth? And you did not know. So you can't now turn around and say, well, you guys don't realize that we're the one educating you how big it's supposed to be. Goofballs.
Yeah, bro's calling for a mathematician. Is there a mathematician in the house?
I'm sitting here in my perspective, and the Earth is huge. Quantifying it with a number doesn't
given you all the maths, the calculators, and everything you need to understand the numbers here. So
you're saying
you don't need a mathematician. You don't need some daddy to hold your hand.
You're saying quantifying it with a number shouldn't be sufficient, dude. Who do you think came up with these numbers? Do you think a flat earther came up with these numbers, Ziggy?
No.
Okay, then the information that we're giving you is what they're telling you. So you're disagreeing with that. You're not disagreeing with us.
No, I'm not. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay, so you think it is?
I never said that the Earth radius was not what you said it was.
So what is it then? What is it then? If it's not that, then what is it? Because now, just like every other globalist,
I believe it's a round globe. That's literally the only difference.
But then there has to be some math to the geometric shape that you're talking about. Is there some math to the geometric shape that you are referring to? Because now it's a cosmology according to Ziggy. Is it not? Right.
No, it's according to most people.
No, it's according to Ziggy. Because Ziggy just, all of a sudden, seen the truth, and he's like, well, it can't be that then. It's got to be something else. Let me make some shit up. Guess what? It's not that. It's something else. Well, what is it, Ziggy? Are you going to give us some new math to a new Earth? Because you just pontificated on the instance right now that it's something else? No, you didn't. You just realized you didn't have an answer, so now you're calling out, is there a mathematician in the house? Because you can't figure shit out. And it's not our problem. That is your problem. And you are coming up with a new cosmology, Ziggy, because you think that's going to help you out, and it's not going to. You have to stick with the mainstream rhetoric, which is what they're saying. The Earth is this big. You can't deviate from that. And we're showing you, because of what the rhetoric is saying, you can't come up with your own cosmology, man. You just can't do that. You can't make up your own Earth and then say to everybody, well, you see, they were wrong and I am right. Can't do that. Got to go with what they're saying. And either you're going to leave that and say, I don't know what it is, or you're going to stick with that and die on that hill. But you can't make up your own cosmology and then
I'm not going to die on the hill.
Well, I know that because that's why you're making up your own cosmology. See, this is the psychological implications of somebody realizing in a chat that they are wrong. Your mind is still thinking, like, oh, it's got to be a globe somehow. Maybe I need a mathematician. Maybe I need to figure something out. And so you are desperately right now trying to grasp at straws to keep the dream alive. And it's not going to stay alive here. So just for your understanding, you can't make something up in this live stream and then apparently point to some imaginary idea you have and then have us go on a wild goose chase as to what you're talking about. It's not going to happen. If you don't stick with mainstream rhetoric, then you got nothing, Ziggy. Absolutely squat.
I have a couple of questions. No, I agree with everything you said. Hold on.
Can I ask him a question?
Sure.
Ziggy, only one question. Okay, you passed all these things. You saw now the math, everything you're right. How you will call now that measurement from 0 mile to the 10 mile?
You're saying in altitude?
No, I'm saying that what you saw, that what people presented to you, they told you that there should to be geometrical horizon 1.2 miles, but it's on 10 miles. But
I can't explain it. No,
but I'm asking now this question: how you will call this measurement from that beach to that 10 miles?
An observation.
Yeah, what is that measurement showing? That's 10 miles.
Don't know.
You don't know. Can I answer for you? What is showing for me? It's showing for me that these 10 miles are flat.
I see what you're saying.
Yep.
Because that's sea level, and sea level is no 0 point, and everything is straight till that 10 miles, let's say. And I call that flat because it's obviously it's flat.
Okay, I can get with that. It definitely observes as though it were flat.
So that's where we start with.
For sure.
That's where we start with, Ziggy. We start with what we can understand from our base axiom. So what is self-evident to us? And it's self-evident that the Earth is not curving anywhere. And by way of measurement, because the oil rigs are used as demarcation lines. So we know the distance between the observer and the oil rig. And its distance is known because as it's represented on the image, it's telling you how far away they are. So if the horizon that you already know in that image is farther, then we know that the horizon from where the observer's seeing it at is not predicted as the globe said it is. Therefore, the Earth is not curving like they're telling you. So you can't go into another example and say, well, that's wrong. Maybe that day was not a day to do that test. And I
already agreed with you there.
Right, but what I'm saying,
on to another question at this point.
So how can you then curve the Earth in a way that's going to make it a ball again? Like, you can't do it. It's like already proven with the example shown that it's not curving like the rate that they say it is. With the math given, that's already settled that you can't change. You can't change that math. There's no coming back from it. You either accept that's what it is, and it's a globe as they say it is, and we're showing you how it's not. And then
I understand your point.
Right. So then what else can you say other than, well, then it's not a globe?
Nothing. But now I have questions about the model.
All right.
Can I ask questions? I'm not even going to try and argue that it's round anymore.
Okay.
Now I have questions about the model. Like, you get to the end of the flat Earth, right? What's holding everything together? Like, what's holding the water?
We don't have a model, and we make no claims about a model.
So, is there a model? Like, what is the model?
You have you're envisioning something. That's not our model.
Right.
Okay, what is the model?
You don't have a model.
We don't have one. There isn't one.
Really, the take on flat Earth is you
Go
can't
outside.
see any. It's not like you. I'm trying to like dilute the argument. It's almost like agnosticism.
You mean dissect?
Similar to agnosticism.
You meant dissect,
Hold
not
on,
dilute.
I finish my question, then I'll let you guys go.
Hold on, Zeke.
Finish my question.
This is important. This is important. No, this is important. Okay.
I don't want to lose my train of thought. Let me just ask my question, then you can go into it.
Where's the end of the universe? Where's the end of the universe?
It's infinite.
It's infinite? And your model is infinite? I don't think it is.
It's ever expanding. It's infinite.
It's okay, so it's got an edge.
But it's expanding. The edge is expanding.
If something expands, it still has an edge, doesn't it?
Maybe it has an edge. It's just expanding.
Maybe. So if I tell you, so you don't know.
I don't.
Okay, so when I say I don't know, we don't have a model, that should be sufficient for you. Because you're in the same boat.
Now, okay, awesome. Now, can I ask my question?
Go ahead.
Thanks. So it's almost as though it's a similar point to like agnosticism, where you don't know, and that's really the stance. There's no model being provided, and it's just like
skepticism.
Say that again, Bemis. You dipped out a little bit when you said that.
It's called skepticism.
Skepticism. That makes sense. So why do they provide us with those numbers? I'm curious. Like, why would they make it so that it's round and then we are observing that it's not round? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why? What's the point of it?
I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. It is the modern cultural religion. No other reason. It's the modern cultural religion.
That's what I was going to say. It's because people were going to just believe it. Because people are just going to believe it anyway. Notice how we presented the numbers back to you, and even you for a moment were like, I don't know if that's true. People will just believe what they're saying to you anyway. So
great, but why would
the
they
numbers
be
and no one's checking
to lie about it?
Who said they're lying? It's the modern cultural religion.
I don't know if they're lying. My point is, you guys are saying you're skeptical about it, which means you think they could be lying. Right?
No,
doesn't mean you think they're lying. They could be lying.
What their motives are, and I don't know if they're lying. They all probably believe it, and they'll say anything to affirm their beliefs, which is what humans do.
Which is exactly what you're doing, Ziggy. Do you think you're lying?
No, I'm just perpetuating what we're told.
Right.
In all the Western world, when parents decided to tell their kids about a hefty man who comes down the chimney and leaves presents, did they tell their children something that was a lie or a story?
A lie.
It is a story.
But it's also a lie.
But a lie has intent behind it, though, doesn't it?
I mean, you're getting into semantics, which...
Okay, well, let's say semantics. Words have meanings. Yes. So is there a difference between a lie and a story?
This is only my opinion. I'm just saying
there is a difference between a lie and a story.
If you think the Earth is a ball, if they want to teach us that the Earth is a ball, then we know that we can't escape that ball. We can just go round in circles, as it were. However, if they taught a flat Earth theory, a flat plains theory, then we would surely want to know what lies beyond that. So a globe model suits them perfectly because they know that we think we can't leave it, and that's good enough for them because we won't question what is beyond the flat plains.
Yeah, they become gatekeepers and key masters of the information, and the only way to get that to go anywhere outside of the natural realm of existence is through them. You'd have to appeal to them or say, can I ride in one of your rockets, or do something that they have the control over. You don't have that control. And so this is the kind of thing they take away from you on this earth. With like what Liquid is saying, he's also talking about an earth that is a closed off. Everything's already been explored and understood to be like everything's got explanations, right? And so really I mean, it's not like you're lying to somebody when you're repeating this. You're just telling them the story that they told you. And you're like, what's wrong with the story? And we're telling you the flaws in it. And you're just like, well, so what is the big conspiracy here? But as Mimas pointed out, people like hearing stories and we like telling them. So all we're doing is just saying the same story that we've been told.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I wanted to accentuate that point a little bit. Like back when I was Team Globe, I would tell people for their birthday, I would say, congratulations on another trip around the sun. Right. So I wasn't lying to them. I personally wasn't lying, but I just believed the story. So that's should help you understand that there's a difference there. A lot of people likely aren't lying. They just believe the story. They're just going along with this, the narrative. It's not like they're just lying and they, have some secret underground knowledge. I didn't. So. It doesn't have to be this crazy conspiracy.
I agree. I'm confused about how, I'm just trying to envision the model, right? I know you guys aren't pushing a model. I'm just trying to envision, how things work with that flat model, for things like gravity.
Yeah,
why the sky is blue.
So the concepts of everything that you've been given. So I just a little bit of perspective here. The concepts of everything that you've been given have explanations, right? Like tides and such. And so in your mind, you think they operate a specific way. But when you it doesn't matter what it is. And I would challenge you on anything that you have a theory on. Try to investigate how it was verified. Try to find the primary source. How did the people find out it was real or not? And then you're going to discover that none of it is rooted in our known reality. It's all just these ideas that people had and they thought about. So the idea that the moon is actually causing the tides is highly irrelevant to our reality. It doesn't have any bearing on it. How can they prove that? There's no way.
Is the moon flat?
There's claims that people would make, right? But what we can say is that we see the same moon you do, Ziggy. When you look up at the night sky and you ponder what the moon is, we could probably ponder the same things, but there isn't anything that we can say that it actually is. If it's physical, metaphysical, if it's like a rock, if it's not a rock, we don't know. All we can do is say what we look at and probably make it analogous to something we know here on Earth. But is it attainable? But stuff like that, these questions that people have, they're just curiosities, right? And from the curiosity, people are led into speculation. From speculation, they're led into tell stories. And from stories, people like to hear stories and then perpetuates the cycle once again. So we try to get away from that. It's only the things that you can provide as evidence with empirical, falsifiable, testable, repeatable. That's the things we want to actually put our stake in. Everything outside of that is just, hey, we see the moon as the way you see it. We don't make a claim to it and say it's actually this. That's what they're doing. And they're, telling us these stories about our, our universe. Hopefully that kind of helps you along because we're not seeing anything different that you're not. So it's the same thing. We're seeing the same things on Earth. Does that make sense?
It does, and I definitely am thinking a little more for sure. That being said, I still believe it's a globe and
yeah,
I guess it's day, man. It's just I take the same stance that you guys do, but I'd rather just believe what everybody else believes, right? I can't personally observe. Yeah, I can't personally observe that it's round, and from nearby observations, you can. It appears to be flat.
Right.
But I think if I were to go when commercial space flight becomes available, hopefully, I would love to go up there and check it out.
Yeah,
Can I just interject at this moment? We've got the Hubble telescope. Don't worry about going into so-called space. We've got the Hubble telescope.
We had.
So
you think that's in space?
We can kill this argument by showing us a cruise liner falling up the side of the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, we have James
That would
Webb.
kill it for me. That would, and I would be completely, That would do it for me.
Yeah, we have James
let's
Webb
see
liquid, not
the Hubble. Show us a picture of a cruise liner coming up the side of the Earth, or even a photographer who's taking pictures of a skyline with skyscrapers that are curving away from the Earth. We've never seen those.
I just want to go on your point.
We should.
I just want to go on your point real quick. Hubble telescope's not in operation anymore. It's the James Webb telescope that is.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want
to... So, let's see those images. Let's see those images, and this will put everything to bed. Put everything to bed. If we could only see those images. Ships going up the curvature of the Earth, buildings, skyscrapers falling away from the curve, with the curvature of the Earth, bending over. Let's see. We never have, because that will never happen, because we don't live. There's no curvature.
Gotcha, bro.
I think the argument should rather be that you guys have that it's not no curvature. It should be, I don't believe the Earth is a globe.
Well, let's put it into brass tacks for you. So there is no direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. We've just demonstrated that we observe, measure, and practically use the Earth as a level plane. Second of all, there's no direct measurement of the motion of the Earth. We're just told that it moves because the sun moves across the sky. Excuse me. Just a second ago, you brought up the idea of sometime in the future you would love to go to space. You said that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome stuff. I'm really sorry, mate, but the place called space that you think is up there in the sky doesn't exist. As in the vacuum of space. Would you like me to tell you why the vacuum of space doesn't exist?
Sure.
Awesome stuff. Are you breathing at the moment? Gas, not oxygen and nitrogen and so on, like me, yeah?
Yeah. There's an atmosphere somehow we have.
Yeah, there is an atmosphere that we have. You are correct. You realise that this atmosphere is pressurised, don't you? We've got gas pressure here on Earth, haven't we?
Yes.
Awesome. You also understand that to have gas pressure, that is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of the container, like a ball or a tyre, for example, yes?
Yeah.
Awesome. You understand?
All right. So I went ahead and paused the stream on Discord so that you guys can have a little chat if you want to on the YouTube live stream. I've just been having a conversation with some of the people there. But I think it's interesting that these guys come in here every day. Some new people come in. Our server's being broadcast on Helioskeptic's YouTube live stream and also in here. But I was trying to look for the clip that he actually said that the egg is balancing on the equator, and he's proving that the Earth is a globe. I'm going to play the clip. It might come through, and I think so. But SimCord actually got it, but I burst out laughing because I didn't. I haven't heard that yet. That was a new one on me. And if you get a new one on me, I'll probably bust out laughing like that again. So, let me see if I can play the clip. And appreciate you, Gangus, who's in the YouTube live chat, but for providing this clip. Let me see if it's the clip that I'm going to see if I can play for you guys. But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I do. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay. I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator, and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait. So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
Bro.
That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't
proof.
expect that. I didn't hear the part where he said it's scientific proof. But what's interesting is that when he said, like, because they say things while, like, I'm in a state of, like, just laughter. So when I heard that, I was just like, wow, bro actually said that. But people say things like this and more. And so that's what's interesting about it. Like, and usually I bring that out of them. I don't know why. I always bring that out of these guys. And it's like they get into this state where they say the most ridiculous things. And it's because of a story that they've been told, like me and Mimas and the rest of the crew, talk about. A lot of people that have looked at the Earth or heard of what the Earth has been, like from a viewpoint of like it being a globe, like images and stuff. We talk about it like that. So like I can understand why he's saying that. But still, it never ceases to be funny, like when people come off and say things like that. So I don't know. It's kind of a funny thing. But I like to dive into these kinds of topics every day with the shape of the earth, because I've been doing this for quite some time. And just for you guys also, if you want to have a conversation with me or whatever, I want to have like a live stream on a different separate channel than Helio Skeptics, because it's usually gets real busy. And I find more like a one-on-one with myself and my audience is probably going to be helpful, because then you guys can ask questions. Then I can ask them what you guys are saying and kind of interact with you guys that way. But I think it's important because I want to bring everybody that's a part of my journey along with me, so that we can have like a shared experience. And like with these guys, I often gauge the person, and I know kind of like if you were listening to the conversation that we're having, it started off a bit kind of like, you know, all out of control. He was saying a bunch of things, but after a while, you see that either they simmer down or they go full spiral. We just don't know. But then there's a measurement of what we do to kind of like influence that as well. So he can get that, you know, what he's saying is not being taken so seriously. And then he's going to be like, why is everybody taking it like the way they are? You know, why are people laughing and stuff? Because he doesn't realize that, what we know already. But at the same time, a lot of people can disagree and agree with that. It just depends on who you are. But I've always looked at it as like everybody has a different measure of what makes them kind of realize like that they're believing something. So I think that's what's usually applied at most times when we're doing this. We try to apply the best possible route for them. Either they're going to receive the information or they're not. So I'd just like to thank everybody for joining me in today's live stream. And I appreciate everybody that's supporting me. You guys, appreciate you guys very much. And yeah, just hit that like button and also subscribe to the channel and tell people about it too. Send the link to other people so they can join us here. And possibly we can have our own chat, you know, aside from like the one I'm having in Discord. So yeah, I appreciate you guys very much. And I'm going to keep trying to improving the quality of the stream. I think I had a low moment where there was a blurry issue, but I resolved that. I restarted the cam again. And yeah, just thank you very much. You guys have been awesome. And for all the people that are joining me, if I know you on a live stream on the Discord, I'll go ahead and put you here as a moderator. So yeah, I'm just going to say see you later next time. And yeah, let's have another chat again. Until next time, I guess. Mayhem out.
Mayhem out. No more mayhem. Woo! I don't mean that in terms of the man making just the word itself.
Yeah, you missed yesterday, Pete.
No bad. I hope everything's going well. I hope your channel is burgeoning. Very good. I did. I missed yesterday. I didn't miss this morning, actually, interesting enough, just based on what you were saying there, encouraging chat conversation. But yeah, this morning, you, in a sense, you feel like you can waste hours and hours talking to people who you sort of almost sense that they know better. They're just playing the role of antagonist. So I guess it's a sort of a fine juggling act between patience and impatience. You know, once you know better, you have to cater for people who are listening, of course, but then you have your own you have your own passions to cope with. You know, once you're not getting straight answers to simple questions from just anyone, just from people, you know, things that we don't tolerate or things that we wouldn't say, think, or do in our real life. We shouldn't. Same thing, and we shouldn't bring it to the internet. You know what I mean? You should be yourself at all times. But yeah, it's a difficult juggling act, I think. Yeah, good luck with your channel anyway and your endeavors.
Yeah, you know, we do what we can. But everybody in here also does contribute, so it's a collective effort.
I think everyone contributes to everything. Would you believe I was actually thinking of you as I was coming up the road? I was in Play Music today, and you wouldn't believe this. I just cut it brief.
Well, the reason I was thinking of you is because the conversation we had the other evening about just sort of the sovereignty under the Creator, and the Creator knowing everything, and in a sense, everything is laid out for us and everything is significant. But as I was coming out the road, after a few things happened as well, didn't I meet a guy who was carrying timber, and just as we stopped at the traffic lights, I said, "What are you carrying there, bud? A cross?" And he said, "Yes," and it actually was a cross. And I was going, okay, that's a bit marvelous, just in a sense, because
a literal cross.
It was a literal cross, right? And I actually signed it, but they're part of a new church that are open up here. And I didn't get too much into it. But it was just, his name was Trent, and we just talked for about 5 minutes. I actually mentioned flat earth to him. I told him I came back to a creator. He talked about the Bible, so that's his theme. I actually mentioned flat earth, but it's not such a big deal. I guess he's early doors. He reckons it's just more important to come back to God. But I actually signed the cross, and funny enough, it was a sort of broken apart cross, you know what I mean, just for carrying purposes, and it's symbolic from nature as well. I actually signed it though, Piche Dodo on Fool's Day. Today is Fool's Day, or as I call it, Dodo Day, or more specifically, it's the new year. Today is the beginning of the new year, friends. So I was thinking of you, Miggy, just in terms of everything almost been written, everything almost been significant at all levels, at all stages. So yeah, that's just very interesting.
Everything has, and the evidence for that is that when we look at Genesis to Revelation, like let's say in the biblical context, just in that specific holy book, everything from past, present, and future is already laid out. And so nothing can be laid out if there's still some aspect to how we can mess things up. Let's just say, for example, if the future was left in your hands and my hands, we'd mess this up. There would be no way the future would turn out the way it does because I'm involved. Like, I'm not very good at certain things, you know, so I could like screw up the future, you know? But because it is written,
you could make it better.
Well, yeah, you could make it better or worse, let's say. Yeah. But if you had any influence on the future, then it would change. That's apparent, right? That's only you have to realize that. If anybody has any influence on the future, anyone on earth, the future wouldn't be what it is written. As in, you have like what people prophesy on, like the prophets and such. They prophesied of future events, and they still like the events that haven't taken place. And if that was the case, and let's say those events were already written, then what does it mean about our future? It can't. We can't do anything that's going to damage that. It's going to happen the way it's going to happen, how it was meant to happen, regardless if you do whatever in life, you become whoever, you do whatever, you're not going to change the path of the future.
Right.
You know,
yes, the mind of God, which is already established, and everything is established under that reign, yeah.
I think as people, we either understand and get in line with the will, or you just stay out of line and out of the will. That even applies to practical understanding. So if you have a will, like you make a will out, that will is you give the inheritance to that will to whoever you bequeath it to, right? But then again, if you don't bequeath it to anybody, nobody inherits that will. It just gets donated to the church or what, you know what I mean? So,
I do indeed.
So that's why when we're in His will, we are then bequeath the inheritance of being the adopted son or daughter of God. But then if you're not in the will, then you're not inheriting the things that He was going to bequeath to you, which are the promises. And so it's like you think of God's will being that way in a metaphorical and a literal sense.
I like that, man. I really do. I can't explain exactly why, because it would take too long without getting into other things. But I do like that. It's sort of it's within us and without us in that sense.
Yes,
we have sovereignty, but under the Creator, understanding that everything is already. You might ask yourself, well, what's the point then?
Yes.
Where's the free will? Well, how does God save the child murderer, the serial killer, when He had already established that was going to be the case? Well, this is a different, deeper sort of question, isn't it?
Yeah, there was an example, I think, and the example was the King Pharaoh. The King Pharaoh had his heart hardened. and there was a need for that to happen, and he oppressed God's people, which were the Israelites of the time. So they were oppressed by King Pharaoh, and so his heart was hardened so that the oppression may continue. But then the example of what was to happen about God displaying his power through him. So because of Pharaoh's hardened heart, he displayed all the wonders that he was going to do against, the house of Egypt.
Yeah.
So it was a necessary component to displaying his authority and his power. But also the outcome was the cleansing of the Israelites, because after they came out of after they came out of Egypt and they went into the wilderness, there was still a cleansing process. The cleansing process was that people still that came out. I don't know why I'm going to this. I maybe was drawn into this conversation, but like they came out of Egypt. They were still, some of them, the first generation, they still had that old residual kind of like being under Egypt's rule. They were worshiping, Egypt's gods and so forth. That there was a generation that still needed to be cleansed from that. And after that generation, then the next one that preceded was going to be living under God's laws, which is the Mosaic laws, right? So, so that after that cleansing process happened, then the next generation was led out of the wilderness into the promised land, which is kind of like a symbolic to what's the process somebody actually goes through when they're in the trials and tribulations of getting to know the Creator. There's many different hardships in your life. You don't understand the connection. You know that there is still a Creator. So you're coming out of Egypt when Egypt is basically symbolic to like what the world is, right? Like the scientism. I mean, you name it. It's all
the triangles, the 90-degree world. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, fame, fortune. You know what I mean? All that stuff. But coming out of all that and then into a place where you're more humble about living life, I think that God wants you to realize, the connection between you and him. It's not about the temporary existence you have. It's about the eternal existence he wants you to have. So the will, right? His will.
Very good. Very good, Mayhem. So we're born into sin, right? And we have to be born again. So what does it mean to be born into sin? We're born into the material. So we're tempted then. And of course, what does Egypt, as you just say, or the heliocentrism. Hell is the material, or in the sense that all we're presented with is the material world. I'm living in a material world, and I'm a material tranny. But yes, to be born again then is to come to realize that there's a greater aspect, a greater proportion in play, which is a higher power, a creator. The word God is, it's difficult in a sense, but it just mean like flatter. It's a higher power beyond, who is all good, I guess. Only God is good. But yes, there's a greater plan in play. So for us to be born out of that material only, then into the immaterial, into the mind of God, if you want, then that is to be born again. So very good, man. Very good. I like it.
It's a bit much to take in if you're not of this mindset. Like the idea behind all of this is the spirituality and the physical aspect are actually supposed to be two in one. There's a duality to our lives. We understand that we're a physical, being, right? You're physical. You touch, feel, taste, hear, all the senses you have.
Make a love.
Well, no, there's the senses that are beyond like our human abilities, like love, for example. You just mentioned it. You can't give me a cup of love, right? There's no way you can do that. Love is something that can't be measured in that way. It's not physical. It's spiritual. It's something that you can't understand the strong bond, but it's stronger than any bond that you've ever noticed, right? So if you have like if you have a pet, or if you have a son or a daughter, you understand the difference between the love you have for your pet versus the love you have for your son or daughter. I was talking to Timbo about this yesterday, but I feel like the bond that you have can't be explained in words, as in like I understand why I love my kids more than I love my dog. You know what I mean? But you do. It's like because there's a connection that you have. It's not just a physical one. There's just not chemical reactions happening in your mind, in your brain. It's a spiritual process that you go through. because when you saw your kids born, something happened inside of you. You know, something different changed in you, and you are now a different person. Not that it's kind of like being born again in the sense of like you see the world differently, but it's more of like it's an awakening to something deeper than just a material and physical aspect. And then at that moment when that happens to you, you realize life means more than just a physical realm. There's something like immaterial, metaphysical about it. And so you start to realize there's something deeper to this. It's not just us, random, atoms banging, close to each other and creating certain things. You know, there's not just like matter clumped together. There's actually a spiritual essence to all of this. Like you go into a forest that's really nice and peaceful. You hear the birds chirping. You feel connected in some way. You don't understand that connection, but you do feel it. You go see a waterfall, or you stand before like a hurricane that hits, and you feel the majestic power of something greater than you. And you just don't understand what it is. It's like, it's powerful, it's big, it's like, but you don't like you become very tiny in the grand scheme of everything. Whereas before you thought you were a big important part of it, being material and physical. And then you start to realize.
I was going to say that's where it depends, doesn't it? That's where peace of mind or peace of body and soul and spirit. Someone could go to the most beautiful settings and see nothing there. You could be alone in a crowd, of course, as we are all aware. So yeah, it is coming to try and see. This is what I think as well, is that all of those different aspects that now we're coming to recognize, they've always been in play, and this is what Plato's cave is about. We're coming out of the illusion, and now we are viewing things and feeling and living things in a different light. And it's the road that we are on then as the individual, which is of that encompassment, that understanding that the Creator is always in play, and all of these different component aspects to our own being, in a sense, mayhem, if you think about it. I mean, not to be rude or lewd here, the Big Bang is a metaphor for the big coitus, the big relationship, as I take it anyway, is when our material world, our material venture came into play, and we have a certain division within our own being, the heart, the center, the broken heart, but then we have the head, the thought center, and then we have the material center. If you live in the material world, then your lower base, and this is what I think the 666 is about. If we place the 8 at the center, then the 6 is lower bias in every sense, a spiritual, a physical, and a metaphysical as well. So yeah, very good, man. I like these conversations, and I do appreciate what you have to say about it, because it rings it rings true to me, to my core, in a sense.
Well, I listened to like the people talking about the context of using Egypt as a metaphorical sense, and it rings true for a lot of things. Like even when we talk about the truth of creation in here, the truth of creation speaks to us self-evidently as flat and stationary. But when you tell somebody else about it who's still in the mindset of Egypt, right? They're still in that path of the worldly things. They take man's ideas and understandings and usurping it over God's creation. So God's creation and people that come out of that are realizing the truth, that it isn't what man has said, which in like the case of Egypt, they had their gods that they would worship because Egypt had their own rules and things that they would abide by. And so some of the Israelites coming out of that were still under the spell, so to speak, of living that way. But they didn't see anything wrong with it. They were like, when they were in the wilderness, when Moses went up to Mount Sinai, and he went to go, speak with God, they were going to create for themselves a god of gold. And so their god of gold was the one that they were going to worship, because that's all they understood. They didn't know anything else. They didn't know the God that Moses was speaking of, or the creator of all things. So to them, they were just going to make up a god and worship that, because that's, basically the world's way about going and doing.
That's what we do.
Right. So they were trying to say, okay, I don't know who the creator is, but here's who I think he is. And so let me go ahead and do this thing with this golden calf. And then the golden calf was going to be in representation of God, which, they tried their best, with their own thinking, because they were like, okay, so it's not a god from Egypt, but this new God that we're worshiping must be a God of gold, because that's all I can think of in my mind. And so they try to do that thing, which was a blasphemous thing. They didn't wait for Moses to come back down, and they knew where he was going. They were impatient. And so with that, they started to create the God that they were fashioning out of gold. And so they started to worship that. And then so when Moses came back down, there was in the biblical context, there was a reckoning, right? That you had to now answer for why you did the thing you did when you didn't want to wait for, God to be realized. And so a lot of people do feel impatient because we don't want to say listen, any religion that you have right now, we just say, look into it. Does it speak of the things that you think the creator would be speaking of, and so on? And if that's the path you're on, then that's the path you're on. But I feel, honestly, that we only can speak and have a testimony about our religions, everybody that's in here, because we're all from different backgrounds, right? And let the truth, about what we bring through to you. And if it doesn't resonate with you, then you don't have to take it like somebody's attacking your religion because they speak of another one. And so, you know what I mean? Because the thing we're doing here is we have to handle conversations with many different religions. We have to. It's just we're a melting pot of different countries, and so we have to have that ability to say, okay, you say what you're gonna say. Are you Buddhist? Are you Muslim? Are you know what I mean? Jewish? You can say the things that you want as long as people respect each other and say yeah, that's fine. That's what you believe. That's your belief. I don't have to impose mine on yours and say you're wrong. I just can tell you from my stance, this is how I view the world.
It's all about the individuals. It's about the individual's understanding, Mayhem, in a sense, and sort of you develop a personal relation. That should be our desire, anyway. Desire, an interesting word, desire, but or a personal relationship with God. So each individual's understanding is their own. Do you know what I mean? We might read the same words and we will necessarily come out on different pages from it because we've had a different context to our life and our life's thinking. But I think yes, to sort of step beyond, to appreciate now the Earth is so much smaller. The universe, hey Mayhem, the universe. Look at how much smaller the universe has become in a sense, as opposed to the literal what do you call it, presentation anyway. But yes, I think that's the tolerance now, and just as we're on the basic same page, we'll do at the start. When we understand it's a higher power in play, it changes your life. Understand then that we're meager. I'll say meager man, but we have this ability to rise. But we don't understand the greater complexities of God or what it entails, what's beyond us. So we have to show that level of patience and consideration.
Well, then
that's what I would say.
It will never, the truth will never lie with what man has thought about the creation. The creation itself will speak for itself. So, and it doesn't have any lips to do it. What I'm saying is, it will be self-evident. When you go out into nature, if somebody tells you live on a globe, a convex surface, you're going to be like, okay, if that is true, then how come I don't see it? I don't see convex. I don't see it at all. I don't see concave. So how is it possible that I'm living on something you're telling me and there's no evidence for it? So the truth of creation will speak to you about what it is in that way. It will always ring true that the truth of creation will never... people will not just stand around and say, well, yeah, it must be a globe even if I don't see it. That's never... Your senses have been given to you so you can understand the world around you. You can navigate on the world around you.
But here's the thing. I'm going to post a picture now, right? Here's the thing. If this is the bigger question, isn't it? I said this many times. We've been given the blue marble. We think like children. So we think in pictures. We already think in pictures anyway, in ideals, right? But okay, we've been given the blue marble, but now we've erased it, right? Now we're back into the creator's realm. And we're dying for a picture. So it's what Earth actually is, as opposed to what Earth was as we left it behind. The actual choice of blue marble, very encoded. I'd love to talk to Ethergrass about some of my own thoughts, but what others think as well. But here's my question, Mayhem. Can you see concavity in that representation there? Because if I clarify,
I was going to call you Dodo. Just Weiss?
Hey, call me Dodo. Dodo, PJ.
Oh, there you go. There you go. I didn't see it. No, it just popped up.
Well, I was going to say, if that's the whole of the Earth, you can see in a sense that there's flatness, there's concavity, and maybe there's motion as well, because the skylights move around, right? So something a part of this greater encompassment, the replacement for the blue marble. Actually, doesn't it look like a brain as well? Doesn't it look like a brain? Very
looks like an eye. Looks like an eye.
Yeah. Oh, don't get me talking about eyeball Earth.
That's what it looks like. An eyeball. It looks like an eyeball.
Yes. This is okay.
Look at the. Yeah, look at the like where Sheol is.
Yeah.
That would be the the black part of your eye. The.
Yeah, I see it.
And then you have like, if look at an eyeball, you're just gonna be like, oh man, this is an eye right here. But no.
I see it.
What I would say is that I don't say it's any of what you just said. Like, I would just say that if that's a representation, let's say from God's perspective or Enoch's perspective, I would say that's correct. But verification wise, we wouldn't be able to do that.
No, we couldn't. We couldn't ever verify these things. And this is what I always say. All there is now beyond flat Earth is sort of speculation, is sort of coming together, expressing ideas, and whatever resonates, understanding that everything is pre-established in a sense. You know what I mean? So we're always, if you move forward and ask questions with honest heart, you will always be led in the correct direction. But the only reason I brought that up, just as a representation, so this is an alternative to the blue marble. And if you look at that, you can't say that's flat. Do you know what I mean? So because you're only dealing with one particular aspect of it, which is the surface itself. You can say that's flat. It's like the Flammarion engraving, which came out anonymously in 1888. Actually, I'm going to post that as well, because as far as I know, everyone has missed the big elephant in the room in the picture, but that's a different matter. But the point being that, as you look at that image, you can't say that as that is Earth is flat. They go, hang on, or you go yourself, hang on, I can't say that, because there's obviously rotundity involved here. Stars and the skylights are represented as well. We know they're in motion. So do you know what I mean? That's what I think the greater quest is to decode what's presented.
You could say that only in the realm of speculation. That's it.
Yes.
It can't move in. It cannot move into the really is level. And I'm going to tell you why. Because when somebody asks you, like, let's say that's a representation of something, like if you're a biblically minded person, you're like, okay, well, this is what the earth looks like conceptually from a Christian's perspective, right? Someone who believes, that's the alternative to the blue marble. But then they would say, since you gave them a map or a model, then now they're going to ask questions about it. And you don't have the verification part of that to verify that that is true. You can only say, no, well, I mean, in context with Enoch, that's what it would be. And then they're going to tell you, okay, so you went where Enoch went. So there's a preceding questions that are going to follow that you can't answer.
Yeah,
so it's
absolutely agree.
It's absolutely not it's conceptually a stance. I would say conceptually, I would side with that conceptually, but I'm not going to say verifiably I'm going to stand with that. I can't. There's no
way you can. Yeah,
there's nothing
no way you can
to show them that in reality. I can't.
And that's what I'm saying about, and I agree with you. There's no way you can. Once you move beyond the material world, now we understand. I would say there's metaphysical reality in play. So a different setting is presented before us, and ultimately it's not about proving anything to anyone else. You can't do that. Everything is already established, right? So each individual would take their own course according to God's will, but all you can do is progress in your own quest, I guess. And actually, I'm going to post just a little. Do you spot the big elephant in the room? Something that stands out. I think most people missed it, but it's okay. All I will say to you, absolutely agree, bud. And you're definitely into the realms of speculation, but it's not, I would say, blind speculation. We have to understand that everything is established by the creator, the higher power. So in a sense, we're in the midst of a video game and there's a script laid out, you know what I mean? And we're at the different layers or levels to it. And it's all about, for me anyway, decoding or putting the pieces together on something that's already established. Now, if it was established beforehand and inverted, distorted, well then fair enough. Then I'm encouraged to convert it back, and then see where that takes me. But as I said, yes, I agree with you. I actually came up with a new word. It's metaphorsics. We live in a metaphysical world, and the truth is delivered to us via metaphors, so metaphorsics rules. That's just my own reckoning and offering. You know what I mean? And I think we have to accept what you're saying. Absolutely.
Yeah, Jesuis, this is the same thing that I told you before. When the Israelites were impatient, waiting for Moses to come back down from the mountain, they started to make themselves a god of gold. And so isn't this kind of like the same thing where people are impatient? They start to draw concepts and ideas of what the earth is, of God's true creation. And then, after that, give the people what they want. Because that's what the people wanted. They wanted to worship the God that they can't see, a physical God. So let them see a physical God. Just like people want to see a physical map or model, give us a physical map or model so that we may now ascribe to that. That's what people wanted in the old days with the God of gold. They wanted something physical, and so they gave it to him. And now this be the written word is like, this be our God, O house of Israel.
But do you think? Yeah, Mayhem, do you think that a map is important? Have you been making any inroads, or do you think that it's important to present some sort of visual?
Navigational charts are important for navigating. You need some way to convey the terrain and such over into a way that you can use it. It's useful to you. But what they do with these overall giant like Earth realm maps is just a representation of all that stuff put together, but it's not done in a way where everything's precise. You can't get precise. For the macroscopic level, you can't get.
But Bud, the problem is though, according to my life and my consideration, the former the thing that you mentioned, there's no. I can't remember the last time I took a map out and said, okay, well, outside of driving from A to B, but just follow the directions. But I can't. I know what sense you're saying, but I don't. Yeah, it doesn't apply to me or my life. What does apply to me though is my imagination. So that's what I said earlier on. Is some innate calling for us to, because we think in pictures, to have some representation that we can cling to, and that's why the mocking of the pizza Earth in space, or the turtle with the pizza on top of his back flying through space. This is why it's offered up as a mocking alternative. But yet, deep down in our own brain, because we think in pictures, we're looking for some sort of representation, and that's
nature. That's our nature. Even in flat Earth, we want to have something to give to those guys. So we start to conjure up different ideas, and well, we can run with this. The AE map looks like it's pretty consistent with everything. Let's go with it. And so everybody just puts their seal of approval. Yeah, we're gonna say AE map is the way to go. It's the map that we're gonna say that.
And then the trouble ensues.
Well, trouble, and then you got. Okay, explain how flights work. And then you got the guy with the AE map. Because I've seen this. Okay, so that's why I'm saying it. There's debates. There's debates that ensue. You probably seen, if you've been in flat Earth for this long, you would say the same thing. You've seen the YouTube videos where the guy has the debate on the AE map versus the globe. There's plenty of those videos, and there might still be some today, even.
I've seen them all, bud. I've been down that road so many times. Again, I've been in the heart of Gem Pandas for ages. And,
so they do say that, but that's the one thing they crave. They crave it. So, and even the flat earther, they don't want to admit it, but they're just like, yeah, we gotta have something, man. We can't just be like showing up with nothing, because that just, I mean, what does that look like? We don't know.
Would you believe, bud? Would you believe this? And it doesn't even matter to me anymore in a sense. But I offered Tim Osman, OSMAN, a massive contributor. Obviously, he is everything we ever speak here flat earth related. Tim Osman has recorded. He has massive terabytes of data for whatever. But anyway, he's an expert at Photoshop. He did many memes, taking the piss in general, but some respectful as well about the dodo, just me, myself, and the connection. But I offered him, let's sit down for a month and I'll give you a flat earth map based on all of the pieces that I put together. He wouldn't do it, right? He just wouldn't do it. And I knew why he wouldn't do it. I did the same to Stingray. And Stingray, who I think you know Stingray, of course, but people might recognize him better as Dean, but he comes in here occasionally. I've heard him, but yeah, he is the go-to graphics man, and he's the man who's always looking for a model. I said, okay, I'll sit down with you, man, but you got to follow my instructions. The minute we started getting going, he did something different than what I said. I said, no, you can't do that, do this, and then it didn't get beyond an hour or something. But I reckon, yeah, I have the ability to put a map together, as we all do. But you have to follow the clues, though. That's the thing. We have to understand, Mayhem, let me just say this. We have to understand that the people who gave us, whatever we want to clarify them, the people who gave us the spinning ball Earth have known the powers behind that. The mind behind that has known from the start the greater nature of the Earth. So the spinning ball Earth, and if things work, it's because of this juggling act that they make between the fantasy, which is the spinning ball Earth itself, and the reality that certain things do work, relationships between stars and position on Earth, and certain relative fixities are in play. So yes, that's my point. That the map is already there.
They've hijacked the celestial sphere, and how we visually see the sky and the ground and the world around us. They've hijacked that and turned it into a globe. So when you go out and see the sunrise or the sunset, to you visually, it looks like the sun's rising from the east and setting in the west. It's not actually doing that, because you can tell there's planes that fly over above you that are flying at a specific altitude, right? And they can go across the sky all the way from like a maybe eastern or western horizon, or western to eastern, just depends on what way you're seeing. And then you can see that as it moves towards the horizon, it looks like it's going down visually. But you can understand one thing very clearly. When you see things converging to the eye line, you know how perspective works. This is not something simple. Like now the plane's actually going like in a curve. It's not curving anywhere. If that was the case, then when you see down the long hallway, the hallway would be curving. Then you'd have to say that for everything. And then if there's a distinction made where the hallway is different than, let's say looking outside as a plane moving across at a certain altitude, then how is it different? So you know what I mean? Like you can start to realize when your knowledge of like how perspective works and how it's applied everywhere, it doesn't stop at a hallway. It means that your vision, when you see everything, it's always converging everything to the natural.
No, that is perfectly correct. In a sense, it's sort of Flat Earth 101. I don't mean that disrespectfully. Everyone who's actually, I told people today about Flat Earth, or at least I mentioned, had you, just to young people as they were passing by, I said, have you heard the possibility that you must have heard it on TikTok lads or something like that, the possibility the Earth is flat, and they did, and I said, well, I would encourage you all just to take it seriously. It makes potential. Actually, came up with a new meme. I should make an effort to put it together. But I said it makes all the difference in the world. Makes all the difference in the world. I'm a flat earther for 10 years, and they thanked me and went away, which was a brief pass. But here's what I would say, Mayhem, then, understanding that there's a greater truth in play, right, and is sort of what's given to us in potential is a series of clues. I would say, as we come to Flat Earth, hear of a few things. Primarily, here's what I would say, which encompasses the heavens and the earth. Hear of Admiral Byrd. So the potential in a flat Earth, the pizza Earth, Gleason's map Earthers, so there's a potential of greater land. So that's dealing with the land and maybe its extent. But also then, here's probably more significant or equally significant, we hear about Operation Starfish Prime. Not Starfish Prime, what was it? Operation Gemini, Operation Goldfish Bowl. What is it, Goldfish Bowl? Operation Fishbowl. So Operation Gemini, Operation Fishbowl, Operation Starfish Prime, which was all about then discovering the extent of the sky beyond, or at least we can view that as a clue, an indication to us as we're coming into the greater theme as a clue. Do you know what I mean? And that's why I can only say I can deliver some sort of a map, but it'll be based on clues that are laid down. It will be highly speculative to anyone and everyone, but yet at the same time, it will be based on decoding. Remember you said that they based the sky on, let me just finish by saying this, they based the sky on, or they based the curvature of the earth on the sky itself. I call that the great switcheroo. They flattened the sky. How did they do that, says you? Well, what they did was put all of the skylights at an indeterminable or slash infinite distance away, ultimately making it a plane. That's a bit more difficult to consider, but they made the sky flat and they made the Earth's surface curved instead of the other way around. The Earth's surface we're on is flat and the sky itself is curved at a predictable and a known rate, a determined rate. So yeah, very good.
Yeah, I've always said speculation is okay. It's good even. But so long as you're able to have the conversation out where it's always, there's a little caveat every time you're speaking that it's just, this is, guys, remember, this is just speculation. Just like, I'm going to piece everything together and I'm going to give it to your mind so that I can put it to you. So whatever you
think. Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
And you go from there. I think you never come from a point where you're saying matter of fact. This is a matter of fact. This is what it is. You can't do that. No one can. But you can give it.
Yes, yeah. I already in my own brain have said that so many times that I sort of forget to say it, but it's absolutely true.
Yeah, it's funny that when you did speak to Dean, that he didn't want to do it, even though they're saying that it's just like, listen, if you go and do everything I'm telling you, then you're going to come out with the map. But he didn't want to do it at some point because, for his reasons.
Didn't want to. I know exactly why he didn't want to do it. You see, there's certain things. Okay, let me say this to everyone who's listening. Listen, there's many degrees. If we're coming, actually, you'll agree, Mayhem, if we're coming closer to the mind of God or connection to God, why would God put us in this material world? Innocent babes in the heart of the devil. Now we've come to maturity or adulthood. We understand the power of the devil and the horrors that are associated with real life. You know what I mean? Whatever impression of news, international media history, present times, you know what I mean? We know that there's horrors that go on in real life, but the question is for our own individual psyche is why would the Creator put us into this? I've answered it in my own sense, but I think everyone has to answer this, and we're already told that this is the case. I hold that the Creator's given us this ability always to make our way through. We are the one player, and now all of these different settings and transitions, Flat Earth being a massive one, but I guess the internet providing a conspiracy melting pot, I guess, you know what I mean? That's another facility in order to help us to grow. And sometimes you'll find out more, we'll all agree, you'll find out more about yourself when you're placed in an extreme situation. But the point is to have faith. That's what I'm saying. Having that faith then tells me that we're in a different setting, and I'm sort of in that immersed in that realm and sort of beyond. When I talk about the dodo and Aristarchus, people mightn't understand me, but I have a particular story to tell.
I'm gonna point you to a specific verse in the Bible so you can see what the question arises. Why were we created? That kind of thing. When you just asked, if you can turn to the Book of Revelation, chapter 4, verse 11.
Yeah, I have it here. Let me read it. Don't say anything more then. Let me just read it.
Okay.
This is if you don't mind, is that okay?
Yeah. I don't mind. It's just a little...
Because I don't know anything about it. So, you referred me to Isaiah the last time, didn't you, bud? Which is brilliant.
Yeah. But this question that arises is answered. Why?
Okay,
if you have a question, why were we created? And then look at that verse as a response, let's say.
Okay, Revelation chapter 4, verse 11, did you say?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So why were we created and why were we put into this melting pot? Okay, verse 11, it says, worthy art thou, so in inverted commas, I guess I'd have to read before I have a context, but anyway, worthy art thou, our Lord and God, to receive glory and honor and power, for thou didst create all things, and by thou will they existed and were created. Very good, excellent, man. And if I'm not mistaken, your reference to Isaiah the last time was along a similar vein. Very good, man. Very good, excellent. I bow down to that.
Well, and in another biblical context, it says you were created for his good pleasure. So he wanted to. In other words, why were we all created? Because he wanted to.
Yeah,
that's the answer to that. It's like it's not as deep. Like, man, why were we? Was there some kind of specific function? Was there something we were supposed to do? Like, we were created because he wanted to create us. Like, that's not very hard to fathom that.
No.
A creator
but we can go, we can go deeper. We can go a little bit deeper, or a little bit not deeper, more sort of lateral again, in a sense. But now we're following the word there. So the words mean something to our mind, and what I guess our spirit is always there. You see, so if the words that are spoken resonate with your spirit, you'll feel it. Because it's something that's integral to you and your connection to the higher power. This is what I'm saying about the different words now in modern times. I'm not sure if you want to know my view on the Bible, but it's okay. I won't go into it. I won't go into it. It's too controversial. But what I'm saying now is we can look at the words of the Creator in a different way. Heliocentrism. The devil gets his voice from the Creator. The book of Job tells us that, right? So now, if there's a different set of wording that we can follow, especially flat earth and beyond related, then we can take the clues by the neck, I guess, and run with it.
He always stay there. He always misconstrues what God has said. So, and it even happens in the very beginning, like in Genesis, when Adam and Eve or Eve is speaking to Adam, but then the serpent spoke to Eve, and the very beginning told her, "Did God really say you shall surely die?" As in question mark, like as in think about it. Did He really say you will die? Because that's not what's going to happen if you eat this fruit. Really, you're not just going to fall out and die. And so this idea behind the deception of what God said, twisting it around to mean something else, is a very lawyeristic way of looking at, like, well, we can say that, but there must be a deeper meaning, dude. Like, there's nothing other than the context of what he meant, and then the twisting of it by some lawyeristic, like,
right.
And thinking.
It's so true, isn't it? Isn't this how we came to be, bud? We came to be because we have to go through this process. As we're born into sin, then we have to, in order to die, you have to live. So, how do we, this is so good, man, because it's all of our story. I say you are Adam, and actually, notice Adam, or Adam and Eve, and even. Adam and even 1 and 2 if you want, or 0 is neither. But the point is that, a different interpretation, because all we know is now. I don't think we should have to refer to any other historical times and take them literally. That only creates more trouble. We can't place it. I don't know what people in Egypt or Israel are doing right now. Not to mind trying to think about the mindset 2,000 years ago, you know what I mean? But to take it more general, as you mentioned regarding Egypt and what it represents in terms of our own venture here, yes, I think now is the time. And it's not just that we have the Bible. Remember, the Bible was the only influence, according to the history story, again, which take with a pinch of salt in a sense, but it was the greater influence. It was the greater movie, the greater international newspapers or magazines of the time, you know what I mean? And it was a great influencer. Now we have other influencers, and everything ultimately does come back to the Bible and the greater truth. But it's because the greater truth is always been told. So, okay, that's my impression. I'm sorry, I can't say a lot, Mayhem, but it's good to have an open conversation, and I know it's in speculative realm, but at the same time, it is connecting.
Yeah, we can't say
reality. Yeah,
we can't say too much or spend too much time, but we've already spent like enormous amounts of time on this already. So yeah, just that was just more of like a reference to what I was talking about earlier, but. I guess we can switch.
Hey, Mayhem, we're nowhere near the wasted 5 hours earlier on talking to the British guy. Have a little bit of crumpet, mate. And I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth. How about you? Listen back if you don't get that joke. Helio was here, and
Well, with back to Flat Earth in mind, we have Diesel Boy in here. We got Elijah hanging out. We got
go ahead, the guys. Go ahead.
From Australia. We got I am Kovac. What's up, Kovac? Flatman Can, Quetz, but he's deafened. Sasha, what's up, brother? Systems, he's deafened. Satoshi Nakamoto and Timbo. What's going on, fellas?
That's okay. No one is immediately willing to. They're all listening, which is great. Mayhem, if you're willing to continue, then, and no one wants to necessarily interrupt or talk up, please don't let it be on my account or Mayhem's account. please feel free. But actually, having said that, the guy, in a sense, Sasha was here, of course, making some great art. We never got any answers to any of the basic questions, but I think in its own way it was productive. But yeah, that's 5 hours wasted in a sense earlier on talking to a whole other opposing force, you know.
Hang on, Dodo. Before I continue, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play. Hey, Simcord, do me a favor since you're on right now. Can you look up a clip that happened yesterday? It was not on the Helios last stream, but in the previous one. 16 hours ago, I would say, or probably now it's 18 hours ago. There was two conversations. One of them happened with the guy that you took a clip of, if you can remember. And then there was another guy that came on right after him. And so on Helios stored live stream, it's like the second half of that. So it's like, if you look at the clip, it's 8 hours and like 43 minutes in. I'm kind of guesstimating. It's right around the place where he started talking. That guy right there is the one that you need to take a clip of. Like he raged a little bit. But I'm gonna play for the audience in here the clip that you had yesterday. I think we still have it up. Let me pull that up and then I'll play it, and then you guys will hear what was said. Just give me a moment.
While you're looking for that, you found it. Okay, go ahead.
But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I do. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay, I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait. So that's pretty much proof for me.
Globe, I guess.
Wait. I don't see the
rovers on Mars. Right on.
That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't
proof.
expect that.
Hey. It was King Kong when this was going down.
That is new evidence, though.
That new evidence.
That's so funny. How did King Kong feel about you doing that? That's so funny. All of these, we have to forget not to. Hang on. I think to laugh. We have not to forget to laugh about all of this as well.
I think you heard the point there. It wasn't me telling him about King Kong and that photo I had of King Kong. It was about him saying what he did to find out that the Earth was a globe.
No.
He went to the equator.
Both are equally unbelievable.
He went to the equator and he balanced an egg on a nail. And then at the end, because I was laughing, I didn't hear him say this, but at the end of what he was saying, he was like, yeah, it's science. And under the laughter that everybody's laughing, you could hear him say that. It's science.
No, actually, when outside of the comedy, because it is hilarious, I'm sure he didn't do that. And if he did do that, what the F? What else? Yeah, okay, you've nothing else to do. Go on a safari or something, bud. Don't be balancing an egg on a nail. But I think there might be greater reckoning behind this as well. If we think about the deviation of the Foucault's pendulum, so I think what he's saying is, let's just take his word for it. I guess we have to, in lots of cases, just take your word for it. Okay, let's accept the story you tell is true. I think he would justify it by saying, because at the equatorial areas, then you have this consistency, and if you go north and south, just like the weight of an ounce of gold or something, as you weigh at the equator, increases or decreases as you vary away from it. Same thing with the ability to balance an egg on a nail. So it's impossible to do it north and south because you have this deviation from a central sort of pivotal north-south equatorial Earth's wobble, Earth spin. Do you know what I mean? So I think in a sense is a greater point to be raised, which actually very interesting, comes back to the Foucault's pendulum. Comes back to the Foucault's pendulum actually behave as they say it does. I think there's a potential that it does to some degree because of the differing forces that are in play in our encompassed enclosed environment. You know what I mean? And some energy flow in certain directions. But yeah, very good. That's hilarious. That was hilarious.
Yeah, don't fall for it, brothers and sisters. He's going to have flat earthers balancing eggs on nails all over the place saying, look, I can do it here, and I'm not on the equator. It doesn't prove anything, so don't fall for it.
You can balance stuff anywhere, just Reese. You can balance stuff anywhere. Have you seen the people that go to the lake beds and they balance those rocks like all together in different parts of the world, not even in the.
Of course I have.
Well, then all of that he's balancing an egg on the equator, it doesn't follow.
Yes, it doesn't make any sense.
The black swan to that would be if I can balance an egg on a nail outside of the equator, anywhere in the north or the south, then you're wrong, which they have. So there's no, even Google says it, like they tell you it's, this does not equate the Earth being a globe, or the Earth or the toilet bowl water spinning in one direction in like Australia versus America. Like that's not. That just means people in the north have toilet bowls that spin in one direction and the other in the same household. So that doesn't follow. There's no logic behind it to say.
That's what I'm saying to you. Yes, that's what I'm saying to you, Mayhem. If we take it literally, then it is a massive joke. It doesn't follow. But I think these people are far too clever. So what they're actually referencing, I think, is the variation of the Foucault's pendulum, or if you want to put it in a different way, where the doldrums are located, as opposed to the trade winds north and south. So that's what I think he's referencing.
That's not the problem. Problem is this: type the Coriolis effect on the equator, and you will get at least 20 person making that bullshit on equator. Yeah, and people even don't go. Even if you don't go into that, you will see. Fuck, it's real. Look, and then you will see it's 20 of them showing. That means, of course, it's truth. But nobody's showing that debunk of that it's fake. That it's somewhere down if you scroll in 1,000 video of that,
I know, but listen, you get me wrong here. I don't doubt that. It's literally not true. It's literally bollocks.
No, it's not true because the guy show how it's not true. Yeah, but the guy show how it's not true. You can pull the water in other direction and water will go. It depends. I cannot explain now. Or the bottom, how he used it, but it depends how we'll pull the water inside. Not all. Yeah.
Listen, when we're dealing with reality, right? It's like the character who what was his name again? Who was here today? Sasha. I met him before, and Colonel
Corp something.
Colonel,
I don't know.
Okay, we'll remember it again. But yeah, the same. I met him before, so he's coming in, and he's a good opponent. Okay, he has his own character, but the point is that he's transparent. He can't answer the basic questions, but we do know that there's a reality in place. So in a sense, we have to entertain that he might be giving us clues, or there might be clues there pertaining to the true nature of our reality. And let me just ask you this: would you agree, or in general, about the direction of hurricanes and north and south of the equator? It seems that the equator is some sort of divide in our restricted sense. But is that true? Would you agree that the stars spin in an opposing direction as we go, seemingly in an opposing direction as we go further and further south around a southern central pivotal, which is an opposition to the northern rotation?
I don't know where is north, where is south. That's my problem.
Well, south is everywhere. In reality, south is everywhere, of course. You have to entertain lots of different possibilities, but in a flat earth sense, south is everything away from north, because everything pivots. So just think of a pizza.
Yeah, but where is north?
Everything goes away.
Where is north?
Well, that's another great question. Where I reckon, and it could be a trick, I'm always and ever alert to that I'm wrong, and I've been following the clues, but it's always an inversion. But we're led to Polaris, and I'm happy enough that north is Polaris because there's a central emanation at Polaris, and everything is referenced in relation to that. It's like a dartboard. Lay a dartboard over the pizza Earth, and you got the bullseye at the north. And then it's like whatever energy is shooting upwards from there, creating the barriers, like a fountain's cross section, or like an eyeball. Actually, when I consider what's beneath. But yeah, that's the north reference. That's the north reference there. The south is actually beneath us. Whatever is going on beneath us, I think the south is there, but yeah, everything else then, in relation to what the ballers talk about, south and flat versus flat earth, the south is everything away from that north pivotal point, like a dartboard and all the spines, like the spokes of a wheel. Yeah.
My problem is I don't want to imagine that. I don't know. I don't know how it's how the stars are passing in the time where it's night here in UK. I don't know what is going on when it's dark in Australia,
Right.
you know, because I don't know where is Australia in comparison to UK. How I can know? Nobody knows.
Yes, that's the problem, though. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say though the conversation that we're having right now is like the same issue that people have because they want to lay a stake and a claim on where they know how everything is. So like even asking you, Joshua, you're gonna say something in reference to like what you know from like flat Earth and your investigations and all that stuff, right? Like just a combined knowledge of like everything you've got so far. You're gonna put the north in the
It
center.
gets too deep. Yeah, I understand.
Well, I'm saying you're gonna put the north in the center like everybody else would, like in like the flat Earth understanding. They're gonna put it right in the center. But then again, Sasha and with me and with everybody else, when we ask the question, how do you know that?
Okay.
But even
I could give you information.
Even if we assume that north now position of the continents is the problem, you know.
Yes, yes.
Saying that is the case, right? That the north positioning or where a compass reads is wherever north is, like with the cardinal direction, that's north. Are we saying that north, that magnetic north, is being taught to us or we're seeing it on the compass, right? That's north over there. Are we saying that magnetic point to north never changes? That it's always going to be static? It's static and never moves?
No, I'm not saying that.
That's not. Okay.
We're certainly not saying that.
So we're not saying that north is static. We're saying that it moves.
Yes,
right?
It's a reference point, but it does move, yes.
So it does move. So here's the interesting thing. People in the flat earth conversations think that north is static. It's the center of the round pizza earth.
Ooh, mayhem. This is you'll be able to appreciate my new Mandela effect. I'm not going to call it Mandela effect genuinely, but I will reference the Mandela effect. So here we go, just based on what you just said there. I've said this. Mandela effect. So, Polaris, is it in the center where everything revolves around? This is what lots of flat earthers believed at the start. Or was it moving? This is a flat earth specific Mandela effect, right? Was it moving in tiny little circles just like the rest of the adjacent stars were around seemingly a central pivot? Or here's the latest one, as is recorded, and we can all test for ourselves, and we can always test for ourselves. It moves in massive circles, 0.75 of the degree. In other words, from the central and northern and southern axis, imaginary axis, it moves 1.5 times the sun's diameter around the central pivotal point.
Yeah. I guess get this, man. It's blown your mind even more than that. Do you know that they are even claiming that the sun, even in the heliocentric model, is not the center of the solar system? Do you know that? Do you know that?
No, I don't think I
know if you know that.
Is it Barak comes into it, doesn't it, somewhere? But go on.
It's the Barry Center. It's the Barry Center, and the Barry Center is the central point, not the sun. They would say that because so here's the kind of I guess the understanding from like a elementary version. They're saying that the sun is the center because it's so massive that its gravitational pull is yanking everything into itself, so basically causing all the planets and everything to kind of like rotate around it. You see the example with the big bowling ball on a rubber sheet, and they throw all these other little balls. So they're trying to tell you how gravity works, right? But the weird thing about it is that the sun is not the center of the solar system. It is not. It itself is going around something in the heliocentric discussion, like when they talk about it. So
now here we go. Here we go. Just hearing that for the first time, I can get why they say this because they're constantly evolving their story. So every action has equal opposite reaction. So the sun itself is not immovable because remember what did they say? Our sun is Mayhem, just an average old star. You have much bigger. Just go in anyone in YouTube and just compare our sun
what was their comparison?
versus known suns in the universe.
What was their comparison to that? Like how did they ever get to another sun and said, look at this sun? See how in comparison to that sun, our sun is not as big.
Right, so I actually think this goes hand in hand with the decision to have Polaris now, not just stationary at the center, right? But not just moving in small circles, but moving in massive circles, so 0.75 degrees, which is 1.5 times the perceived diameter of the sun. Right, or the moon, which have the same 0.5 degree angular resolution to the observer. But here's my point. I think, yes, what they're doing, constantly evolving their story. So now what they're saying is even within the static system itself, every action is equal and opposite reaction. So the effects of all the planets, massive as some of them are, and distant as some of them are, will take that sun, the central emanation, off of its central balance, central position, and have it itself rotating around a greater axis. Very good. Same thing they've done with Polaris. That's excellent. Now
this is what they don't know, and so they're spewing rhetoric that when you actually start telling them, you guys are saying something. Do you know that the atmosphere extends way past the moon? Do you actually know that the sun isn't the center of the solar system? And when you start saying all these things, they're like, no, you're wrong. That's not like they don't teach you that in school. But that is what they. When you start looking
spoilers seriously anymore, Mayhem.
No, I'm just saying like the current rhetoric saying that, but I'm saying all of that to kind of back your understanding.
They present.
Let me just say this real quick, so like with Polaris going around in that circle, and I would say that people are saying that Polaris is the center of the north. So that's 90 degrees underneath Polaris. That would be you'd be right at the center of the pizza of the azimuthal equidistant projection map, right? So 90 degrees right underneath that, you'd be directly underneath. That'd be the center. But then again, you were saying, and what you can observe in the night sky is that Polaris is actually rotating around there's nothing there, but I mean, its movement is also noticed. That it's not static in one specific central point. It's an actual moving in a tiny semicircle movement.
This is why they have to establish a geographical north.
Right, but
to establish a static reference point, ideal as it is, but it's still a static reference because they know that the source of Polaris, which is ground level, this is my own thought. They know that it's the thing that moves around. All there is the magnetic axis. We're on a flat plane, if you want to think of it like that.
So if the magnetic north moves, then how is there somewhere static we're pointing to and saying that's the north? If you go straight that way, you're never going to have any deviation from going a specific direction. And you live on a pizza-shaped Earth, where the continents are splayed out, on the flat Earth side of things, right? So that's the north, it's the center, and it doesn't move, it's static, that's where you're going to go, you're always going to go there. So, and I'm saying, though, if we're all agreeing that the north does move, the magnetic north, like when you have your compass, it moves.
Oh, I brought this up, Mayhem. I brought it as a stickler to the bowlers. Hang on, they were telling me this. I'm talking about Jem Panda's crew. I'm talking about the guy that was in here today. I don't remember his name. Whatever. These are all the best that the opposition has to offer. Make no bones about it. They are greater than Neil deGrasse Tyson. They're greater than Einstein and Newton. I'm telling you, because they know much more, and they're also acting in unison. So they're the opposition in its entirety. Yes, that's exactly what I said to them. So you telling me that in hundreds of years of navigation, if not thousands of years of navigation, although that's a different matter, they talk about a North Star not being the central reference point, and I have my own dispute of that, which is very interesting as well. But here's my point. Are you telling me, though, that as I'm trying to navigate from island to island in the fjords of Norway somewhere, or just somewhere up north near Iceland, or something like that, that I can't rely on the fixity of the North Pole or the North Polar Polaris star, because that's all there is, right? There's the dark black sea, there is the skylights. Are you telling me that because that moves at, what is it, a radius of 0.75 degrees on a nightly basis around a central axis, I'll be able to find a port or a harbour 50 miles away? They're caught by the balls in so many ways, man. They really are.
You can use them. You can use them. Definitely, the stars are able to be used to navigate, and they're cyclical in nature. So they're always going to have a repeating cycle every year. So that's what you're going to get with the stars. You're going to get patterns that can be reliable. You can chart them out. They're easy to use as far as like when you're navigating, but of course when you go farther south, it gets more complicated. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But the saying that they're static, that they you know what I mean, like if I'm saying that the north, magnetic north, it never changes. It's always going to be in the same place at the same time every time. Like it doesn't. That wouldn't follow. You know what I mean? Like this magnetic, as people are describing it, is on the move.
That's my whole point. Yeah, that's my whole point, Mayhem. Maybe I'll have to explain this further. We get more into detail of this, because it's a killer for the globe. It's a killer for all of them, and I've already killed it back in a different forum. But that's my whole point. Polaris has to be viewed as the fixity. Doesn't Whitsitt say that he looked through the Georgia Guidestones, and there's this sort of tube, and you can see Polaris in its fixed spot. So what is the truth? Does Polaris move? Not move for flat earthers. Does it move small circles like the rest of the skylights in your vicinity moves in larger circles, or does it move in massive fucking, excuse my language, circles around this same central pivot?
Yeah, it might have a small movement, but it does move. That's the issue. It might have movement. It's not going to move very much, but it still moves.
Oh, this is my point. Officially now, go Wikipedia it. I was so shocked when they told me, hang on, this has always been the case, that Polaris moves not just in a tiny recognizable circle, but a massive recognizable circle. So in other words, create your central northern axis and get something the size of the sun and a half again, and then that's the circle of radius that they Polaris moves around on a nightly observable basis. This is madness. This is madness to me.
Heliocentric tomfoolery will get you to think those kind of thoughts.
That's the official story. Go and look it up on Wikipedia, and they say you can clarify this for yourself.
But it's a heliocentric mindset, with the stars being millions of light years away, and it's a lot more involved as to why they're going to say that type of thing versus like what we're saying from our vantage point of everything being an enclosed system. We're not going to say things like that, and we can't basically abide by. What we can do is see what we see at night, and then with the observations, we're going to be saying, okay, well, this is what I witnessed. Everybody can witness the same thing I can. Not the claim.
I'm saying this, Mayhem, though, that if it gets on Wikipedia, right, everyone is capable of clarifying these things. If it gets on there, so something as simple as a North Star, if you observe it over the course of the night, I'm sure any of us haven't. I have never done that. I know where the North Star is. I know it's located. But they're going to say to you now that if you observe it over the course of the night, once you identify the central pivotal axis of all of the rotating stars around, because obviously they're going to say it refers to the Earth and its rotational aspect, they're going to tell you that Polaris has always moved on this arc of 0.75 degrees. This is what I'm saying about the Mandela effect. This is what I actually think if you go out and do that, you'll be able to see that it actually does move to that degree. And I think this is referencing her new reality in a sense.
You can't see an entire rotation. The only thing you're seeing is like a semicircle at best. You'd probably only at the very best.
That's
get like maybe 16 hours of like nighttime to see, but you won't see a full 24-hour completed circle.
But you can extrapolate that and turn the skylights out for the rest of the half circle. But the point is, though, this is actually very important. It is really important because, not only now, once again, as you mentioned, flat earthers who should know better. I'm not saying they should know better. They do know better than to take the spinning ball literally. But yes, Polaris is not only not at the center, and not only is it just doing tiny circles around or very, very close to the center, it's at this massive 1.5 times the diameter of the sun as we perceive the angular degree of the sun in the sky away from the central pivotal axis, and it does that on a daily nightly basis, according to them. That's mad. That is so mad I can't even express it. And if that's a flat Earth Mandela effect, Effie man effect, Effie man F. Here's the uncanny part. I actually hold now that it's probably true. It's probably true, but only because there's different things happening with our current reality. And the ball earthers are always, or the narrative is always sort of accommodating or dealing with the latest deliverances. And Nathan Show and some of the excellent talk and work that they have done over the years, they know that the powers that be are reacting to some of the stuff that they have to say. And it's the same thing in other forums as well, in Tim Osmond's IPS fakeologist forums. They know that remember, we are all possibly the most important players in all of this. You know what I mean? And all of the stars of the world, in a sense, are looking on at we can talk about openly and freely, and they can't because they're immersed in some sort of NDA or something like that, or other contract. That's the way I look at it. Honest to goodness. I have much more to say about why I'm sort of the bridge, in a sense, between both sides. I can understand that what the ball has to say is metaphor. You have to, if you take it literally, fair enough, that's your initial step. But understanding then that the greater mind, the collective mind, if you want, behind the greater deliverance, then the onus is on your mind, the individual heart. Feel it in your gut, friends, to decode what some other fucker, excuse me, I don't mean that in a bad way, some other effer knows and you don't, and he's pretending not to know. That's what I would say. It's a mad venture, Mayhem, isn't it? It's a mad venture. Is it worthwhile at the end of the day? I should think so. Wait till we come to terms. That's what I reckon. What's the Revelation, as you asked me, chapter 9, verse 11? God's spirit will be spread upon the world, mayhem, or the world, mayhem. Is that predicted? The spirit of God, the spirit of truth. The spirit of truth is spread throughout the earth for all to gather.
My dishes, but yeah, the verse exclaims that he will pour out in the last days. He will pour out his spirit unto all flesh. But the flesh that he's going to be pouring it out is going to be receiving the truth of creation. So it's not going to be like people are going to be just without the understanding. You know, even though the spirit is poured out. So it's called the spirit of truth, right? And in reference to like what the truth is. Yeah. So the ones who truth resides with, that's who you understand. That's where the spirit was poured out over. The people who receive the truth, not the ones who are just blasphemers and like, why would you pour out a spirit over those people? You know what I mean? Like, so in the last, more and more people, like even just the time where people started to realize the truth of creation, there was a ramping up of like how many people started to realize outside of like a religious denominational mindset. Like this doesn't only happen to like just one specific denominational Christian sect, let's say, because like even the term Christian was not something that was brought into the mindset of people who follow after the God. So it was more of the just people who associated themselves with, and I think the biblical context says that people were mocked. They were called little Christ or Christians. Like it was a derogatory term to be called a Christian. And so like that's kind of the thing people picked up and they started to call it Christianity and all that. But it was a derogatory term. It's like turning something that's derogatory into something positive. It's just, I don't know how that was. People in those days were calling themselves a part of the way. The sense of being in a group, when the group collected themselves together, they were called the way. And so that's what they were known for, or as, excuse me. So the group was known as the way. It wasn't known as Christians or Christianity. That was like what they claimed that they called themselves. Even as a derogatory term, they labeled themselves Christians.
What I would say, what I would say to that, Bud, is remember I gave you different context, and this is a great different context. Imagine now Einstein, I'm not going to say below your level, but in essence, yes. If you're a genuine man, you should have been able to decode Einstein. So a character is placed in the past to deliver a certain story, but an encoded story. I would say that, and I think you would agree as well, or actually, would you? All of humankind are born into the spirit and likeness of the Creator. So everything is almost pre-established, but that potential within all of us is there to, you're going to say transcend, yeah, maybe. Let something die and let something be born again. That's the spirit and the soul within us, or the understanding within us. So do you know what I mean? Maybe, see, the way I look at it, right, is no judgment, no prejudgment whatsoever. So see, I guess it's about seeing the good or the potential in everyone, because people might surprise us. But let me ask you this, Mayhem. Do you hold that there's no collective mind in a sense? All there is throughout your life and your experience, your pathway, is your mind and your interpretation and your following. Would you say that safely? You know what I mean? Okay, if you're hesitant in answering, I will just say yes. I think that is the necessary condition we're all born into. But once we come away from heliocentrism or heliocentrism, the material world, where nothing matters, that can only be the only philosophy of the heliocentrist, atheistic mindset, is nothing matters. Everything is a distraction, just taking us away from this puzzle or this riddle we're in for 70 or so short years. But coming away from that, then, now I guess we have to see the beauty in everything. We have to see the beauty in everyone, because we're all of the same kind. We all have the same potential, and if there's judgment involved, then what do? You have to leave that to the Creator, because the Creator knows better, knows best. You know what I mean?
Speaking the words of truth convict the human heart of their wrongdoing. So when you speak truth in any form, shape, or fashion, people are convicted. So if you say that the earth is flat and stationary and they claim that it's not, what happens to their heart? It becomes pricked, right? It's pricked because you're just like telling them something that's true, and they're blatantly going against it because they believe something else. So when
Do you know what you said is true to them? Do you know what you said is true to them?
Yes, absolutely. We stand on everything in God's creation to be true. Like we hold it self-evident to ourselves. We understand this. There's a truth to God's creation. I mentioned this before, that can't be negated by human, concepts. So if I'm saying that the Earth is a globe, convexity to the surface, then there needs to be a way that we can agree that we've measured and we understood, and we can rationalize this within our senses. We're not just going to say, well, outside of my senses, it is a globe, but you just have to go into a place where, they make up a story into space and then look down and then voila, there's a globe. But you don't get that from your senses here on Earth. So what it is self-evident as, it's not a globe.
Yeah. It's not a globe. Yeah. So how the globe is literally given. Okay.
Yeah. So how can you go wrong? That's the truth. So when you speak that truth, it pricks them to their heart. They don't know how to deal with it. Just like, no, you're wrong. You're stupid, and you're a caveman or whatever. They start calling you all kinds of things. But then you're like, yeah, but you're gonna have to bring some evidence that it's contrary to what we understand it to be with our senses.
Weren't we them, ma'am? Weren't we them? Didn't you object? violently to the suggestion at the beginning?
I mean, honestly, like everybody's different, and I didn't object like the way some of these guys do. I had my turning point when I was like really thinking about it, but I didn't like struggle as some do. Some really, really kick and scream before they actually come to the truth. I mean, they're big babies about it. You know, it's like sometimes you just gotta understand, you know, when you're wrong and take your lumps. You know, because like this truth that we're speaking of, it's not like anyone has to convince anybody about it. You just can go somewhere and find out for yourself. Like, or it's not curving. I don't have to keep telling you every single day that the Earth's flat and stationary. You can go somewhere and find that out for yourself. You know what I mean? Like that's when it becomes apparent to you that you're wrong. Not when we're arguing about it on a Discord. You're just gonna stay here until you are trying to win the argument. And that's not what we're in the business of doing here. Because you're either right or you're wrong. This isn't an agree to disagree position. This isn't like arguing I like pizza and you like hamburgers. This is what is the truth representing itself to you, me, and everybody else as. Is it a globe? No. Doesn't represent that way to you and me. And then, yeah,
this is where the different layers. I've always said this about Sherlock Holmes. We have to be like Sherlock Holmes and understand that there's many different layers, and that's not taken away. Let's not take away from anyone as well. We all go through the process of considering things. It wasn't such a drastic departure from myself as well, but only because I've been prepared. Guess in a sort of a baptism of fire, where 2010 was the first time I ever heard that the possibility that 9/11 there was any conspiracy at all, because I was off the internet when I was here in Ireland. When I moved to England just briefly, someone mentioned it to me, and I didn't. I was going, what the heck, man? Because I followed the official. I have a very individual story actually, but I did follow the official story, and I objected to all the aftermath of 9/11. I couldn't figure what the heck was going on. But here's my point: when I came to conspiracy land after I got back on the internet to 2010, I came to 9/11, I guess, truth, where I'm at right now at it anyway. I'm not going to mention that, but the point is I was prepared for it. But when the topic of flat earth came up then, after looking through many other different conspiracies, chemtrails by Alex Jones, fluoride, I went down to the local, you wouldn't believe some of the things I did. I went down to the local water engineer, and they called the security and everything, but I got to talk to the guy, and I asked him, why are you poisoning my child by putting fluoride in the water? And you know what he said? He said, I know that I'm poisoning your child by putting, and he actually gave me a figure, this number of milligrams to this number of milligrams, because that's their directive. But I know, but I have to do it. If I don't do it, he said to me, and this, honest to God, this is a man saying this to me in this beautiful, beautiful building. It's an ugly, beautiful building, new building, cost millions anyway, in Ennis in Ireland. But he said, yeah, I know I'm poisoning your child, but I have to do it because the government tell me to do it, and if I don't do it, I lose my job. Come on. What the heck? You have a child. Well, we got talking as well. You have a child. Yeah, I know it, and I don't like it. I said, anyway, we finished up our conversation. I went up to the cops and made the report, because that's an admission. They investigated it and nothing came back from it. But I knew nothing would come back from it. But that was a direct admission. But you know what I mean? That's just one of the conspiracy sort of pathways that I followed after coming to awareness, maybe 2010. But I was aware of different things, but not in the same context of conspiracy land. But coming to flat earth is my point. I'm sorry for talking so much, but coming to flat earth, I considered it first about 2000, I say 11, something like that, maybe 2012, but considered it. I never landed there. I just looked into different things. I was over the Flat Earth forums, Flat Earth Society forums. Some excellent stuff there. What they're represented as, I don't know. I haven't been there since, but when I was there anyway, all of these different suggestions were put in place, and there was a debate. There was different characters arguing the point. So it was up to you, the individual, to go figure where you land, right? But my point is ultimately coming to flat earth. Then about late 2013, I landed on the certainty almost that we are on a stationary and by secondary then consideration a flat plane. And ever since then, I'm just happy. I'm definitely happy with that. But the biggest problem then becomes in what the Earth actually is. Which, remember what I mentioned earlier on, Mayhem? We think in pictures, and that's because we have this divine sort of connection, and there's this greater understanding which goes beyond the word or the letter. The letter and the word and the mathematical symbol are all reminders, if you want, of our greater knowledge, our greater knowing. So that's the way I think of it now. But yeah, now we have to paint an alternative picture of what the Earth is, and that's what I was pulling you up on. When you are absolutely sure that the Earth is stationary and flat, you cannot be, because you haven't said what the Earth is. But if you're talking about the surface that we're on, which of course is not the entirety, or it may be, but Earth might be something different again, and I think that's what we have to suggest in opposition to the blue marble. Okay, I sorry for all that elaboration, but I got to the point ultimately. Cheers. And that's so funny you mentioned eyeball Earth as well. Absolutely, I've been talking about eyeball Earth. Or just how if we zoomed away from waters all around, how if we zoomed away and we just looked from a great distance, I think eyeball Earth comes into more significance as to what exactly is going on beneath us, and I don't know. I think that's the greater expansive universe.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Is there anybody else in here? Blue Jumper. Just checking to see if anyone else. Satoshi, Sasha, I know you're here. Just kicking back. It's Saturday. We're just hanging out.
Just getting excited about Speculation Sunday. I think every one of us looks forward to Speculation Sunday. I'm sorry, though. It's not.
The conversations take place. I think we usually have the bigger ones with the speculations. Because everybody has speculations, bro. Let's just be real. Everybody does. You're crazy if you're just only an empiricist and you don't have any way to speculate on what you think the Earth is, and you know what I mean?
Absolutely. And here's the thing, though: there's certain logical sort of steps they're necessary. We have to follow them. I think it's like I make the statement that there's no flat Earth, there's an atheist. That has to be the case. Would you agree? Just based on reasonable, rational, logical sort of considerations alone, it has to be.
I want to say, man, that there's been people that are in here that have been, and the person's not here anymore, I don't think, that were atheists. He was in here, he was an atheist, but he doesn't believe in God, but he believes in flat Earth. So
that's Sean G you're talking about, is it? Or ranty flat Earth?
No, I mean, if you don't know, I probably won't say, but yeah, the person was in here, was an atheist, but still, we would have disputes about that because it was almost blatant, like the necessary antecedent for creation as a creator. We know that, but the person was like, well, we don't need a creator. Well, I'm just thinking, I think Tim, he's not an atheist per se, but I think he just believes that the creator is not like the creator God that we talk about. The creator could be just like the process. The process of
I might actually agree, Mayhem, and in a sense I might agree, but how do we know? I think the bottom line is what I'm saying is that there's a higher power involved, even if there's no separate God or separate higher power that we're all answerable to and subject to. But then at least we have to admit that there's some greater aspect to ourselves that lives on, or that this setting itself has to be outside of our sort of controls, or there has to be, it's inescapable, unavoidable. But so the guy who said that to you, I suspect maybe he's there's many different layers of opposition in play. I think we sort of come to learn these things in a sense, but can't be atheist is a different word, but you can't be outside of the recognition that there's a higher power in play, even if that involves you and all of the rest of us, and we're just splintered out, and together when we die we all come together as the highest power. But there has to be some higher power. There has to be, and I haven't met any genuine flat earthers anyway who don't accept that intrinsically. It's almost like you take that ticket on the door to flat Earth. You know what I mean? It's not a random chaotic occurrence. It is now something specifically designed. But here's my point. When we decide now that this is a natural creation, that's a different matter. And of course, in the sense the Bible tells us this is anything but natural. Ezekiel talks about God giving the orders to the angels to cut down the trees. No? Oh, we ourselves in Genesis 2, interesting why it's 2 and not 1. I remember I mentioned Adam and Eve, or Adam and Evan, but interesting that we are told. You have separated yourself from something.
We save that cutting down the trees with the angels for Speculation Sunday, because I wanted to get into that, but it's too long to get into in this.
Oh, that's okay, but that's just written in the book of Ezekiel.
That's what I mean. Yeah, but just I wanted to elaborate on that because I studied a bit about that.
Nice one. Okay, let's put that aside then. But very good. I have stuff to say about that. But yeah, very good. As I'm looking at a tree outside the window with the V tree, division, the bifurcation, right?
So, yeah, look at. Have you ever and you're pulling me into this? Have you ever seen Devil's Tower from a view from a drone, from a top-down view? Go to YouTube and type in Devil's Tower 4K image, and it shows you like a drone hovering over it. And you know, like if you've ever cut a tree down, like with the chainsaw, you'd see like the wood chips of the tree like on the ground after being cut.
Yeah.
Go ahead and see if you can see something in Devil's Tower, like from a view top looking down.
Fucking hell! I already know what I'm going to see then.
Yeah, go see it. Just go see it.
Nice one. Listen to me here. I've said this. Now we have the Google. Remember. Okay, I'm not going to say remember, but at least bear in mind the possibility that the elites are our friends in a sense. Go on Google Earth, zoom into your own country if you want. Or actually, I suggest to zoom in. I'm in Ireland here, in Éire actually, but King of Éire at your good service, by the way. Nice to meet you. But yeah, zoom in and just go off about a mile or 2 miles off the coast and just quickly zoom around the coast. And by the end of it, if you don't tell me you're living on the stump of a fucking tree, which is what I think that you're talking about as well regarding Devil's Tower, I think there's something wrong with you. And I think you can do the same thing for England. You can do the same thing for, to whatever scale. You can do the same thing to Australia and every successive increasing land area isolated mass.
Also, the idea that Pangea was a reality, like the continental drift. You remember, like if you hear about somebody proposing the idea, and I mean, like I said, we could kind of pocket this for Speculation Sunday, but I was looking at how there's cities that are now underwater. But what if it's not Pangea per se? But what if it's just like the rising of water and lowering of water to reveal land?
You kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, bud? You kidding me?
That's what it is. It's upside down.
Inundated land. Okay, sorry, someone's trying to get in. Go ahead.
It's not the line. It's not the fact that the land itself is moving. It's the fact that it's revealing itself or concealing itself with the water.
Right.
Yes.
Hang on. Someone's trying to get in. Go ahead. Whoever's trying to get in there. Go ahead.
Oh, hey, Pete. It's me.
Jenna. Hello, Jenna.
How are you?
I'm great.
Yeah,
there.
look.
It's a great conversation. Go ahead, there. Go ahead.
Look, you guys. You guys mentioned Devil's Tower, and there's some. Look, we can speculate on that all day. Between is it a tree or is it the Achilles tendon of a massive titan?
Right. Is there a connection between both is the question. We are trees, possibly. Can I reference, actually this is great, Jenna, because I've mentioned this before. Can I reference Mayhem on this one? Is it the Book of Mark? I think it's the Book of Mark, which in Conspiracy World then we're told that all of the other Gospels are sort of taken, that core information, and all of it is taken from the Q documents. But does the Book of Mark talk about how Jesus was asked to heal a blind man, and it was sort of, oh, geez, okay, let me have a look. And then he goes over and he takes some dirt off the ground and he spits on his hand and his palm, very interesting, on his palm, and he rubs it in the eyes, and he asks the guy what he can see. The guy sees, as he stands around, he says, I see men as trees. And then Jesus, obviously, whatever, maybe he got something wrong, but he made some sort of adaptation, and then suddenly he restored his sight to the blind man. But here's my interpretation of it, which is, it's not that Jesus got anything wrong, he just let the guy see too clearly. We are trees. That's
I was gonna say that sounds like alchemy. Here, let me spit my hand and use some dirt and do some weird stuff.
That's the story in the gospel, though, Jenna. And I mean,
right. I know. And look, you guys are gonna probably think I'm crazy, nutso, whatever. But I think that alchemy is like a huge part of like the biblical story. Alchemy, like it's something that we can't exactly do. Like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, like alchemy made the egg, right? Like,
yeah, you got to think about the different ways that, like, what we understand. Like, I'll say this, Jenna, like off of what you're saying. So when you look at like the stories about what the miracles were and what they encumbered things that, like, I would say the laws of nature are being broken, or they're being superseded by something else, like out of nowhere. So just take a look at the fish and the loaves of bread. How can you multiply fish and loaves of bread to feed 5,000 men, not including women and children? So we're talking anywhere in the realm of like 6,000 to 8,000 people.
Yeah, the only explanation is alchemy.
Right.
That's the only explanation I've come to.
That's what I'm saying. But a lot of people today would look at that as being like magic, or it's not magic. There's a certain connotation to, like, when you say the words, right, like magic and such, that they're using like a trick of the eye, like an illusion. This wasn't an illusion; it was a reality. So if you want to see how reality can be used in that way, then he was saying that you're going to be able to perform these things. He was even in the gospel, it says that where Jesus says you'll be able to do things like these and even greater things. So people have the ability to understand.
What do you think about Zeitgeist then, and all that references? That was early doors as well. 9/11.
Yeah, let me just say with what we're talking about in reference to that, like the water into wine, and like these other
providing the energy. Yeah.
So the other things that we can see is emanating from the scripture, like actually something that you can't do, like walking on water. It's almost, how is it physically possible for something to do that? But we understand buoyancy and density in a way that, like, if we were able to tap into like getting something to a state of equilibrium, it could balance itself off of anything. Then that means that you could say that a rock could float on water, let's say.
So are you saying it has to do with basically the energetic frequency, like the raising of the frequency of the personal body? Which would make sense because water has its own frequency. And if you're able to match that same frequency or that neutral ground with water, then I imagine that, somebody of that great alchemical knowledge would be able to walk on water.
Yeah, you could walk on. You could also... It would seem like you're bending the rules of the laws. Like it's not really bending them. It's like using this. So like this guy, I don't know, and you guys might look into this, but was it Nikola Tesla or somebody put like these connections to a book, and they put electrical potential to it? Like they charged that book, and not frying it, but like they made it to where the book was starting to levitate. Like it became lighter than air. Like, did you know that?
I've seen that.
So you can make things. You can make things, and even I'll just say it this way: bees and like beetles, they can flap their wings at such a high resonance that they start to vibrate, and the vibration that they creates like a force field around them, to where even air even air is displaced. So they become like in the middle of air. Their air doesn't affect them anymore.
Right.
Like they fly in the direction. So
Like
it's
mayhem.
like they seem to be going against the laws of nature, where wind
Right.
would be a thing to be dealt with if they're flying through air. But air
because
seems
biologically, okay, I was just going to say, because biologically they're structured, the way that they're structured with their bodies and their wings is really screwed up. Like, those wings aren't going to carry those bodies.
Yeah,
but it doesn't stop them from beating those wings at a frequency that matches the Earth harmonics and allows them to zip, zoom, and fly.
right.
So
And
one second, Mayor. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I'm just elaborating on Jenna's point, because a lot of times people think that you have to bend the rules of reality, and those things aren't bending reality, as we know. The bees are what they're doing. We see them operate in reality as they are, but they're operating at a frequency and at a resonance that's
Right.
higher than a normal state of like even like if you look at hummingbirds the same way. Have you ever seen their heads? Their heads are very still in 3D space or 4D space, and so their bodies are moving all around, and their head stays in like a single position, and it doesn't move.
Yeah,
and they
like a
do that-
gyroscope.
Okay. Let me say this because it comes back to us, right? We are born. Why was Jesus born in a manger? We're born with animal mind. So an animal, the bee, the ant, they will do. I don't have any disrespect for any. I have the ultimate respect. I look at a bird, a simple swallow outside, and look at the things they can do and I can't do. But here's the difference between humanity and animal kind. We are born into this oppressive, divided, fallen state. Okay, and now let me bring it back to flat Earth as well. Anyone who denies gravity, you're foolish. You're foolish in the sense that now we have a different setting. So if there's an opposing force which is unnatural for us coming from above, the only way you can change things is changing your mind about things. And if this is allowed for us along the pathway to a greater, inverted commas, evolution, then we have to understand the oppressive forces which are weighing down our own not only our material body but our spirit as well. Depression, a very great word. Deep impression, this fallen state, but you have the ability, like Andy Dufresne, and potential to rise above that animal, instinctual living. Do you know what I mean? That's, I think, ultimately I think everything ultimately has to connect, especially around now. And that greater vibrational force around us, it's an oppressive force. That's what I think. The sun is not natural. So what you've got to do, in a sense, is not raise your frequency, but have an understanding of this prevailing energy, which is what the bee does instinctively. I mean, the BBC did a documentary about a bee flying across a 30-mile-an-hour crosswind and maintaining a stability equilibrium because it intuitively knows the greater energy, or is built that way as the animal, as the little mechanical bee or something, to know these things. As humankind, this is the great hope for all of us. We are born into animal kind, not knowing shit. The human being is no good in a sense. The baby is cute. In the wild, it's dead as a doorknob. But it's that ability then to rise beyond. And that's why we have to be born again into this greater reckoning. Yeah, very good. Excellent conversation. Thank you. Excellent, Jenna.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you think about an oppressive force from above? The ball earther says that the force of gravity, they've changed it again, Einstein, relativity, and all that, but the force of gravity comes from beneath us. What do you think is an oppressive force?
It's crazy that looking at like the movie Matrix, sometimes to like make references to like the Agent Smith and all that. But then when you take a look at like when there was a scene where Neo and Morpheus were in a dojo, and the dojo was like built, it's a construct of like what the illusion of the Matrix was, but it was a program that was built and designed so that they can like test their strength and their limits within the Matrix. So at some point he was fighting Morpheus, and then Morpheus beat him down, and he walked over to him and he said, "Do you think that's air you're breathing now?" And so he was trying to unlock a potential that that Neo had within him that he only understood from the parameters that were set before him in the reality of the Matrix. So in the reality of the Matrix, there's only set parameters that a person can actually go from. And then there's like the boundaries that can be broken, because that's what he explained it to him. Like, there's limits that can be broken, because it's like there's you and I and everybody else have heard of miracles happen where people get like a superhuman strength. People get the ability to run like increasingly faster than they normally do. Like if, let's say, for instance, if they're being chased by an animal, or just something that they get like these super.
I've got a good example for this, Miggy, to add on to this. There is this tribe that they spend a lot of their time underwater, and they can hold their breath for long amounts of time, like insanely long amounts of time, longer than like any of us can do it. And they'll spend a lot of time underwater holding their breath, just fishing and bringing up stuff. And it's just, it's just like a superhuman ability to be able to stay underwater for that freaking long and to hunt underwater for that long, like they have like bigger spleens or something like that. Like they're literally built different.
Oh, now you mentioned, what do we know the Creator as? The Almighty. So I'm getting back to Neo being the one, as you mentioned that, but the Almighty, and God is the one, right? The Creator is the one. So the AL, Mighty, AL1, when you put the two divided aspects, what do you get? You get alone, ALONE. If everything's encoded in a sense, where are the women in heaven? Where's God's wife? I don't like to think of God without a missus. That's terribly lonely. You can't be doing that. But, that's the kind of man. All one, though. What are we? All two? All four? Are you all for one or all one for all?
You're looking really from a human vantage point. So we think of things as a human would, and then try to look at God as like a human person. But God's not like human person. Okay, he lives outside of the constructs and the confines and parameters of his creation, because he's the creator. We're built like in his image, but we're not like him in the sense of being like him. We are, however, in reference to like who he is and his character, but not in like the actual entity itself. We are not. We're not the God.
The God is the penis and testicles. Is a male.
But what I'm saying is the reason why he created the male and female. That's what the word describes. So male and female. So that he made this dichotomy in creation, so that they could pair each other with one another and then create another living soul. But it wasn't. What I'm saying is, you're trying to then say, well, what is God? Is God the man or the woman? But what if he created both of them? Then he'd have to have the same qualities been able to give to them, and for them to have the qualities that they have.
I agree with you.
But it's not in the sense of having the anatomy.
This is what I've been told, though, by Bible literalists who are flat earthers.
Of course, because everybody looks at it from their own viewpoint. But at the same time, if that were the case, then there would be a need for a wife. Do you know what I mean? But in the instance of what he views his wife as, the wife would be creation. He's the creator, the wife is the creation. He is joined.
The wife is the devil. The wife is the devil, because we're in the midst of God's.
No. So listen. The things that are gonna. He even states it this way, right? All the people, his church, are his wife. Like the church is his wife. He's the head of his church. So, in order for us to be joined together with him, there has to be a cleansing process for his wife to be. Now, for creation and the creator to be joined together, there needs to be a cleansing process. The life that we're living from the point of creation till now has gone through this process because of the fallen state of sin and so forth. So now we're at a state where the cleansing process is about to be finished. And at the finishing process, we're going to be joined together back with the Creator, and then the fruits of that are going to be living life eternal with the Creator.
But Mayhem, you asked for this, did you not? Did you not ask to be divided? And sleep is putting you. Remember, I said the woman was the devil. I don't mean that in any derogatory way. I think it basically represents the evil, or the. I was going to say evil. I'll get onto that, but it represents the material, as we were talking about earlier on. The material. Remember, we were all immersed in heliocentrism for the greater aspect, anyway. Not everyone. Everyone's their own pathway, but in general, we were all immersed in the greater heliocentric. Galactic Big Bang model, which was all about material only. In a sense, does the woman represent the material? She does, but not in a bad way. It's about it in a bifurcation sort of way, a divided sort of way. The tree I was looking out at, I can see it right now. You can see that the main grows from the earth, coming up in one, and then it divides out, a bifurcation. Don't get me started about Alice in Wonderland and the missing chapter, or the omitted chapter from Alice Through the Looking Glass. That's a different matter. But the point being that Eve was the temptress. So what is that? The material. Living in a material world. I am a material girl. It's Mother Earth, right? It's Gaia. And the man is no good without the woman. It's like a jigsaw, the most intricate jigsaw piece you could ever imagine, and the greater puzzle, and there's one piece missing, and there's one hole there. The woman, in a sense, is the whole, and the man is the piece. And you can understand this, in a sense, by just looking at her own genitalia. The woman is the lacking below the heart, right, which is the womb. It's the vacancy, it's the space. The man then is the pulled out solidity, if you want, which is the penis and the testicles. So putting the two together will give us the whole, in a sense. And God, of course, or the Creator, is undivided. That's what Genesis 1, let me just finish by saying this, that's what I think Genesis 1 represents. When God, on day 6, God created man and woman, and it's not Lord God who suddenly appears where there's no distinct gap between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. It seems to be a blend over for our understanding. But I think in inverted commas, or in brackets, what's not said, in the image of God, I could read it, I won't read it, I'll just go in memory. In the image of God created he them, male and female created he them, in brackets, I think in one. So you know what I mean? This combination of the male and female in one, and then Genesis 2 begins when we venture into division, because Adam was bored. He had no mate. It wasn't that he was bored. He had no mate. He had no preparation.
That story, the Adam and Eve, the creation story, is so wild. And I mean, it's, he breathed from dirt, from the dust, and breathed the breath of life into his nostrils. Like, that sounds like alchemy to me. That sounds like creating a human being with the use of alchemical science.
Well, that's so interesting, Jana. Of course, I speak so much, but you have to remember that I've been involved in this arena, and I've also had my own continuous thought process, evolution, I guess, throughout the time. So if I speak so much, please forgive me if I'm a burden on the ear of the listener. But yes, I would say when we come to Genesis 2, notice you suddenly have this distinction between God, Genesis 1, capital G, small d, and then Lord God in capitals from Genesis 2. And there's no sort of distinct division, and there should be a distinct division between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. It sort of leaks into the other. But here's my point. We notice then, in as you talked about the dust, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The dust of what, though? The dust is something of a remnant. It's a detritus. It's something that has of a prior form, has been laid to bear. And of course then in Genesis 2 we get to hear about all of the precious metals, the precious stones. They're listed out, and this is what Lord God is lording over. So I think these are clues for us, and it's about, establishing it's about the phoenix, in a sense. What are the ashes of? What are the dust? What is the dust of? What was the prior form that has been stopped? That has been transformed. That's a good. What's the prior form that has been transformed?
Now, I know this may or may not be canonical to the scripture, but there's something called the It's the first and second book of Adam and Eve. Quite interesting.
Oh, I read it. I was actually going to quote it earlier on. I know him, Jenna. I know him, Jenna.
Repeat. It's quite interesting. It even says something about how Adam and Eve, they really thought that they were walking the earth alone for a long time, and things were very scary for them. They were very weird. They were afraid of the sun. Adam killed himself a couple times. God brought him back and was like, nope, this is how it has to be. They stumbled, that it says that they had stumbled upon some beings that appeared to have already been established on the earth before they even got there.
So unbelievable. I'm going to post. I'm going to post exactly what you're talking about, Jenna. And the reason I was going to the why that's so funny is because I was going to mention earlier on, in the darkest of times, God has promised us in these books. That was my reference. That's why I was going to post it. God has promised us reunification with Him and the Garden of Eden in 5,500 years or 5.5 thousand years. I've already thought about the Twin Towers in 9/11 in New York, which are 110. And I do ask the question, if you have 3 of the same kind and you make 6 of the same kind, you divide or multiply. 110 is, what is it, twice or is it half of 55? But very interesting. I'm going to post that. I'm going to post the books you're talking about here. And audiobooks.
I've already got them. I'm on it.
Flat Water, Flat Earth reads them out. Brilliant, yeah. Okay.
I've already got them in the chat. I'm fast on that.
Thank you, Gemma. Thank you, Gemma. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Water, flat.
I'm also going to post the. I'm also going to post the pre-Adamite Bible study with that. I've got a couple pre-Adamite details here. These are incredible, absolutely incredible. And these are just, like I said, read them, okay?
Yeah,
ponder
listen to them.
on them.
Don't read them. Listen to them, Jana.
Read them, listen to them, ponder on them. What does it say to your soul?
There's a great.
I love that. Slavery has awakened.
There you go. Hang on. That's what it said. Listen. Don't read them. We did no time. Ain't nobody got time for reading anymore. Yeah, you listen to them now. When you read, I always said this to my son, my beautiful Steve, that when you read, that you have to read the same thing, a limited thing, 3 times. First time, just familiarizing yourself with the text itself. Second time, you're just becoming more sort of proficient at reading it and also reading it to yourself. But the third time, then you're taking in a greater sort of awareness or a greater cognition to what's been said. But you can do away with all of that by 2 of those out of the 3 by just looking at the audiobooks with the proper context in mind. You're no longer looking or listening to nursery rhymes, Alice in Wonderland as children's stories. They are stories for us. They are stories of the greater times, tide and times that we're in. So yes, audiobooks. I posted a link to the audiobook, and Jenna maybe posted a link to the real book, but that you can read. But yes, that's how I would just encourage. Lie in your bed in a quiet room and put the audio on the backdrop. That's what it was presented to you for. Now you can do away with the other obstacles and just get straight to the point.
These 2 right here that I just posted in the live chat. These are great. These I recommend not only listening but watching, because there's some amazing descriptions in here with like the sperm and the egg, the Ouroboros around the cell, talking about locust to the pit and stuff like that. It's your whole DNA, everything, and it's amazing. It's biblically accurate. Parts 1 and 2 right here. So if anyone wants to save that to their YouTube playlist and give them a watch, they're quite fascinating.
Jenna, brilliant, dear. And I would say, right, this is honestly where I'm at. I am Adam. You are Eve. That's what I would say. It's a story of all of us. Your story is pertinent and particular to you. but it is an inner story and is an external story. So yeah, it does. You know, the imagination is boundless, but if there's no application, then we end up in well, La La Land, which is where the spinning ball earth has taken us at every level, right, Jenna? But the point is that it's like you know, you have to apply it to yourself, and I mean that with the utmost respect. And I'm not telling anyone anything. I'm not just coming up with these expressions right now for anyone listening. I'm just saying I've considered all of these things over a long period, but that's my reckoning at this particular point. And of course I could be wrong, and I might be wrong. I probably am definitely wrong in a greater setting, but in terms of how we gauge all of this information now, does it apply to us ourselves? And I say yes. There's a basic divide, male and female. If you're a male, then you have to be a male. If you're a female, you're a female. You can't just cut off your boobs or cut off your tackle to be transferred, because there's a different relationship all the way up and all the way around between the male and the female, especially in the brain, and especially then in the more generative, guttural areas. But
W.
Okay.
W.
That's all I'm trying to say. That the story is, it's now. Don't separate yourself from the story by putting your imagination back in the past. See the greater impression of God, which is that's an ever lasting story, and that is within us. Within that divide as well. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Thank you.
Do you take the Bible more literal or metaphorical?
The Bible is full of analogies, more than it is metaphors. There are a lot of metaphors and there are a lot of parables, but it's a book full of analogies, and there's a lot of stuff that is just plain. It's literal. It is as it is. The Bible is full of that, and you have to use your own discernment and your better judgment, and really, you know, I'd say pray about it, you know, and open yourself up, and you will receive those answers as to what's what in the Bible.
What was one, if you don't mind me asking, what was, if you say, okay, what was one thing that is, what can you vouch for that really happened historically from the Bible story?
Everything that's happening right now.
That's just a general question.
Yeah, a lot of what's happening right now, right? Like biblically accurate things that have been verified, like like Sodom and Gomorrah, or the top of Mount Sinai, the fire, it's all burnt at the top of Mount Sinai. What else was it? Noah's Ark.
Moses parting the seas as well.
Say that again?
Moses parting the seas.
Yeah. There are
if you go to the Red Sea and you like scientists have found chariots and bones like layered all under the seas.
Yes, so I like that you brought that up, because they had been looking in the wrong place for a long time, and then they were like, well, let's take our venture a few miles over this way to this part of the sea where they found bones and like gold chariot wheels and things like that. It's just amazing.
But Jenna,
amazing.
Here's my issue with that. I think James Cameron was involved in one. I saw it years ago before I was a flat earther. And I was going, okay, well, that's something else, isn't it? But New World I place myself in is a construct. It's anything is capable of being fabricated to establish a supporting narrative. That's honestly the way I think of it. And is it impossible for them to fabricate a site like this and make it sort of gel with the historical tale? Can I just say this to you? Let me just say this, right? Very, very, very significant. No Forest of Flat Earth, massive transformative video for not just me, for lots of other people back in, I think, about 2016. People forget about the second video, which is also promoted heavily by main flat earthers at the time, Antonio Subarats particularly. And actually I asked Antonio after I was talking to him, how can we never mention the second video, the follow-on from No Forest and Flat Earth? And he denied even promoting it, but I remember, I have a great memory. But anyway, the point that was mentioned in there was the likes of one of the points was the pyramids were of recent origin, and they were sort of poured sandstone or concrete or something like that, and they were just attributed. The mystery about Egypt is how could they create the pyramids with the technology that was accepted at the time 2,000 years ago, right? But if it was all sort of fabricated according to some sort of greater story, greater will, that's a different matter. But Antonio denied that was the story. But it's the same thing with the Wailing Wall. The Wailing Wall was mentioned in the same video. Again, this is the follow-on video to No Forest and Flat Earth. Groundbreaking video, honest to God, brilliant. But the Wailing Wall was built seemingly around the same time, about 200 or 300 years, 300 years ago in Egypt, as it was in Israel. I will just mention one other thing as well, as we take everything into consideration. What was his name? The Globe, or the official Ramsey, was James Ramsey, the guy who was who just always taken on sidekicks and anything unscientific, but he looked into Nazareth. I think not James Ramsey. I think of his name. I think he's dead now, but I think we all know he offered $1 million to sort of prove him wrong. And if anyway, he looked into Nazareth and the birthplace of Jesus, and it seems that it never existed. It never existed at the time. There's no historical record at all. So that there's a fabricated story in play. I guess that comes to our own reckoning, our own mind set to be able to determine what the fuck is what and what the fuck isn't. Forgive my language. I think you know.
Well, things change over time. That's the thing. Many things change over time. Not everything is the same as it was before, and not everything is always the same as well. So you have to understand that as well.
They build cities for ISIS in the Arizona desert. They faked the Mars, the moon landing in the same similar place. They did the same thing with the Mars setting. They can fake anything, and I'm not saying it's so, but remember the people who gave us this. How I remember seeing that documentary back in 2006 or something like that. It was on mainstream channels, and it was by James Cameron or maybe Steven Spielberg or something like that. But some predominant movie director was going through all of the Bible. Moses onwards and the plagues and all that, and I heard the mention of the Red Sea that was included in it, where at a particular isthmus in the area itself, it is possible that all the tides went out at such a drastic level that it exposed the land and it made it possible to transfer. But the point I'm trying to make is, okay, it's justifying some sort of biblical story by who? By movie directors, though. So we can take that. That's the immediate. Okay, let me just say this. As we come to Flat Earth, the Bible literalists are waiting at the door of Flat Earth for us. If it's all a prepared arena, and well, the script writers are many scenes ahead. Let's put it like that. I'm not saying it's so or not, but just consider it as the individual who's listening.
Okay, real quick, I'm gonna interrupt. We have Water Aqua that asks, did Flat Earth create slavery? Water Aqua, if you'd like to mic up, we can absolutely have a conversation about this. What's up, Miggy?
Hello, can you guys hear me? I might be breaking up because I'm in a intermittent zone. I'm on the move. Yeah, so was that guy in our chat? The one you just mentioned?
Yeah, Water Aqua is in our chat in the live stream voice text, or the live stream text, and they said, did Flat Earth create slavery? Which is really silly, actually, but I'd like for this person to mic up so that we can talk about it. How did Flat Earth...
As he mics up...
How did Flat Earth create slavery? Hold up. And then we've got RTM... Yeah, don't be trolling in this chat, you guys. If you want to mic up and talk about it, we can talk about it. But if you're going to troll here in the VC text, then that's not going to be accepted. I'm sorry. Please, mic up and we can talk about it.
I just want to say, Jen, just as Miggy jumped in there, or Mayhem jumped in, Miggy's on the move. Miggy's on the move. Miggy's on the move.
Freaking dodo, dude. So if anything, He's a Jodoto. So if anybody's listening right now, just as Jenna was saying,
Oh no, you're roboting. You're roboting, Miggy.
It's better done over. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
If you want, I mean, I don't know if you can text it out and I'll read it off. If you could voice to text it out in the chat and I'll read it off.
I'll just wait till I'm over this dead zone.
Send the smoke. Send the smoke signals.
He's going to readdress something that I was saying.
Yeah, how do smoke signals work, Sasha, on the globe Earth, right?
I don't know. That's the problem also, yeah.
Oh, now it's over here. Shit, it's over here.
Can you imagine one Indian guy is making smoke signals and saying, okay, there is the curvature, refraction, rotation, okay.
Can you imagine? Okay, listen, bud. I'm not going to do. I could do the piss take, but I won't do it because we're in sensitive times. But can you imagine it? The greater expanse of the Arizona wild, the Wild West. But yeah, send up a circle piece. Send up what do you call it? An oval or an ellipse? War. Okay, very good. But the Indians, dumbasses, weren't aware of perspective. So from the distance at the other mountain, when the other guy sent up a circle, it looked like an ellipse, and then there was war.
Elevation angles for Indians, you know.
That's so funny.
Hi, Sasha.
Hi. Somebody need to make me with Indians and smoke signals and all stuff. You know.
Like shit. How do we find them? And the Earth is moving.
There's two Indian tribes 100 miles apart, and there's only clear flat plateau in between, and one sends up a circle, and the guy is, oh well, how does this look? You perfect circle, boss. And then from the other side up, due to perspective, you're looking at it at an acute angle, so it looks like an ellipse. Has stretched out sort of okay. Okay, sorry about that. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Misunderstanding. I think misunderstandings have led to most wars in history.
So Jenna, you weren't here yesterday with the clown show that was telling us about the balancing an egg on a nail.
I was here. My ears were on. There was a lot going on, so I couldn't join in the VC. But I heard that crap, and then I think it was Creation Bear that played the clip about, or somebody played it. I read it about how it does not prove anything.
Yeah, there was that guy, and then there was the other guy.
Then you guys had a cube earther in there.
Yeah.
Cube earther?
Yeah, Miggy.
Yeah, there was a cube earther in there. He was like, "Hold on, I need you." His feelings were on high. Oh, go ahead, Sasha.
Yeah, flat earther, but cube earther.
Yeah, it was really weird. It was really weird. He was like, my feelings. He came in very emotional. He was like, you guys are being
I have a model. I have that picture.
Yeah, and he goes, hold on, wait a second. I gotta make my picture in Photoshop to show you proof.
Maybe that's the model.
Well, it's interesting though. We have to take. What about the corners of the Earth? Look at Mark Sargent, Sasha, and Jenna, and Mickey.
I'm not looking Mark Sargent. I'm sorry. I'm not looking Mark Sargent
at the corners of the Earth.
I'm not looking Mark Sargent from the day 2. It's all right if he's, I don't know, keeping some people or getting some people, but for me it's wrong way because he has a model. Okay, if he wants to do like that, it's all right, but. Okay, but for example, my best friend who never look into this issue, my best friend, I told that he will look if I told him. He doesn't want to look into that. He asked me, "Do you know what is Mark Sargent?" And I said, "Yes, I know." That was enough for me. What do you know about Mark? That means that it's somehow it's like something is wrong with that. That means that he doesn't like something about Mark Sargent, even if he didn't look into I'm telling you, yeah.
Sasha, I have much more to say about that, and I can appreciate that completely. What I was trying to reference, though, is ultimately the map of choice, and we can talk about that at a different time. Mark Sargent is a clue giver, as I've come to reckon. He was a prepper, so Mark Sargent, Prepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, reference to the Beatles. But this image, which was his map of choice, which is so once again, yeah, I can appreciate it, and you'll appreciate it then. This is what I was making reference to. Why the heck would any new flat earther make that their map of choice when there's curves all around? Surely you should have some sort of, even a pizza.
People are looking for people are looking for answers as it is with, like, okay, so the earth isn't a globe. All right, we get that. So now what can we say about the earth? And we need to look for some. You hear that the flat earthers always saying this, and so when you have flat earthers wanting something to conjure up, then you have people that start making these maps and these models of what the earth is. Well, we can run with this, can't we? I mean, this is good enough. And so they take these maps and models and then pit them against like these pseudo intellects, and like debate for them. Why their
Sasha's point is, Mayhem. That's what Sasha's point is. So his friend, who he tried to get to take the flat earth seriously, referenced Mark Sargent and his I'm not going to say
Pete,
obnoxious.
Pete, look at like this. That model what he has, it's showing approximately in my imagination. Let's say ice wall. Then you have a dome. Is that right?
Right.
But from let's say from the shore of the ice wall to the dome, you can imagine that watching the map, what you have 200, 300 miles, 400 miles, not more.
Oh, I mean, I'm not sure if you've considered this before. This is there for decoding. There's actually two barriers encoded within this, and it's actually everything is inverted. So we know that the Earth's surface is.
No, I'm telling you how model look like. Model looks like that. You can see that kind of shaped dome container, but that is somehow near to the shore of that ice wall. To understand it, you can see that.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do understand.
But now my question will be: what if is that like a 10 times further that what is that model showing, or 100 times further?
Yeah, where the sky dome touches the earth. Like how about that being farther than what they're, because like it looks like from the vantage point of looking at that specific model that the ice wall to where the dome touching the ground is very close, like attainable, like reachable. So it doesn't put the dome touching the ground at a far distance away. It puts it super close, like it's just like a stone's throw. You can take like a 10-mile hike and there you go, you touch the dome.
But if you're looking for a representation, look at, I don't know if you've zoomed in and are taking note of this representation. We can see that all of the land curves, right? So we can see that North America there, just take the blue of North America and South America. South America, we can see, or at least it appears to curve. What I'm trying to say, I actually much more to say about this. We can understand that the Earth is flat. So is this saying something about the barriers above us? I think it is, and this is why Mark Sargent. Can I just made this his map of choice? The roulette. This is called the roulette. Orlando, Fear Goes Sun. Okay, maybe there's a clue in there, but the roulette table also the figures add up. Mark mentioned this the last time. Up to 666, so maybe it could be seen a different way. Well, the reason I mentioned that was ultimately about the angels and the four corners of the earth in response to the cube earth representation that was presented and laughed at. So as we look at this in a different sense, maybe I'm finished now, in the biblical sense, now we can look for the mirroring in a different way between the angels telling the truth. But go ahead.
Pete, if you make a big cube, like a container, if you make a big cylinder, if you make a big pyramid, you can get that with let's say some kind of circular flat that things what is going on the sky, but the container you only need to make the big one and it's inside, and all what is happening in that sky, what we don't know what it is and how it's doing, and you see the shape of the dome only from the ground, but the container could be any kind of shape. Even the cube, yes, but not small one. maybe bigger one.
Right. I agree with you there. But it's not as. Do you think, Sasha, genuinely, right? Do you think that it's beyond our ability to come to terms with, in terms of being able to appreciate the true nature of the surface we're on and what's above us, maybe potentially what's below us? Is that beyond our ability to be able to come to terms with, or do you think it's potentially within our possibility to encompass within our mind?
It's so easy. Look at this. We have that Antarctica Treaty. We don't know what is and how that looks like. That means that we still don't know. And people are saying, "Yeah, that is the continent, and it looks like that." No, we don't know. Still we don't know that thing, we will don't know anything about surface. At least that thing's not going to the space. That means all the shore around, if we find out, I don't know how, or if we can find out, not even shore, then we need to go inside. Can we do that? I don't know. But if we do that, then we can speak something.
Right. And here's the conundrum we find ourselves in, and who is the enemy here? Are we deserted by God, or are we encompassed by God? And we have the ability, because we transcend the material. Is the material world there for our sort of embracing and surpassing? I think maybe yes. But we have to follow the clues, like Mark Sargent said. Mark Sargent told us, and Simon Shack, who solved 9/11, told us as well. Very good.
Pete, they are saying that they sent the vehicle on the Mars. Is that true?
Of course, it's not true, literally.
Yeah, but they are saying that they send it there, that vehicle. How that? What that vehicle is doing? What is the conditions on the Mars? Is that cold, warm, what?
See, it's obviously bullshit, but the thing is, the way I look at it...
I want to ask you, can you imagine, we have that vehicle, we have that kind of vehicle. We cannot send that vehicle on Antarctica to go because it's cold. Do you understand me? We have the vehicle to go on the Mars. We cannot send the vehicle in the center of the ice or for somewhere or whatever to explore.
I understand that years ago, but it's all this. What I think is happening is a revelation, a revealing of the hoax, the deception. So only a blind man now, especially in these times, with due attention paid, will believe that fucking man landed on the moon, or satellites are real, or any of the imagery from Mars is genuine. This is sort of beyond, this is what I'm saying, this is beyond flat earth. Anything obvious is fucking obvious, friends. There's no doubting about it. Don't think yourself a genius. I'm not saying this to you, Sasha. I'm saying this to all of us, myself included.
I'm not saying
it's obvious to take an opposing
Can I say, I'm not saying let's go to the Antarctica, but Antarctica is the point. Because we can show the surface and everything, and then people can realize that there is no sphere. That's all right. But the how the Earth itself, how Earth realm, how that look like, nobody can know if we don't go there. What we think that it's something or whatever you want to think.
That's fair enough. The point I was trying to make is there a greater script laid out? And all the clues are presented before us because we are the one player, Sasha. You are the predominant placeholder in a sense. That's the path I've been on. I know there's a greater significance between all of us and a greater higher power. So I look at all of this as a series of clues. I mentioned already earlier on, Admiral Byrd was a clue about land, and Operation Gemini, Starfish Prime, another very interesting word, and Operation Fishbowl were giving us clues about what's going on. So I think that the truth is delivered to us, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. That's a different setting than from my reality. There's nothing or no thing new under Aristarchus or under the sun. That's the way I look at it. And I'm set in that way. I'm set in that concrete way. The best you can do is put the pieces together as an individual and use your own inimitable connection and wonder and beauty to the divine. That's what I would say.
I will tell you my personal opinion. This is my for me, it will be the person or whatever person. I don't know who will go there, but it will be Antarctica, nothing else. Nobody will make a rocket or whatever. And I think will be, if is that possible. I'm still, I don't know if is that possible to do, but if it's possible to cross or go somewhere that to find out or realize or whatever, I don't know, to save in the verb, what is that land or wall or whatever, you know, or more ice or more cold or blah blah blah.
But what does that matter to you? Remember,
because
we came to Admiral first. That's why I mentioned Admiral Byrd.
For example, if you go,
let me just say, Sasha, that's why I mentioned Admiral Byrd, and also I could mention Infinite Plane Society. Tim Osman, OZMAN, immediately referenced the Infinite Plane, delve from beyond Imaginary Curve, call for exploration. We can go down to Antarctica. I don't give a fuck what's happening in Antarctica. What do I care? I haven't been anywhere in the world, so there's other place I want to go before delving back there. If there's any truth to be had about that, well, let it be revealed. But here's my thinking in terms of this greater game, and it's all about inversions, mirrors, everything topsy-turvy, upside down. Focus taken away from the north, but funnily enough, we're giving our clues. Admiral Byrd also made a venture to the north, but apparently he faked his trip. If you just go in Wikipedia and you don't believe me, Admiral Byrd, Richard E. Byrd, Dick E. Byrd, not a Dickie Byrd. Again, I view it as a game of clues. We're reading a script like a Sherlock Holmes, Agatha Christie novel. We're reading the game of clues. We're blind at the start, but once we get to the end of it, all of the different clues from the very outset will make a greater sense. That's just my own particular way of looking at it. So focus at the north. Go north, Mr.
Yeah, so what he's basically saying, without saying too much, is that we can create vehicles to go on the roughest terrain in the universe. You have vehicles that can travel into Mars. So this is what he's saying, Pete. We have vehicles that can actually go in the roughest of terrain that the universe has to throw at us.
And roughest conditions.
We have the brightest minds to actually focus on making these vehicles possible for working on planets with lowest oxygen and all these kind of things, right? So it's impervious to a lot of the elements, right? But yet we can create a vehicle that can go and travel over Antarctica because of the weather that we have here on Earth. So the harshest place on Earth is more inhospitable to technology than any other place in the universe, where you could send rovers to and lunar landers and all kinds of junk. But yet the Antarctica is a place that's more taboo than those places. How weird is that? Like, you know, and we have the brightest minds here, mind you, that can develop technology and go there, versus like where Admiral Byrd was taking like the old tech, right? Diesel engines and so on. You know, a propeller engine planes that would not be able to function in cold weather. It's like, why, with all the technology that we have today, be able to explore the Earth in a way that would be unparalleled to like old technology?
We have drones, man. We have drones.
Mayhem. They're not saying that they can't do that. They're just saying they're clearing it off limits. So it's not as if we don't believe that they could explore it and mine it and gut it completely. That's not the official story, right? It's like, we could easily do that, but we just
they say that technology doesn't work down there. The fact that these vehicles were stalling out, even diesel engines were gunking up. It's too cold. It's too cold it's too harsh of an environment for any sort of like real technology to take root. Like, you'd have to be like warming up your fuel, and there's a lot of logistical issues with like trying to keep up with staying alive there. And so the places that our bases are on, like McMurdo Station, are like more on the outskirts of being like where Antarctica is, not like the inland part of it. If anybody like would look into that.
Miggy, but not in air on 10 kilometers above the Earth. You know, it's. I think the temperature is the same almost. You don't have this difference because you are now have, you know. For example, if I fly away above in Miami, you know, if in Miami if it's, I don't know, 30 degrees, that doesn't mean that in 10 kilometers it's you know. It's of course it's colder. That means if I flow now over the Switzerland is maybe -5, you know, but it's still in 10 kilometers almost the same like over the Miami. Do you understand that?
Yeah, the weather-wise, yeah, of course. But
but over Antarctica it's also cold, you know. That air over.
the logistical issues, even with Byrd taking the naval fleet down there and having manpower. Like if you had, let's say, if somebody even posed you a hypothetical question, if you had no logistical limits and you had everything that you could take possible to support a campaign to go there and research and study and all that, what would you take and how would it be possible for you to navigate with, like, it would be an astronomical figure for your, like, let's say, monetary value that you'd have to put on, like, making such a campaign, wouldn't you think? I mean, it would be out of this world crazy expensive. You need an icebreaker ship, you need, like, the right equipment. The boat would have to be huge, large enough to support transport vehicles. Like, there's cranes on the ship to carry things over the ice wall, like, just different things logistically that would take a lot of resources and manpower and effort just to make a campaign to go and visit, like, let's say the part of the world where you couldn't visit. You know what I mean? Like, there's
but Miggy, what about navigation to go that 60 degrees, all around like a Captain Cook, and to measure that and to record that and to do one guy and say, look, this is the guy, the Guinness record of blah blah blah.
Yeah, so we've had people that come into this chat, specifically somebody from was it the British naval fleet. One of them came in here and was talking about how they were patrolling beyond the 60th parallel, down to the Falkland Islands. I didn't want to say that wrong, but he was patrolling an area down there that they were establishing as their territory. But also, any ship that would go beyond that, they would have to police. So, and it wasn't just like, okay, let me see your your pass or whatever, you go ahead and go forward. It's like, no, you can't go any farther than this point, because there's an Antarctic treaty. So they were not saying that they were just on a mission, they were also enforcing the Antarctic treaty. So, like, even if you look up on YouTube, the U.S. Navy, what it claims as far as, like, it being, like, able to have surveillance over the waters, they're 100% on watch. They claim that in their propaganda video that they have up, 100% on watch.
But nobody wants to go there.
No, and that's the thing, though. It's like, it's weird, right? Because you're like, well, environmentally, the Antarctic is a very inhospitable place. If you wouldn't want to go there just to go there, it's like you have to think about facing the element of cold weather. And it's not just cold weather like you have, like, in the northern parts of America, where it gets kind of like in the 30s and 40s. We're talking minus 50s. This temperature is so cold, life doesn't exist there except for some penguins, right? It's so incredibly inhospitable that it's like you would die in, like, minutes of being getting exposed to that type of weather. So, that being the case, right, the weather itself is a deterrent. On top of that, you have them saying that it's a protected land, that you can't go there. So there's a bunch of logistical issues when it concerns to, like, people that wants to travel to that location. And let's say just go and explore. You can't do that freely. So it's like, it just becomes more, the thought process that you can actually travel to another planet, like Mars, send a rover there, and you can freely go wherever you want. You can take that rover and you can go to the north, to the south, and just everywhere on that ball planet. But on on this world, you can't go everywhere you want. It's restricted. So, and a lot of people say, well, you'd have companies racing to go find and drill for oil and whatever. Yeah, that's fine. But how is it going to be feasible for that company to establish itself, in a place where their machines are going to be breaking down, they're going to be fighting all these logistical issues. It's going to be a hell of a thing to extract these elements, minerals from there, just so that they can get what they want for their, the company to progress. I don't know. There's a lot more to it than it's just being like you can't go.
Mayhem, let me say this, right? Del from Beyond the Magic Curve was a great influencer, a great man, but that's exactly what he called for. When I was on Del's show. I haven't been there in years now, I guess, at this stage, but I know he's still going. But I was going, what's the point in what was the point in calling for exploration? What are you going to do? Arrange all of these things as you talk about, and look about the difficulty, logistics, the collection. What are you going to do? Arrange all of these things, and then what? Set out and report back to us 2 years later. Outside of all of the logistic problems and everything else, what about the problems of infiltration? What about the problems of government sort of interference or agent or spy interference? What am I going to wait for as the individual for you to report back in 2 years when everything that you're already going to search for has already been established? You know what I mean? This is what Admiral Byrd was about 100 years ago or something like that. So I think I made the point to him, the better thing to do is for all the people to wake up and then demand everything that the people's representatives or the government have come to find out.
Dodo.
And this is our true...
you know the governments are performing surveillance to protect us, right? That's how we pay them.
Yeah, I soon got banned.
No, I wasn't. I was just joking, bro.
No, I soon got banned from Dell's to be on the Imaginary Curve show for saying that, and it's a perfectly reasonable. Of course, it's a bullshit suggestion. Truth of our reality, no matter what we could hope to. Imagine we set the same sort of goal for space or something. Let's collect a rocket, build a rocket, go up to space, and see what we see. They've already done that. The ones who claim to serve us have already done that. So what it requires here ultimately is an awakening of mankind, and then a demanding of all of the information that is known. Because otherwise, there's no purpose to it. The government's whole purpose is negated. Right? And they admit openly then that they're serving private needs, which goes against God's wishes. Maybe not, with the devil being granted. Actually, it's very significant. 9/11 was an inside job. Joe Biden is in presidential status at the minute. But, yes, we're told, according to because I don't believe any of the historicity of it. I don't take anything literally anymore. The book of Job is said to be predating Moses' reckonings with the Genesis, book of Genesis. So maybe that's a clue for us. And I think once we can answer God's questions to Job to some degree, maybe we've progressed. And that's what I'm saying.
Those questions are supposed to be never to be answered, though. They're from a creator's perspective. So he asked them to Job for a reason. Because they're not answerable by any human means. So,
was Job a globe earther? Was Job a globe earther, do you think?
Pete, I'll give you one example, okay? So when he was asking him the question, where were you when I created the foundations of the earth? What could Job respond in an intellectual way to say that he could discover anything about that?
Well, what would you respond?
Well, I'm asking you the question. Like, you need to respond to me. What do you think would be the answer, the correct answer?
Okay, I would, and again, I answer in the form of a question. What would you respond? Imagine putting yourself...
Yeah, but that's not what you do. That's exactly what happens when you try to loyalistically weasel out of... That's a weasel, because that's a weasel answer. That's a weasel... Like, if I wanted to weasel out of the question and not be held accountable for it, I would say that, what you just said.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's be a straight shooter. Let's be a straight shooter, Pete. Let's be a straight shooter when answered the question. If God was to ask you, where were you when I created the foundations of the earth? What would you respond to him?
Okay.
Intellectually, what would you say?
Okay. I think you're very quick to use the derogatory terms. Don't dismiss the weasel. I guess the weasel has its good points as well.
Okay, can you answer my question, though?
Yes, I'm trying to answer, but I'm trying to make the distinction now between us
answer it directly. No, answer it directly.
Hey, bud, I can hear you talking, but I can't hear what you're saying.
All right, answer it directly, Pete. Answer it directly. You'd have to add a
answer it directly. If I was to say okay, let me do that then, as instructed. Okay, my answer would be, I was with you.
No, incorrect. You were not with God, because then you'd have to follow up by saying, how were you with him? Were you there?
Go to the rest of the questions then, bud.
See, Why are you so triggered when it comes to like answering? This is what
I
happens.
heard you shutting me down.
This is what. This is not shutting you down, Pete. This is shutting everybody down. This is your ego death. Everybody's ego death happens right here in this question. An ego death happens or it doesn't happen, and you keep your ego intact.
The Book of Job. I don't even know who you are.
You brought it up. You brought it up, but like here's the reason why
I'm the
people.
one who mentioned it, and I mentioned it for a reason. So let's
Because
take a little bit of time here to get acquainted.
People get upset. They get upset because their ego is stung by this question, and so everybody wants to answer
I gave you
it.
my answer. What's your answer?
I know. I wasn't there. I wouldn't answer because I did not. I cannot answer that unanswerable
Okay,
question.
so my question to you was Job a ball earther? Yes or no?
He was not a ball earther. He was just his information. He was saying was that he is righteous, and so his righteousness standing before God. So like he thought that all the things that were right. Listen, but the context, right, is always the key portion to understanding. So him standing before God and thinking that he's righteous, he felt like he had a case, and he wanted to take his case before God. And so it was. He took his case before God, and the question was asked to him, or actually questioned.
I read the Book of Job, bud. I know the story.
Right. So then the ego death that happened to Job at the moment was that his silence was what spoke volumes. He did not speak. Okay. So it's not that he had an answer; it's that there is no answer. So when you don't have an answer, you need to be silent, right? So like, let's say. The question was asked to you directly. Where were you when God created the foundations of the earth? And then you say arrogantly, I was there. And then everybody's going to be like, oh, you were there? So you know exactly the measurement, the length, breadth, width, height, and depth of the earth. And then all of the things that are contained within, because the foundations were the very beginning of when God put forth movement into like all of things in creation. And this is what happens with everybody with their minds because they want to figure things out. It's like the curiosity of man, right? We want to put a map, a model, some kind of idea. But when all reality, God says, do you know what the whole
Didn't realize.
Or are you just saying?
I thought I was talking to someone else, Mayhem. Sorry, honestly, I didn't realize I was talking to you. I said that.
Yeah, it's me, but it's me that you're speaking to.
Okay, maybe it was your reception. It sounded like someone else. I'm sorry about that, bud. I'm sorry about that, but I hope I would. No.
Listen. And the reason why I go through this is because a lot of people, they don't understand that they have this ego and this arrogance about them when it comes. And I'm not saying you. Okay, I'm speaking to in the entirety of people that think this way. So when people think like this, they feel like they have a claim or a stake in being able to say, I know because this is my speculation or this is what I can think. I can think I'm a person. I can think of whatever I want. But the answerable question to that is unanswerable. That means that you can't say anything. If you don't know, and like what we say in here is I don't know, but even more so, silence is even stronger than that because you shouldn't speak on something you have no knowledge on. Right? Shouldn't that be the way? So Job was in a very humble position before the Creator when asked these certain specific questions about all of creation. He didn't know. And so at the end of all of the discourse with him and God, he said, let me cover my mouth because let me not ever speak again. Like almost as if he took a piece of what was being taught to him at that moment and now he understood his place in creation.
Did he get the answers?
As far as like what it was, no.
He was the answers. God said to Job, gird up your loins. Now, listen, I'm sorry, Mayhem. I didn't know it was you who was coming in there because I remember I was making a reference to 9/11, and it's okay. 9/11 was an inside Job, so I was okay. The book of Job is said to predate the Genesis, authored by Moses, right? So I'm taking this in a greater clue, sort of delivering sense. And now we have to answer. I think this is a challenge for us to answer Lord God's questions to Job. And that's one possibility. We are Job. That's why I asked, was Job a ball earther? Definitely have a more primitive sort of level of understanding than your average flat earther here, which is me and you. And we've already killed Eratosthenes or all of the other contributors.
Yeah, so the implications of the story are that some people, with the arrogance that they have, feel like they have a right and an entitlement to know things. And that arrogance carries them.
Yes, you do.
And that arrogance,
God's Spirit is in all of us.
Listen, this is what I'm saying, though. The arrogance carries the arrogance. What's that?
Our inheritance, God's mind is in all of us, in our hearts.
What I'm saying is that that arrogance of man carries over into like not just globe Earth, but flat Earth and concave Earth and like everything. Or we think things can be known, and we start to lay claim to certain things, as in, well, if the Earth, or excuse me, if the sun and the Earth isn't what they told us, let's discover what they are, because we can discover things, right? And so
you know the Earth is stationary and flat. Tell the truth.
Right,
you know
no,
the
what
Earth
I'm
is
saying.
Stationary and flat, Mayhem.
Yes, I've already said that because it's self-evident. But like the entire
But then you
realm.
know that, and you said man's hubris is in thinking that he can know, and you've already declared something that you know.
Yes, but he's asking. Listen, the questions that were asked to him were specific, weren't they not? Did he specifically ask them obvious things? No, he asked them things that are not known. So did he know where the foundations of the earth? Like that question right there is a question that was to be asked to him because it's not something that's known. It's an unknown.
You read the Bible. Job didn't read the Bible. You've been given the clues, bud. So maybe you.
He didn't. Job didn't have a Bible. Job didn't have a Bible, Pete.
That's
Job
what I'm
did not
saying.
have a Bible.
Hey, Mayhem, take it easy, bud. That's what I'm saying now.
No, I am taking it easy.
You're just
But I'm
a
not gonna-
normal person who's been given
But
the
I'm
word
not
of
going to
God.
take it easy. No, don't tell me not to take it easy. Like that's not what I'm doing here. I'm showing you that the arrogance of man right now has always been this way. It's always been usurping God's understanding of like the knowing and the unknowing. The things that we can know, we do know. Okay, and we can know these things for certain. But the things that we don't know, the unanswerable things, like what is the sun, right? The entire realm of existence. What is that? Are you going to be able to answer that at some point? Absolutely
I can tell
not.
you what the sun is. Why won't you listen to me, Mayhem?
I'm not putting those words in your mouth. I'm saying for the unknown things, Pete. Pete, please pay attention.
I am
For the
paying
unknown.
attention.
Yeah, but I'm
paying
not saying you
attention.
said that, Pete. Pete, I'm not saying you said that. What I'm saying is the unknown things that are said, like the heliocentrists would say that the globe and the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars are all have explanations, right? And that's fine. That's what a globe earther would think. But then on the side of the flat earther, they're like, well, we don't know what those things are, but let's try to see if we can know what they are. That's the difference. The globe earth already gives you an explanation.
Lord God is the ultimate globe earther. Hang on, Matrix. Hang on, Mayhem. Take it easy, Miggy. Right. Lord God is the ultimate globe earther. He is Zanuck on steroids. He is, and the way I look at it, he is, think of the best Kosho. Kosho, a very interesting character. But what I'm trying to say to you that you're not quite accepting, I think, in the proper terms, is your relationship to Job in a much primitive form. Job, as you said, didn't have the Bible. He didn't have the Word of God to go by. He had all these different things. We can take the story literally or otherwise. I prefer to take it otherwise, but a little bit of literality mixed in. But here's my point. You're in a much better position, Miggy, to answer Lord God's questions than Job was now, because now
No, we're not.
Realize,
No, we're not.
Yes, you are. I'm not saying you can answer them, but I'm saying you're in a better position to answer them because the chances are he was a ball earther in the desert in 2,000 years after Greek.
It doesn't matter.
Whatever.
It doesn't matter because the things that are known by God and that are not known by us will always be a mystery to us. And this is the humility that happens when you start to have the ego death. When you don't have that ego death, you're going to pursue these things as if there's still something that can be discovered. And that's fine. If you feel that way, if you honestly feel that way, that's the road that you
teach your child. Would you teach? Let me tell you something. When my child was born, I knew my child was my father. Would you teach your child everything that you ever knew and have more faith in him than you ever had in yourself? I think that's the relationship between the father and the son. Would you hang
but
back?
what does that have to
Would
do
you
with
hold
the
back?
context of what we're saying?
and you become pure like Jesus, then maybe you can see into the mind of the Father with the greater proper context. That's all I'm saying. I'm not diminishing anyone. I'm not taking away from anyone. But if you say that there's things that we cannot know in this life about, well, actually, this is a great distinction, and you actually agree with me here. I think we can know everything about this life because it's a material venture. What the greater mystery lies, can I finish? What the greater mystery lies where within is in what comes beyond or what came before, which is in the greater encompassment of God, which is eternity. It's eternity.
I don't know what tangent that was about, but I wasn't addressing what I said. But either way, I'm sticking to the context of like the arrogance of man would be the same position that Job had. Either side, flat earth or globe earth, I usually see the same kind of pitfalls within both sides, I guess, of this false dichotomy, if it were. That people with the arrogance would like to say, well, we don't know what those things are, but still, I have faith that in the future we'll find out. Like, no, you won't. Because if that were able to be discovered with all technology and things, God would give us the mind to do it. And it's not. Because these things, these mysteries that God has, they're only from a creator's perspective. We don't need to know those things. They're not needed for life and existence in this particular realm that we're in. You don't need to know what the sun's made of to know that it works just fine.
We have ventured into knowledge. Hang on, please, ma'am. We have ventured into, by choice, by free will, the knowledge of good and evil, right? And God said, now you become like us, or like me. Us, I think us, or Elohim references the male and female within God, like the royal we that the queen uses, you know. Did you know I'm king of Era? It's okay, bud. I view every man, woman, and child on this flat, stationary and flat land as the highest authority. And that's a reference. We are all kings and queens. This is why Jesus is the King of Kings, because there's a higher realm that we have awaits us. Let's put it like that. And we know nothing about. Context, we are fools. We are fools. No matter what we can come to recognize about the devil's realm. Well, can we know the devil? That's a question, Mayhem.
The context of what you just said was that we can be just like him. And in context, what that scripture actually read, we can be like him, knowing good and evil. That was the rest of the sentence you didn't complete. But completing it, now you understand the context.
I said that at the start of it, though.
Yeah, but you can be just like you can be just like him, knowing good and evil. So there's a distinction between knowing good and evil. So the thing that he says you can know is good and evil, but he didn't say. But he didn't say. Yeah, what he didn't say in there was that you can be like me, knowing the realm of existence, the entire realm, like, or the foundations of when I created them. Like, he didn't say that.
I understand that, though.
Yeah. So that's the point.
Why do you think I'm referenced 9/11 was an inside job? Do you know, if you go to chapter 9 of Job and read to verse 11? Have you done that before? I
don't know.
Go to the book of Job. And I can read it here if you want me to, but go to Job, chapter 9. Yeah. Go to the book of Job, chapter 9, and read from verse 1 to verse 11. See what that has to say to us. I'm bringing this greater. Hang on, please. Let me just say this. God doesn't speak in the literal, or at least he has his sort of foot in both camps. It's everything is, as Jesus said in the Gospel of Thomas, everything is without and within. So there is this ultimate connection between the external and the internal story. And what I say, at least in terms of my aspirations, I think you get me wrong as well. I'm not a proud man. I'm a humble man, bud. But I'm just trying to explain my story. It's not as if I'm coming up with this or my thoughts for the first time. I'm expressing them, and you might be just hearing them for the first time. But I've not considered these. So don't take it as some sort of hubris or some sort of arrogance or something. That's
Pete, a person that's humble doesn't need to say they're humble. People know that they are. People don't need to say, "Hey, I'm a good person." People know that the person's good.
No,
you don't need to.
Yeah, but hang on, please.
A declaration of who you are doesn't need to be spoken.
But hang on, please. Hang on.
It doesn't need to be spoken. It doesn't. I'm just telling you that this is the truth. A declaration of who you are doesn't need to be spoken by you. It can be understood by everybody who knows you.
I understand that, but the point I was trying to make there when I said that was I'm not just, you're hearing what I have to say for the first time and you're reacting, but it's not as if I'm coming up with all of this sort of stuff and my thoughts off the cuff and I'm just developing them now. I've had to say these things before and I've incorporated them into my own sort of continuous being. So that's all I'm saying about that. I'm not that type of, I'm not trying to oppress you with some sort of greater impression that I have, but I'm trying to make connections at the same time. Yeah. And that's why I mentioned the Book of Job, and 9/11 was an inside Job, and also Joe Biden being in play in here. If we're all immersed in the globe theater or the theater of God, well, God has faith in us to get to certain levels. Sure, we can't understand what comes beyond, but at least we have the ability to, in some terms anyway, to come to reckoning of what's around us. What we know we're not on a globe Earth. Right? Spinning ball Earth is removed now. All the stars become, for me, reflections. Oh, that's a different matter. We're in a different enclosed system. Now, are we equally as blind? I think this is what you're saying, Mickey, is that we've been led into a partial truth, but a greater encompassing truth beyond that, we have no ability to come to terms with. And I don't like that at all.
It's not. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's called ego, Pete. By the way, that's ego. You just identified what it is. That's exactly what it is. You don't like it.
Position, Dan.
A lot of people. No, that's the actual position. People that don't like the fact that the mysteries of this world are not discovered, like what is the moon, what is the sun, what are the stars, like what are they made of? And chasing after those is like chasing after the wind. It doesn't have ego. It's all vanity. It's all vanity because it has nothing to do with life as we know it. It has everything to do with man trying to pursue knowledge just for the sake of pursuing it. There's no end game or end result where it's going to wind up being like that knowledge leads to somebody else's benefit. It doesn't. It's useless information, and people have like
Miggy. Okay, thank you, bud. What do you? Okay. You've been in this arena for a long time. What the fucking hell, Dan, have you... you could be doing so much better with your time. What's your outcome here to anyone who's coming... Someone who's listening tonight and come to recognize that Earth is not a... let me finish. Earth is not a spinning ball. Earth is a flat, extended plane, motionless. What, then, is your motivation for them to continue? Should they not just continue on in the illusion rather than coming to this recognition? Why? Because you say there's nothing else. There's no greater... knowledge.
Are you gonna let me tell you? Are you gonna let me tell you, or are you gonna speak for me?
Go ahead.
All right. So it's a greater revelation that they don't have. So the truth is like something that's self-evident, right? So let's just say the information is already there. They just don't see it. So it's a psychological spell. I don't know what you want to call it, but it's something imposed on everyone who thinks of the Earth as a globe. So they don't realize it. So at the realization. So, I mean, I can try to finish what I'm going to say unless you want to interrupt and say your point again.
Go ahead.
All right. So basically, a person who doesn't know this information is going to be like a babe lost in the woods. With all the information that the globe Earth has, and as far as explanations go, they can explain to you how the sun works, how the moon pulls the waters of the earth, tides, and all. There's a whole bunch of things, right? So when you talk to them, and when I do, right, it's for them to actually realize that all along, the earth has been representing itself to them as what it actually is. So it's just like wake up to the fact that the earth is already exclaiming to you and me and everybody that it's self-evident, that it's what it is. It's not what they think it is. It is what it is. So I'm passionately seeking that every single day when I log on to here. That's what I'm doing. I'm pursuing the truth of the creation that we're in right now. And so by doing that, I'm showing people the way to think about it is not in the way that they've been taught, but in a way that is self-evident. So they don't have to like believe me. I'm not in here to say, you guys have to believe what I'm saying. No, you have to believe whatever it is the earth is displaying itself to you as. And that way, it's not like you take it out of the hands of believing on faith and you put it more into like the really is level, you know, like what it actually is. If it's curvy, it'll be measured. But they don't know that. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, thank you. Fair enough. Let me respond now. And once again, if I become too elongated, I'll try to encompass my point in a brief enough sort of period. Okay, well, time is relative, isn't it, Mickey? If you're having a good time, a minute seems like an hour. Or no, the other way around, isn't it? If you're sitting with a hot stove, an hour seems like a minute. Okay. Okay, my response to you would be, okay, fair enough. But the problem I have, though, is you're talking to me right now, and you're bringing me back to the basic realization that, yes, the spinning ball Earth is a lie, but you're also setting a limitation then when it comes to pursuance of truth. The venture that you're now on, you're saying that is so limited, and you seem to be, according to what I'm gathering from you, you're happy enough just to rest on the limited truth that, as opposed to a spinning ball Earth is stationary and flat. I mean, I don't know where to go with that then.
You don't have to go anywhere with that. You can sit with that and say, you know what? You could look at the moon and just say, wow, what a wonderful mystery that looks like, and the sun as well. And the heavens and the entire Earth realm that you live in, you could look at that as a beautiful mystery and just be happy that there is such a thing in your life that's a mystery and not everything have an explanation. Because living in, and I would say this, there's happiness to be found in mystery. Think about this. If you knew the time and point of where you would actually die, well, that would be the end of your life. And let's say there was an actual date and a time to it. You think you would live life happily?
Yes.
No, you wouldn't. You'd be looking at that date like, oh, here it comes. Oh, it's only a year away.
No, we all have to die, and at least you know something about your death, as opposed to
I know
nothing.
that. No, I know that. But what I'm saying is, you might think it's freedom, but it would be actually enslavement. You would be enslaved to that knowledge. No matter what you do, you try to make
I've
yourself...
mentioned this. 1 second, Miggy. 1 second, bud. This is very pertinent now because I go fundamentally against you. If you found out today you had a week to live, how valuable, how much would you sell a second of your time for? Wouldn't you squeeze everything in? But every man knows he has to die, or she has, mankind, womankind. But we all know we have to die. So what would you do? Is it, according to what you have to say there, you would live less, or would you live more if you knew when you had to die? I think, do you know what I actually think now when you think about it? Because we're encouraged to think in terms of massive time and distance scales, which is the universe and its history as evolution or as evolving. Well, yeah, I think if you knew the date of your death, you would live a much more productive and living and loving life. I think you would absolutely do that. Absolutely.
Yeah, but like, this is all speculation. What in reality, it's all a mystery. So I said
my story is mystery, bud.
No, I'm saying as an example that everybody does sometimes like hear bad news from a doctor and then realize that they only have a short amount of time, and with that short amount of time, either they make the best or the worst of it, right? But like either way on that dichotomy, what happens that something that's discovered, it becomes a burden either way. It's a burden either way. But when it's a mystery and you don't know the time of your exit, then you live life every day like, well, I'm not going to think about it because I don't have to deal with that because it's not.
Hey! Dickhead,
every single moment. I don't know, or I know that moment it's going to be.
Hey! I'm sorry about this now for saying this. If you knew the date of your death, I knew the date of my death, I would not have spent, what is it now? Nearly 10 years. It's even more than 10 years, to 2023. Unbelievable. Remember I said earlier on, I came into sort of conspiracy world thinking. I think everything is preordained, predetermined. But, I know it is actually, but I would say if I knew the date of my death from the start, I would not have spent all of this time here, not just here, just debating with other people, especially bowlers, who I've come to realize that they were all fucking in greater knowledge because they were here from the start. When I entered the arena, they were here giving the same arguments as they're giving today, like the guy who was here today. Let me think of his name. Colonel Proscuous. Okay, I think of his name, but I already encountered him before. I would not waste my time because my time is so precious. But the thing is, if you knew the date of your death, you would also have some sort of grasp on what came before your life and what comes after your life. So that's not part of the greater plan. So therefore, there's a different story in play. And what I would say is, in a sense, all I'm asking, or anything I say, is asking you to consider it. Right, to just consider the opposition. There's nothing certain. We're always in the Socratic mind. We're always asking questions to try and find out the greater answer within a proper context, right? Isn't this the whole thing about science versus pseudoscience, which is what Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser and Anthony Riley and Ranty, well, before he's back, but they all stress, okay, and that's fair enough. That's a step, that's FE 101, the basic level considered. Now, Miggy, honest to goodness, bud, we now appreciate that the Creator is in play and we have a more immediate connection to eternity. So to think in these differing terms than that, there's a different purpose to our life's venture, I think is most productive. And I think it'd be ultimately productive.
That's the deeper knowledge of like actually getting in contact with the Creator versus like, because you go from the physical and the really is level to like the metaphysical and the spiritual side. So when you actually go from like just the milk of what we say in here, from realizing that the earth isn't what they've been claiming from a physical aspect, then you grow up and you graduate, you go into the side where you can actually have conversations about the spiritual. And the spiritual aspect, the metaphysical. What's that?
That's why God gave us the devil. Remember I asked you earlier on what live is backwards?
Oh, and so like just going off the point that I'm saying is like now that you understand that there's a greater aspect to it, just not just at all being physical, that there's also a spiritual side to things. Like, when I mentioned the example of using love, like you can't put love in a cup and then give it to me. There's no way that you can put love in a parameter such as that. It's not physical. It's an emotional state that has been given to all of us so we can understand connections that we have with our pets, with our family, with food that we like. It's a term that we can label
funny enough, one second, Mayhem. Funny enough, Rod, and please don't take my interruptions as sort of disrespect, which is not at all. I get your greater point, but I have a point to make. Funny enough, I disagree with you because this is what they call, or the Christian process of Mass is about, the procedure of Mass. Ultimately, the truth is in a cup. Truth is in a wafer that you take on the tongue. This is the truth of Jesus. This is the truth of God. This is the truth of our greater relationship.
Yeah, but I'm saying, do you believe that you could put love in a cup? Yes. As a person.
Yes.
Okay, so
yes, I do. I do.
What is love then?
Symbolically, I do.
No, not symbolically. I'm talking about literally. Can you put love in a cup?
Yes, you can.
And okay, so what is love that you can put it in a cup? Because if it can be quantified.
Okay, are you prepared for my answer? Are you willing to hear my answer?
Yeah, if it's quantified in a realistic way that I can actually see it in a cup, then yeah, go ahead, tell me.
Okay, not sure now about the sort of limitations here. What we can talk about or what we can't talk about, what crosses the line. Ultimately, I will tell you how you can put love in a cup. Okay, your own idea of love, one's own idea of love, comes or stems from our own origins, which ultimately goes back to the unification of the egg and this sperm. If you think about, so bear with me, if you think about the egg, so think about a condom, right? So think about a flaccid condom as you take it out of the wrapper and put it and lay it on the table or whatever. Now think about inverting it and blowing it up, right? So we have the inversion and we have the original. When the two come together, then the vehicle for the spirit is formed, right? So the idea of love comes into play then as a concept. As a concept, what is true love? There can be no true love in this literal interaction. The only true love can be a mental association with the love of God or the mind of God. So what I would say, how can you put love into a cup? I honestly, and I listen, again, please bear with me. Okay. I don't waste my semen. That is the essence of everything. Now, that's a different topic, right? But it's also on the same point. What is true love? It's the essence of everything. It's the core. It's the heart of everything. And ultimately, this is what it comes back to. Count the amount of times that Revelation 22 references the word come. Once again, I don't mean to be derogatory, insulting, lewd, bawdy. But when it comes back to basics,
you were all those things that you just mentioned. But here's the skinny, right? If you say that that's the case, then how can you give love to your dog in the way you just described? Wouldn't that be gross?
Oh, that's not, no, come on, man. That's a false love. Hang on, please. That's a false love, because you already earlier on dictated that the love that a man has for his child will be great, or a person, a human being has for his child will be greater than the love they have for animals. And I was going to jump in and say, hang on, bud. Okay, no, there's some situations that's not true. A person would give up their life for their animal, their pet, before they would for their family member.
Yeah, well, whatever it is that you say that you describe love as for something or someone, right? What I'm telling you is you cannot put that into a cup and then hand it to someone. It is not something that's tangible. That is my point. Everybody that can.
This is the ritual of mass.
I like how you interrupt me though, Pete. Like I can't finish what I'm saying. Like it should be logical to everybody that thinks about this. It is not tangible. You cannot put it into a cup. And that's why I said you cannot put love into a cup. But if you can, then describe it to me, if it's possible. And the person that tries to says a very a very stumbly way of like trying to put it into a box and try to describe it.
Okay, Mayhem, we're coming up to Easter, right? We're coming up to Easter, the resurrection of Christ. And we have the Easter eggs as well. So it's actually a perfect example I gave with the condom, the flaccid condom, the inversion and the inflation of it with the sperm and the egg. When the two come together, sparks fly, the negative and the positive. This is what hang on, please. This is what we do at Easter time with the Catholic and the Christian Church. We drink the body and the blood of Christ.
Sorry about that, man. Like I had to mute you. Sorry about that. But I can't allow that conversation. You said it once, and I've allowed it that one time, but we can't have it repeated. It's going in a bad direction, but
what is he talking about?
No. But he's got his own mindset on certain things, so I didn't want to.
A nut job.
No. Yeah, I had to put him on pause for now because he's gonna get all of us in trouble with his talk that way.
Yeah, he doesn't know what love is.
What was I just listening to, man? Explain to me exactly, bro. He was talking about putting something inside of a cup.
Yeah, I asked. We're describing like
putting love into a cup.
The material and immaterial, right? So we're talking about like the things that are discovered and known, and the things that are in the spiritual realm, the metaphysical, like things like love, right? The spiritual realm. We can't put it into a cup. If you're able to, then describe what it is. So I was telling him, what is love? Can you put it into a cup? And then he said, yes, you can tangibly put it into a cup. And then he proceeded with his ramblings, and I allowed him that one time to speak, but he started going again, so I can't allow it. Not again.
Explain to me, how do you put love in a cup?
He was trying to explain it, but the first time the attempt was pretty.
I can define love, and after you get my definition of love, guys, you will all know that it's impossible to put love into a cup. So my own definition of love, that love is law, order, and judgment. All these three together. So at home, in a family, when you have a child which you love, that means you teach him the laws of own house as the father, and the mother also teaches him the laws and orders things in the house. And whenever he's doing something wrong, being judged by the parents tell him, hey, you did this the opposite way, it has to be done. Judgment. So yeah, this is what love is. Love is not feeling like sensations, sexual intercourse, and that. No, that's not love. That's carnal pleasure of the flesh. It's totally something else. These people, they are very misled. They are being educated by the porn industry, and this is how this guy was talking. Like, yeah.
So why are we talking about how do you put love in a cup though? What does that have to do with anything? Let's be real, guys.
Yeah, it's a greater. It's a thing that this world is not just material, but it's spiritual as well. Like we're beings of material and spiritual. So if that's true, it's not all material. It's not all tangible. It's not all something that we can quantify and put into a box. Some things are outside of that understanding. So if that's true, right? Because you think that everything can be discovered, like the conversation between me and him before it descended into this, was that everything that can be known is known. What things cannot be known, like the idea of what the sun is, or the moon, or the stars, and that you try to put that into a physical mindset, a tangible one. Then what you do in either flat Earth or globe Earth mindsets is you start to build like these fabrications. And it's like he wants to pursue a greater knowledge of like what else that we can think about these things. And I'm like, I'm happy to say that I only know what I know from the earth that can be discovered. The things that are not able to, like the sun, I don't think I'm ever going to know what it is. And I'm happy with that. I don't have to all my life chase the fact that I'm going to build a rocket and travel to the sun to find out what it is. Like it's a pursuit in futility. But if somebody feels like at some point that's got a greater benefit to humanity, then they're going to pursue it, right? But I don't know to what end. Like, what are they going to grab a piece of the sun, bring it back, and it all of a sudden it cures like hunger, world hunger? You know what I mean? Like, what benefit does it have for us, other than just like this mental, argumentation of like how somebody knows now what the sun is? And, it's like it doesn't have a real benefit. And that's what globe earthers have been used to. Just like being intelligent and saying things like they feel like they're so smart, knowing information that other people have said, in their minds. They created these stories. So yeah, it just all descended. It was a domino effect. It was a conversation that was.
I understand you, Maggie, but when you started explaining, you said about our physical world, the tangible and spiritual. So, and this is where lately I'm having an issue. I don't really believe that the is not tangible. It's just that we are being separated. I really strongly believe I strongly believe.
Breaking up
Can you hear me now? Mic check. Mic check. Am I good now?
I hear you now, but you were breaking up in the middle of what you were saying.
Yes, sorry. So I tend to believe lately that this spiritual, the beings in heaven is actually material, but it's different kind of state of elements, you know. It's mostly made of liquid helium, which is extreme low energy. You know, those are the coldest stuff for us. 0 Kelvin means absolute zero in physics and means no motion. So the smallest fraction above 0 Kelvin actually means motion and existence, matter, physicality. And that's where it starts. But our existence is in a very, very extremely high energetic state. We have like over 273 degrees Kelvin. These are the temperatures we start to feel good, you know. 273 degrees Kelvin temperature starts. And temperatures above that, 1 degree Celsius, it's not painful. It is cold for us to live in that medium, in 1 degree Celsius. But we can make it, yeah. So if we use some sources of energy, additional energy and stuff, we can make it. We can live very comfortably. Celsius. Yeah.
Hey Andy, hold my beer. What's up, dude?
How's it going, Mickey?
Pretty good. You know, it's a beautiful Saturday. It's actually sun's out over here. Nice and clear day in the Midwest.
I was thinking about that dude last night. I was thinking about him this morning. You did a good job of exposing that dude. I'm not sure how many people caught that exactly, but you caught it, and I caught it straight away. But yeah, I was thinking about it like in a weird kind of way, like you know, the ego is a funny thing. I mean, this guy were at LARPA anyway. He got like a McToon challenge for us all. I mean, this guy knew exactly what he was doing. And you knew that as well. I know you knew that. But I was thinking about the ego in like a Facebook profile kind of way. I've thought about this before. And people sort of, they hold this false thing forward. That's what it's like I was thinking about it in that way, and it was really interesting when I was thinking about it, but maybe it won't come out right in the present moment. I don't know. Perhaps sounded better in my head earlier.
Yeah, most of these guys have a facade when they come in here because they want to portray themselves to be agreeable with everyone at the very beginning.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, some might start firing their guns off right up, and those guys you can see because they're wearing their heart on their sleeve, so you don't have to have any guesswork as to what their agenda is. They just think it's flat out crazy, and they're going to tell you. Yeah. They're not gonna pull punches. They're gonna be like, "You guys are freaking idiots." That's all there is to it. And so you know them. You know them because they're representing themselves as who they really are. And a real person like that you can respect because you're like, well, they're being honest. You know, they're not saying they're not thinking it's something. So the guy that comes in here and tries to be so agreeable with everyone. No. Yeah, I agree. I agree with your point and your point over there. I agree with that one too. You I agree with as well. And it's like, come on, dude, that's a bit much. No one's like that. And then when you're approaching it like a business meeting, I think you're missing the point. Because when we're just people on this earth having a conversation, it's like, guys, we're just in a room talking. That's all. But when you're treating it like something that it's not, then you're making this to be out something like, okay, so I got my checklist with me, and I've read some articles and I've seen some videos. I'm good to go now. So let's now have the discussion. It's like you're having a structured discussion, and this is like really you're not letting room for you to answer the question. You're not answering the question. Actually, you're going to be just going off on what you think we want to hear, and then you're going to analyze the conversation, and then you're going to like try to impose divining our thoughts, and it's just going to get crazy from that point, because I hate that. That's what I call a fake person. They're just trying to appease the conversation, and it's like you're not allowing it to happen. Let's hear what you really think. And I'm like, I think, honestly, because they come in here like, well, I'm going to get banned, I'm going to get muted. And it's like the reason why either you say something very lewd in here, like the reason like I muted Josuis just a while ago, or you start going into very visceral, and you can't calm down. But if you're reacting and you say you guys are idiots and stuff, and I'm gonna be like, okay, why do you think we're that? Let's get down to it. But people don't realize we have the allowance to be real in here. Just like don't be a knucklehead, kind of thing. That's the difference.
Yeah, I think what I wanted to say last night, which I didn't, which was something along the lines of, to the audience more than anything, just to say, Miggy might have come off as a bad guy there, but if you see the subtleness, the little thing that was going on underneath the conversation, then what Miggy did was absolutely justified, because he's exposing the snakiest of snakes. You might not have caught it though. That's the thing. So I'm telling you, this is what happened, and this guy showed his real self just for a brief second. That's what happened.
Yeah, you felt the mask slide off, and then his true self was like, "Yeah, is this what you want to hear?" Remember he said that, and I was like,
and the cursing. Don't forget that.
Yeah, he really started leaning into it, and I'm sure like you could just imagine the scene, right? He was in a room where he was away from everybody, his family, and that. But he started to get loud, so he knew his like, like he started to, let's get back to like he started to put the mask back on because he knows that.
But I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I saw that. I actually commented in the YouTube live chat about that, about how you, Miggy, have a way of making people's real side come out. And I've got that mojo too. Some of us have this way of really making somebody show their true colors. They take that mask off, and it's like, haha, there you are. I see you, buddy.
Yeah.
Well, but you didn't even have to do much, because he did it himself.
Well, the people don't understand this that are listening to us. They think we're being. Why you, Miggy? Come on, let's turn it down a notch. But like, you're being too mean to this guy. Like, I in my head, I'm hearing the voices of everybody trying to like reconcile like why I'm being the way that I am with them. They don't understand. I'm painted the villain, and so like that's fine because I won't. I'll take that. I am the villain for now. But I think that needs to happen for people to realize the fact that these guys who come in here, they're not here to be everybody's friend and be agreeable to, I agree with you. That's great. You got a good point over there. You got a good point. No, we don't. You're trying to get along so that you can ask as much things as you can possible. So you can say the weaselly things like, I don't know, guys, what do you think about the sun? Because it could be 93 million miles away. Like, I mean, if you think about it, you want to wait to a point where you can actually say things like that. I'm on to these guys. I know their playbook. They try to be a LARPer. They try to be agreeable. And it's all for the sake of trying to say stupid things like that in the midst of people so they can get people's reactions. It's a mind game, you guys. This is a war for the mind. You don't really know that you're in this battle. But when you start to realize the guys are saying that, it's a mind trick so they can be sitting in here. And the next thing you know, they're like, well, I had a random thought, just like thinking. And so if you think about it, the globe Earth kind of makes sense. And they're having these conversations. You're like, well, the guy's a nice guy, so why would he be malicious? So I'm thinking you might be onto something. You being a good-natured person, not knowing that this guy had it planned all along to kind of come in here and slide in with these like mind tricks, and that's what they do. That's all it is. It's like, and if you don't pick up on that, you're not going to see the reasoning, the method to my madness. It looks like it's all over the place. It's crazy. I'm mayhem, but in all reality, I'm showing you what's behind door number 1. You know what I mean? And it's this guy pretending to be somebody he's not. So
absolutely.
It's troubling. And on the onset, I'm not gonna lie. If I was listening to myself do that to that guy, I would be like, dude, chill. And in my own head. But if I know who I am, I'd be like, well, I know the reason why. Andy, you picked up on it too.
Yeah.
It's you can't put it into words, or you can't explain it to the people. Because even if you did, you're like, dudes, relax. I know what he's doing. Like, just allow it to play out. Because even if you said that, they'll be like, dude, you side with him? Like, are you on his, like, are you also mean? Like, you know what I mean? But then when they hear the mask slide off and the guy who actually becomes who his real character is, then they're like, oh, yeah, okay, I get it now. Like,
it was legendary, dude. You just took it up a notch. You just took the conversation up a notch, and he was like, he just didn't know what to do. And it was just so good. I've listened to loads of these people now. Because on Geos he's a bit more lax with it. He's not as strict, and so you can imagine all the ballers that go on there, and they've all got a similar script. They're all like, oh, by the way, I worked on satellites, or I know a guy who have a guy, and they shoot satellites into the sky all the time, and it's always the same kind of thing, and they're all very nice, and
agreeable.
Oh yeah. And I don't think you're stupid. I don't think you're stupid at all. It's that kind of shit.
Yeah, and that's the shit that that behind what their breath is saying, like, this guy's a freaking idiot. Like, you already know this, Andy. Like, you and I, like, we didn't fall off the turnip truck. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just like we were born yesterday or something. Like, we understand the game. We know what this is all about. People are trying to get a position in our discussion so that they can say stupid things and have a reason to say the idiotic things about the Earth being a globe. They just want us, either they're LARPing or they're just a globe earther who wants to have his, like Matthew Learns, just his moment in the sun to say, I just disagree with you guys because I honestly say that sunsets are the reason. It's like, he's been in this thing for years, the Matthew Learns kind of character. And so he wants to sit in here, and it's like, dude, why are you going to flat earth meetups, man? Go find a hobby. Go do something else. Leave us alone. If you truly don't believe that this is the reality in your life, then go live it with a globe earth mentality. Why would you? To me, it's a big slap in the face, a big disrespect that he goes and does that. And people actually are like, Matthew, what's up, homie? And I'm like, dude, this guy's a freaking snake. Dude, you're going to allow him to sit in your barbecue and eat your chicken? Like, come on, dudes. Like, kick this guy out of the camp. Man. He doesn't need to be here.
Yeah, when they hear about those yoga practitioners, gurus and stuff, like weighing on themselves, they are fine with them. Okay, if they like them, let them be. It's okay. But with us, oh no, we are flat earthers and we know the earth is flat. No, that's not okay to. You guys don't believe in our beliefs. You're not okay.
I've been a study of psychology ever since I started my journey with flat Earth, but it's only enhanced and increased in like the precision to notice somebody just by having a conversation with them. And if I don't peg them right away, it'll take me a little bit more. It might be some time that I'm sitting here listening to them, but I can tell by the way they're speaking and what they say. Like after a while, I've got them pegged. There's a few people on my radar right now that I've been looking at. I've been following them closely, and I won't say their names because I don't speak until I have good enough evidence to actually move on the person. But once I do, it's gonna be like straight picking until the mask slides off. But I would consider them LARPers in our community.
Am I one of them?
There are a few of them. I'm not going to give any names, but what I'm saying is there's a few people in here that I will not name.
Yes,
but
you're one of them.
Yeah, Get Beget. No, honestly, Get Beget, and there's a few other people in the same character as Get Beget, but they truly believe in the things that they say as a reality for them. So I'm not going to say like you're a LARPer. I think you believe what you're saying. Yeah. You talk about the zero viscosity. You know. So, but I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not an expert, but I read the generalities. I went through that, and hey, what I'm saying is not me myself. It's scientific discovery. It's fact, just little facts that we know about it. Now, in liquid helium study, quantum mechanics, low energies, nature, they don't teach us in cheap, ordinary schools. You have to go to advanced, expensive universities to be selected, to have relations, get inside that university and study. You have to be rich.
Funny how that works that way, right? Funny how that works that way, where information should be free to every human.
Yeah.
It feels like there's gatekeepers and keymasters that hold keys to like knowledge that we should all have, and it's just funny that people with the ability to prop up other people in those arenas will give it the power to somebody to speak on like those topics that you're speaking of, Get Beget, and then if you're not that specific authority, then you have no knowledge to speak on those types of things. So it's like
jurisdiction. That's tyranny and dictatorship, like forbidding speak something factual. Sometimes I find myself to speak with some people and I tell them things that I believe on subjects. If something different, which I don't have much knowledge in that field. And I try to explain to them, to tell them how I believe it work and stuff. And then they tell me, oh no, you're wrong. And, oh, why am I wrong? And they explain it to me. Then, okay, if it's important to me, I need to use that information to do something, then I'm gonna go and search and find out what that meant, verify.
So in regards, I'm sorry, Get Beget. Were you finished?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, no, I was gonna say in regards to the guy yesterday, he brought up a few points as far as like his knowledge of academia goes, like what he attained in his schooling, and he was first started to talk about equations and how he learns how to have a sufficient amount of fuel when he's traveling in a vehicle, and so he's going to be like, well, these equations are useful and they're able to be used practically on the Earth. And the Earth that I know I'm traveling on is a globe, the Great Circle course. You guys remember that? The guy yesterday.
No, but he sounds funny, yeah.
Who, Ziggy?
No, the guy after Ziggy, the Irish something or other. His name was the Irish something. But so he started talking. He sounded like well spoken. Okay, he sounded like he knew at least what he knew he was saying from that point. But then he took the knowledge of the secondhand information of the Earth being an oblate spheroid globe or whatever, and then superimposed that over the Earth that he is living on now to then say, well, the equations that work from my knowledge of like traveling on the water, because I think he mentioned that he was like starting to learn about sailing and that. So he said that it works just fine. So therefore, the Great Circle course that he would take from one place to another works, like it does on the globe. So it's like, but he's taking, you know what I mean? The gaps of information where that he's already assuming that the information he learned from the earlier studies of him being like in elementary school that he lives on a globe, and then maybe later on that the model that he says that it works on, it works just fine with the mathematical equations for how much fuel he would need to go to point A to point B. So to him, it's real that it's a globe because it all just makes sense mathematically. But that's the thing, though. It's a mathematical construct. The globe is.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist in reality. You can't take the math and then say, let's measure drop over distance, because you're not gonna. There's no way you're gonna be able to have that.
Well, to these people who make an appeal to mathematics, I like to. Okay, I can make a logical mathematical equation, and to explain how you are father of your own father. You know, because mathematics, you can make equations to actually show this as true. Actually, not true, but it's functional. Like, you can have it on paper. You know, it works on paper. It wouldn't work in reality. Never be. The son cannot exist before the father. That's natural law. But mathematically, yeah, we can time travel, and then means we can become the father of father. So
I mean, look, I respect.
They're rambling through mathematical equations, just like Nikola Tesla was saying.
I respect mathematics. I saw something the other day that they were equating like a sort of equation with musical notes. You know, with musical notes, and I thought it was really cool. And I've listened to these guys and I hold my hands up. If I had to put one subject at the very top of the worst things that I know anything about, maths, or certainly abstract math, I'd put that at the top. But when I listen to these guys talking, my first thing I want to sort of jump in and interject and say, what's maths the cause of? What's maths the cause of?
It causes nothing, man.
Exactly.
That's true. It's just a good language to.
Hey, let me see if I can play that clip. I'm sorry, I was looking for the clip, and I think I have it. It's Irish Stone Wrath was the guy's name. And I don't know if it probably won't play, but if it starts to play, I'm going to skip forward to where we were talking with him, so you can kind of get a glimpse.
Yeah, try on.
Yeah, just give me I don't want to interrupt you when you're talking. That's why I just said that right now.
No problem, Miguel.
Hey, just give me just a little bit. I want to see if it actually works. It's too big of a file. I don't know if it'll play or not.
Go ahead. Take your time.
Let's see. Yeah, I kind of knew that was going to happen. All right, give me a second here. I don't think it's working. I gotta stop it.
Yeah, are you Nitro?
Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah, when you have Nitro, you can play big files and stuff on Discord.
Stop. Funny. Yeah, you guys can continue to talk. If you hear it pop up, then and start talking. Then
no problem, Miggy. No problem.
I was just going to say we're drawn to what we're drawn to. Like Rumi said, we're drawn to what we're drawn to, and I'm not drawn to maths even in the slightest. I'm like, ugh, my mother's great at maths. You ought to see her swap between, she can do the whole matrix, the metric system, and she converts everything from, because I just use the old system.
Yeah.
Inches, meters. She does she could just sort of look up a little bit, and then she'll say, "There's so many pounds in this. There's so many," and I'm like, "What the? I'm lost." She's awesome, but numbers, I don't know. I'm not drawn to numbers. I never were. So I've always been drawn to sort of psychology and what characters interest me. They always have. And
for me, mathematics is tool to good language to almost quantify reality. It doesn't precisely describe reality, mathematics, despite in these pseudosciences like astronomy, astrophysics, they say that mathematics, language, it's not. Mathematics is, we invented it as a means to quantify stuff that we see and feel, touch, measure. But we can never precisely, we can only make wild approximations. We do. Whenever the higher precision measuring grade that we use, we will have a more measure. And when we go into the very, very dimensions, there pops up all sort of different kind of problems, which are not visible naked eye.
But you can start with a false axiom and go wherever you want, right?
Yeah.
So I just see it as any other language, really. But I've always been more drawn to words than numbers. But I do kind of like the sacred geometry of things. That is kind of cool, and I appreciate it. It's just not something I'm not drawn to. I don't know. I can just sort of appreciate it from afar, because if I start to try and play around with numbers or something like that, I just get frustrated, and I'm like, oh. But like, there's plenty of flat earthers out there that are brilliant mathematicians, and the most surprising one is that Michael. I can never remember his second name, but the BattleBot guy.
Yeah.
Michael, can never remember his second name, but he's wolf in sheep clothing, because you think your brain makes one sort of assumption about what his voice sounds like, but man, that dude, he knows his stuff. He really does.
It's still funny. I'm a flat earther. I still watch Star Trek.
Michael J. Smith, I think that's his name.
Oh, Michael J. Smith. It sounds familiar. I think I saw videos. Yeah.
He's forgot more about this subject than I know. There's a guy in the PC check-in called Smedley Butler. Talking of characters, do you know who Smedley Butler was?
No.
He was a general. I think he was about the 50s, somewhere around there. Might be a bit before. He wrote a book called War is a Racket.
World is a Racket?
War. W-A-R.
Oh, war. Yeah, war.
And basically, they tried to recruit him into this shady dealings. And instead of going along with it, he tried to expose the sort of, let's just say, the shadow government.
Yeah.
And took it to the president. And nothing was done, basically. And so he wrote a book called War is a Racket.
These are military secret operations. When you find one and try to reveal it, everybody will ignore it and make a fool of it.
Yeah, I think it just went too deep. I just think it was sort of, it's not something that they could. Yeah, I mean, I'd question whether any president of the United States has actually been legit. Honestly.
Yeah, me too. In my country, European.
It's a nice thought. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, and that guy Tate got arrested in Romania for human trafficking, pedophilia stuff. Giving drugs to children, and recently they took him out of jail, and they allowed him to do house arrest, which in my country is not a normal practice, no. We had no such system like house arrest.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I don't know him that well, but when I first saw him, I thought, oh, this is a guy being pushed by the powers that shouldn't be. So,
yeah, well, he came to Romania and he started doing TikTok videos, advertising Romania, telling the Americans, "Oh, look, this Romania country that you thought about, not what you thought. It's actually a very great country. I drive a Ferrari in Paris, yeah. I stop to a coffee shop, something. I just go order a stay there on the terrace, drink. Nobody cares. People walk by. They don't know who he is. They don't bug him. Yeah. And hey, I was telling him, stop advertising my company. You're a fucking agent, CIA agent.
Yeah.
You are. I know for a fact that you are in Romania doing child trafficking and all this stuff, And guess what? Recently, now when was released from jail arrest, sent to home arrest, some news came out that his father is actually a CIA agent, military, important army. So he's really a CIA.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
I didn't knew it for a fact, And yeah.
Yeah, my first instinct to the guy when I first saw him, I thought, oh, he's being pushed as an influencer, and he certainly shouldn't be. But then a lot of other people were saying, well, he's promoting all the right kinds of stuff, strong men and all this lot, and I'm like, the guy's coming across like a pimp. Men don't need that. Like women don't need some. Crew-cutted feminist. It's the same extreme. But what were I going to say? Oh yeah, he's converted to Islam now, apparently. So if there were one good thing I've heard come out of his gob, it's that. Because although I'm not a fan of organized religion, when you see the men that's produced by Islam, they're pretty solid. They're strong,
Well, actually, Islamic scapegoat for many pedophiles, so it sets them free.
Well, they're not practicing Islam then, quite simply. They're not Muslims. If they're pedophiles, they're not Muslims. You know what I mean? Muslims are peaceful religion.
No, I mean a person that got caught for pedophilia, so he's in jail. If he wants to get out,
right, I see. You're saying he's just saying that
he has to convert to Islamic stuff, and when he becomes a Muslim, he will be released out, and his file will be clean. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Mm. I'm not blaming the Muslim people. You know, I have no problem with them. There's so many good people.
Agreed.
But, they have been also implanted Sikh ideologies and traditions, you know, and it's not the people that are bad, but those teachings that they have been taught. I know that from their own heart, they don't want to be bad people, you know. They seek being good, and it's very hard nowadays to find a school how to be good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a funny thing because I always think like, I don't know the practices, but I've heard they pray like 5 times a day. I was thinking, can you imagine what that does to a person just to have that discipline to pray 5 times a day? Like, I only tend to pray when shit's the fan. I'm a terrible prayer.
Me too. Yeah. But
so I don't know what they exactly pray for, but can you imagine if you just prayed for something different each for the 5 times? So you prayed for, say, gratitude. Gratitude's definitely an underrated thing. And if you just prayed to be grateful, think about what that'd do for you just every day. And it's funny because I'm saying it, but I don't do it. I should do it.
Give thanks to God and glory, you know. Give that to Him. But when you pray, don't pray for the same thing over and over. That is annoying to God, you know. Like those Jews do when they go in Israel to that wall and they bounce their head, you know, and same lines over and over thousands of times every year. That's annoying.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I see him bobbing the head up and down, and I think, oh my gosh. But I don't try and define what God is. And I know there is. I feel a connection to there's something. It's not a thing, of course, but I just don't try and define it because I could point to it maybe, but that's about it. That's the best I can do, and that's after many years of study as well. So I'm a bit wary of anybody that's going to try and define what God is or what it isn't.
Here's the righteous one. You know, he's the only one that is. So these are definition terms that I know for a fact. God of life. But he's much more above all this. He's not bound to anything like us.
I don't feel comfortable even saying he. It could be she, could be an it. I don't know. I don't say he, she, or it.
No, he's he.
He keeps saying he. I don't know that.
Yeah, it's written in the Bible. He.
Oh right. So, God, I had this with Gregory last night. I don't want to do it again, but the fact that you think that's the word of God, that's your opinion.
No, the Bible very specific.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really study up on the Abrahamic religions, but I don't know. I'm not going to argue about what may or may not have happened 2,000 years ago. 200 years ago, maybe.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah, I won't put my hand fire too.
I mean, I said to Gregory yesterday, we have the Bible thanks to the Holy Roman Empire, and he even disagreed with me on that. He was like, "Nope, I didn't think that you could debate that. That's basically objective." And I don't trust anything that came out of that thing, out of that entity. But that's not to say there's not loads of gravy in the Bible. This certainly is. I've seen plenty myself, and I've had other people read it, and I've thought, oh, God, that's so good. And, yeah, plenty of gravy in there for sure.
I don't recommend, I do recommend to read the Bible to people, but don't take it ad literam, to the letter, because it has been tampered.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I don't go with story of Abraham and Isaac, son. I think that character never existed. There is no evidence for his existence, and it's actually a story that has been pasted in to fake the genealogy in the world. In Romania, we have the history of Dacians, and many historians, researchers, and even older times, church monks, priests, they were teaching that Jews are actually the snake people. That's their name. And these snake people, they are very well known in Greek mythology. They are very described. They are the soldier army of Hercules. And they were not made by Zeus, by God. Made by Hercules by defeating the dragon and pulling his teeth out. And when he threw these teeth on the ground, German army, which looked like man, the inside, they looked like men, but they were not men. They had bigger noses and bigger ears than normal men. But much later, these beings, they also got cursed by God, just like man. So if they stop acting, being humans, and they start being human, they will be treated and taken as real humans.
Okay, folks. Guys, get. How's it going? We've got Smedley Butt here.
Yeah, let's bring him in. Hello.
Yes,
Smedley, you should be on mute, bro.
Right. Yeah, Smedley, you've got control of your mic. Smedley, could you give us a voice check to see if your connection's all right?
Check.
Okay. Yeah, it seems reasonable. We'll see.
Right, Sty, take them through something, man. Everybody outside go at least throw the ball back and forth a couple of times, just so we can get down to the nitty gritty.
Well, I mean, I didn't hear most of the conversation that was in check-in, just towards the end of it. So let's just start from the beginning. So
we'll go back to pendulum.
We'll probably get there, no doubt. But I just want to start from start. So Smedley, have you been aware of this topic for some time, or are you relatively new to it? How long have you been looking into the nature of the Earth?
Okay, first of all, let me say that I often have problems with VC. Incoming is fine, but my outgoing usually gets choppy after a while, and it's usually when people are trying to step on me or interrupt me.
Or when you're not listening.
Well, it was a little bit choppy there, but it was listenable. I could understand what you were saying. So, Yeah, how long have you been looking into this? Long or not long, or?
Well, I haven't really been looking into it. As I explained to people a bit earlier, I almost never think about this subject.
Okay.
When I do, I just more or less think that it's sufficiently proven, and I don't engage usually.
Okay. So what was it that made you come to the server today then? You just feel like it?
He got it from another server.
Well, if I don't have to answer, then just let someone else do the talking for me. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead. You can answer.
Okay, I was in another server. Someone mentioned to someone else, hey, you should go here and debate so-and-so. I saw how many users were on the server, and I thought I'd give it a look.
Okay, cool. Well, yeah, we're just here discussing the nature of reality, basically. So it could be interesting if you're able to have decent conversations. So
can we get back to the scientific method then, and how to construct an experiment? Because that was kind of going all over the place because of the problems with connection.
well, we can get back to that. But I mean, before we do get into that, because that was kind of seeming like we're getting to a bit of loggerheads there. Do you understand what it is that the flat Earth, quote unquote, side is saying, Smedley? Like it's not like we're saying it's a disk in space, or it's a flat shape in space, or really trying to replace the globe model as a shape claim. Like we're not saying any of that. We're just saying there's sufficient evidence to show that the Earth is not the globe that they've told us. And we have a lot of questions too, but
for sure.
Yeah, it's. Do you understand that we're not saying it's a disk in space? Kind of what I'm saying.
I understand what.
On you go, bro.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I can understand you, and I can comprehend what you're telling me. Just to assure you, though, I didn't come in here thinking that all flat earthers or whatever, I don't even use that term. I'm just using it because I've heard other people here using it. So I don't just assume that I know what everyone thinks or what they're going to say or what they've said previously. I listen to people. And I respond to what they say, not what I think they say or what I wish they'd said or some imaginary conversation I have with myself.
Excellent. I wish there were more people like you.
But bro, you are saying that, but when we were trying to go through the scientific method, you were just cutting me off and saying, you know what, you know the scientific method. But then we tried to construct an experiment, and you never had a clue.
I disagree with your characterization there that I don't have a clue, and I find your attitude very condescending.
What, bro? Man, 4 or 5 times I went through this with you, man, and you're saying I'm condescending. I'm only repeating myself. What I said to you was, for the first part of any scientific experiment would be seeing something happen in nature. You can't construct some apparatus, then whatever happens in the apparatus, claim that's the observation. You need to make the observation before your hypothesis, before the apparatus is constructed. So that's what we were saying, Foucault, that's not an experiment, bro. You get me this time?
Well, you brought up Foucault, not me.
It was you brought up. It was fucking you that brought up Foucault's pendulum, man. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, that's not what I said. I said pendulum.
You said pendulum.
You said Foucault. You brought up Foucault. You're obsessed with
Foucault. The guy who invented it, bro.
Foucault does not have a monopoly on pendula.
Henry Foucault invented it, bro. So this is what we're talking about, Foucault's pendulum. Even if somebody else does the exact same test, it's still a Foucault's pendulum, because that guy, he was the progenitor, if that's the right word. He made it, and it's
When you're
used
saying-
as
Smedley, when you're saying pendulums as proof of globe, you're referring to some derivative of Foucault's parlor trick.
Well, if that's what you believe, then I guess I can't convince you otherwise.
You mean, whether you want to admit it or not.
We really
That's
don't.
the reality of the situation. When you say pendulums as proof of globe, that's what you're doing. If not, why would you say it?
Actually, what I'm doing is what I tend to do in all of my life, in every aspect of my life, is be logical and use the scientific method. I don't deal with personalities. It doesn't matter to me who claims they did it first. It doesn't matter who gets the credit for it. Science is the science.
What was your best proof of globe? You said pendulums. How do pendulums prove the Earth is a globe?
Okay, the simple explanation is you can use the motion of a pendulum to derive your latitude, which would only be possible on a rotating globe.
Why?
Okay. So this was the bit I came into before. This is the bit I came into before. And Smedley, I wanted to ask you. So, have you got some kind of demonstration or citation of a series of demonstrations of these pendulums that are showing this connection with the latitude? Like, where are you getting that claim from?
I've done it myself.
Okay, so is there a well-known experiment or demonstration of a number of these pendulums being used in the exact same conditions at different latitudes and getting all those results that you could share?
I've done it myself at different latitudes, 2 different locations.
Okay, so loads of other people should have done it as well.
This was part of my education at MIT.
Okay, so if we wanted to look up an experiment showing this that was demonstrated in whatever way, what experiment would we look up?
That kind of depends on, algorithm of whatever platform you're using. It depends on keywords put in by the publisher. Okay, go ahead. Interrupt me. Go ahead.
Well, whatever one you would use or say to someone, look this up, look at these pendulums. They're all being taken in these locations and they're getting these latitudes based on this. What evidence are you pointing to for that? I mean, I know you say you've done it, but there must be something that people can see.
Yes, they can do the experiment themselves.
So has no one else done this and documented it in a public forum that can be checked out?
I can almost guarantee that many people have done it.
Okay, could you show us one of these? Could you get the citation and link it in the text channel so that we can take a look at it?
I cannot. No, I don't have that at hand right now. Sorry.
Okay, well, we can move on to something else then that we can validate or provide some evidence for. So, other than
by performing the experiment.
Can I just cap this? Can I just cap this off by saying that I actually was doing some research on the Foucault's pendulum and the mechanics of it and how it works. And I discovered that it uses magnets. It's electromagnetic switch. They can be turned on or off. If it's off, eventually that pendulum will hang perfectly still.
Right. It's not even just that, but see, during eclipses,
no rotation, no movement to be detected at all.
Jenna,
the mechanics, the way it works, actually. Say that again.
Well, I was just asking you, when you were looking into it, did you find out about the Elias effect, where supposedly during eclipses these pendulums stop and start swinging the opposite way, supposedly?
Yeah, that's not true. It's a switch. There's a manipulatable switch, and it's the mechanics of the pendulum. That's how the pendulum works.
With all due respect to your phenomenal research, the apparatus I used did not involve magnets. It involved a very heavy pendulum on a very long cable that was pouring sand onto the floor.
Right, but when we're asking for any demonstration or evidence of this, you said you can't find any, so we can move on from that.
Well, actually, what I said was I don't have that at hand. If you want me to go and leave this conversation
No.
by
Well,
the
the way
side
it works,
and
the way it
go
works
and
is
look
that
search YouTube until I
hold on.
find an experiment that fits your criteria, then I will do that.
Yeah. Well, listen, the way it works is if you make a claim, then you provide evidence for the claim, right? Just basic discussion, debate type of thing, right? You make a claim, you provide evidence. If you don't provide evidence, the claim can be dismissed. So, no, you don't have to go and get the
Dismiss it
evidence
then.
for your claim. I have. You don't have to get the evidence for your claim, but if you do want to make the claim, then you'll need to get the evidence. So we can move on to another claim, right?
All right.
So
Okay. Just give me as long as it takes to find it, and I'll be silent in the interim. Go ahead. Carry on with your conversation.
Smedley, you don't have to go looking for it just now, bro. We could move on in our conversation, and then you could, if you find it later or tomorrow or whatever, then you could bring that back and have another conversation. So, like, it's no pressure, man.
yeah, it's up to you. We don't mind.
Right. It's up to me, and I've decided that rather than be called a liar, essentially, I will find the evidence that will convince you that the experiments are valid and that other people have done them besides me. Since
It's
you're not
not an
convinced,
experiment, bro.
I will find that
It's not an
evidence, and when I
experiment,
get it,
bro.
I will present it.
It's not an experiment, Smedley.
Hold on. Regardless, right? We're not calling people liars when we say, okay, what's the evidence for your claim? So asking someone for evidence for a claim that they've made, it's not an accusation, it's not a slight against you. It's just basic, this is how we know whether something's valid or not. And you'll understand that. So, I mean, listen, don't take it personally. People come in here making claims all the time, and they're required to give evidence. That's how it works here.
And Smedley, you're knowing that the Earth is a
What
globe.
I understand is that
Smedley,
you have made the
this is
assertive
not me
claim
reading.
that unless I provide evidence of an experiment that I've done myself, that you will dismiss it.
Yeah,
This is
no,
simply
claim
saying that it didn't happen, that I'm a liar.
Wait. No. Listen, Hitchens razor. You're familiar with this? Hitchens razor. Claims made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. It's not personal. It's just logical.
Wait, one moment. I want to ask him a question. Yeah. What's the independent variable in this experiment?
He's not
You
got
did
one, man.
with the
We've already been
pendulum.
through it. There's none.
I asked him. I want
No,
an
but
answer
we've already
from
been
him.
through it we've been through this for fucking 15 minutes, man. He doesn't know technically how to conduct an experiment. So independent variables and stuff like
This is why I
that.
was
He
trying
said
to
that.
move it along.
He said I was
Yeah,
talking
I just
nonsense
want
about
to
the idea.
hear his answer, please.
We've been over this.
It's all right, Pano. We'll wait and see if he comes back with the rest of his thing or not. I mean,
Okay,
if the guy
well,
doesn't want to
what
re-engage, then it doesn't
we've been over is this person whose name I am not familiar with yet has made the assertive claim numerous times that I don't know what the scientific method is and that I can't describe an experiment.
No, bro, you told me that I was taught.
It's
Listen,
absurd and it's
Smedley.
scurrilous, and I'd like you to stop
Smedley.
interrupting me so I can finish my
No, but
sentence.
Smedley,
It's absurd, and it's
you told me
If you
that
let
an
me finish my
independent
sentence.
variable was nonsense. So if you
Okay,
knew the
go ahead
scientific
and
method,
interrupt me then.
listen,
guys,
we'll give
Pano, you need to let him finish his thing because he was in the middle of it.
representing what got said.
It's just going to turn into a shit show if you're just going back and forth on this thing each time. So I don't know, Smedley. Do you want to continue discussing, or are you heading off to find this thing? Because you can put that on pause, and we can move on to a different point and come back to it.
I found it. Where's the link?
So just above this voice channel is live stream voice text. Do you see that channel?
And there you go.
Okay.
Now, after 5 minutes of silence, as you all watch this video, then we continue the conversation.
Well, can you tell me what an independent variable is, seeing as you said I was talking shit when I told you?
Okay, that's a 5-minute video. So I should conclude then that
we heard
all
you,
you
buddy.
will be watching it for the next
Smedley,
5
we heard
minutes,
you.
and that you'll all be silent for 5 minutes while you're watching.
No, we can talk, man. Like, we're not handicapped.
You're dealing with.
I'll also conclude that anyone who continues this conversation before 5 minutes is up has not watched the video and is dismissing evidence that I presented.
It's just exactly the same thing that Fight the Flat Earth does, man. It's exactly the same.
Yeah. Well, people will be checking that out, so don't worry. We can have a look and discuss it. In the meantime, my battery's about to go, so I'll drop off for a little bit, and I'll be back on in a bit.
Cool, sir. So, Smedley. Smedley.
Yes.
Your signal's really bad, bro. Are you on data or something, bro?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I thought so. You probably got better.
I explained that in the beginning of my conversation here.
So we've seen these pendulums, man. If you know somebody called Fight the Flat Earth, he's done one. He hung it from like a huge block of flats, and it literally, I think it was either sand or some kind of grain every time it swung. No, when it was swinging back and forward, it was literally painting like a different angled line all over the paper that was on the floor. But again, how does that prove the Earth is a spinning ball?
It proves it because that would only occur on the surface of a spherical object that is rotating.
Right, but that's affirming the consequent.
One moment.
Bro, wait.
Not that it would only occur. Not that it would only
Yeah,
occur.
sorry. Go ahead.
But that
Go
it
ahead.
would only change predictably in the ways that we see if we're on a rotating.
Weren't you bragging about your perfect logic?
It's breaking up against Med. So
it's not merely the fact that the pendulum swings. It's not merely the fact that the pendulum precesses. It's that it does so predictably in accordance with latitude, which would only be possible on a
Your logic is not as perfect as you claimed it was.
Smedley, you're affirming the consequent, bro. You're claiming this is an effect I see. According to the globe model, this works out, so I'm just going to agree with it. So again, that's no science, bro.
No. What I'm explaining to you is that from what we know of physics, this effect of pendulum precession changing regularly and predictably as you go north and south would only take place on a spherical object. It does not change when you go east and west. It only changes when you go north and south. Now, can you explain that in some other way?
Bro, according to the globe story, so you affirm the consequent and you say that whatever's happening, it goes along with my model. So that you're literally reifying the model and you're affirming the consequent. There's probably other logical fallacies there that I've not even thought of, but that really doesn't help,
you
bro.
have to reify the Earth because the Earth actually is already an object.
I don't agree with that.
What do you mean it's already an object?
Can I make an interjection?
Can you go get?
Thank you. So you're saying that pendulum is going to deflect, yeah? When you swing it, let's say from left to right, and it will deflect like from 9 o'clock with 15 o'clock, it will start swinging towards 16, 10 o'clock, then 17 with 22, yeah? positions.
We
Now,
call that recession.
Yeah,
Term we use.
recession. Yeah. You say this is happening because the globe Earth is spinning. Yeah. So to demonstrate this, you need to stop the globe Earth from spinning, and your pendulum then should be swinging from 9 o'clock, 15 o'clock, without any recession.
No.
Correct? Why not?
That
No.
is not correct. Because
But
it is not. It is not merely the precession of the pendulum that tells us the Earth is a spherical object that we are on the surface of. It is the fact that it changes regularly and predictably as you go north and south, and does not change when you go east and west.
Sir, the claim of Foucault's pendulum precession is that the pendulum is deflecting, its wings are deflecting, start rotating also, because the Earth is rotating system. This is the claim of the Foucault pendulum test.
That is true. However,
Now you're saying something else. You were saying
go ahead,
totally
interrupt me.
something
Go ahead
else.
and interrupt me.
Yeah, I am.
Yes,
you were
please interrupt
saying totally something else.
Thank you for
which,
interrupting me.
Had nothing to do with Foucault's pendulum.
No, you misunderstand. It is not merely that the pendulum deflects, because if there were some other cause, this experiment would reveal that. It would reveal that the pendulum deflection changes or doesn't change in a different way than we actually observe. Now, the fact that we do observe it deflecting in a regular fashion, and that deflection changes as you go north and south and does not change as you go east and west, that, coupled with the precession itself, lends to only one conclusion that makes sense in a physical world.
Okay. Now, I myself debunked Foucault's pendulum. I know it's a scam.
Congratulations.
And I will tell you, I will help you.
When do you claim your Nobel Prize?
No, I don't need the fucking Nobel Prize. I'm not for Nobel Prizes.
Hey, language, please. Language.
Yeah,
language.
sorry. So now, in the Foucault's pendulum, they tell us when we want to do this test, they recommend us to use iron, metal as a weight pendulum, or lead. Yeah. You said you were a MIT engineer, or you studied at MIT, correct?
Yes, I actually received 3 degrees: electrical engineering, computer science, and then later I got a math degree.
Okay, good. Well, as an electrical engineer, you should the electric and magnetic properties of metal lead. Can you tell me the magnetic properties of lead?
I am not an electrical engineer. I am actually retired, and even when I was working in the field, I did not consider myself an electrical engineer.
So you have a master's degree, and from MIT.
No, I have bachelor's in science degrees.
Science degrees.
That's Bachelor of Science. They call it BS.
So what are you, in fact, then? Not getting.
Just
are
a
you
traveler,
an expert?
like you.
Yeah, so you have no knowledge about electric or magnetic properties of lead. But you claim that you are an expert in electricity and magnetic field.
No, I claimed that I have an electrical engineering degree from MIT. And what's the basis of your claim that I have no knowledge about the electromagnetic properties of lead?
Well, can you tell? I asked, what are the magnetic properties of lead? And you didn't. You told me you don't.
What I was doing was objecting to your characterization of me as an electrical engineer, as if that's some high exalted position, and therefore you should bow to my authority. I'm just a man like you.
That's not addressing what he asked you.
Well, no, I'm not considering an authority, but I was trying to take you as an expert. So I just needed to confirm. I asked you if you studied at MIT, you have a degree in electricity, you are literate in this field. Because I asked you about the magnetic properties of lead.
You know what they taught us? If we want to know the properties of an element and we don't know them, they teach us to look it up. That's what I suggest to you.
He's not asking as if he doesn't know, sir. Yeah. He's asking if you know.
Yeah.
Also, it's a rhetorical question.
No, it's a direct question to you to see if you understand the question. It's pretty simple. I mean, it's just a direct question. I'm not sure why this is so difficult.
Well, what do they call a question that you answer?
I mean, bro, you don't have to have the tap dancing shoes on. He just asked if you know the properties of this certain material. Do you or you don't? I don't. I'm willing to say I don't. I'm just going to sit here and learn a thing from Get Be Get, but we're just trying to understand where you stand. But if you're not willing to, if you're not willing to play along, what are you doing?
Well,
it's just called a conversation, right, sir? It's dialogue, right? It's not just a monologue from Get Be Get. It's a back and forth. So if you're not willing to have a back and forth, why are you here?
Well, if it's a rhetorical question, then
it's not a rhetorical question, sir. I already said that it's a direct question. That if it was aimed at me, I would say no, I don't know. So, do you or don't you know?
Is he roboting?
He is roboting, but you're just tap dancing. The question's very clear. I've already answered it, so you don't have to keep tap dancing around. We've all heard the question, so.
The person who asked the question, whether it's rhetorical or if you really want to teach about the
It's okay if you don't want to answer it. That's fine. We can just move on. It's clear. It's pretty obvious you don't want to answer it, and you've kind of already given some hints about not understanding anyway. So you asked for the basis of his claim. I think it's been demonstrated, so we can move forward. Unless you want to amend that somehow by maybe answering the question.
Okay,
I've already stated it's not a rhetorical question, sir. So, you don't have an English comprehension issue, do you?
What's the answer?
I can't even know what this guy's saying. Maybe if you drop... It's not me, I don't think. Somebody else mentioned it. So maybe if you drop out, dude, come back in, that might fix it.
Yeah, it was heavily roboting for me too. But yeah, it's sad when.
First you asked the question. Was it a rhetorical question, or you really answered?
Oh my god, dude! Come on, man. The question's very clear, concise. It's been restated multiple times. You don't have to answer it. We can just move forward. We're not going to continue tap dancing around a very simple question. So we'll just move forward, and you need to reconnect or something. I'm going to disconnect you, so you need to rejoin and see if that helps.
Interesting.
Yeah, I wasn't hearing him any better than you guys. Don't worry. So, dude, yeah.
I thought you had the code, dude. You were like, I'm not sure we can hear this dude.
Yeah. I'm glad you can talk robot.
So, an electrical engineer has no clue about electric or magnetic properties of lead, and lead is a metal often used in connectors, electric connectors. Yeah, the car battery has a lead connector to make contact.
Lead terminals?
Terminals. Yes. So, as an electric engineer, they are not supposed, they have to dream all these properties. They have to know them and recite them like a poem, to us, because they are the experts.
Okay, let's hear your answer to your question. What are the electromagnetic properties of lead? Just lay that out for us real quick.
Yeah, I asked you nice and simple. Do you know what magnetic properties has this metal, lead? What are the magnetic properties of lead? Can you tell me?
Go ahead, give us your answer.
What?
He asks you if you know, just a yes or no. Jesus Christ, man!
Sorry, you had all this time to look it up.
I don't have to look it up. Let's hear your answer. What are the magnetic properties?
Yeah. That's what we're saying to you. Let's hear your answer, sir.
You can't answer your own rhetorical question. Why are you asking it?
Well,
oh my God,
not a rhetorical question. I was discussing with you about the Foucault's pendulum, and in the Foucault's pendulum, they give you instructions how to perform this test, for everyone who wants to do it for themselves at home, So they tell you to use an iron weight for the pendulum or a lead weight for the pendulum. And I asked you what are the properties of this metal, lead? Because lead is a metal.
Okay, so if you don't know the answer to the question, then you want me to educate you. If you do know the answer to the
Sorry, we're not playing. We're not going to play that game. We're not going to do this. Sorry, we're not doing that. You know the question is directed to you, so you've had all this time to look it up or do whatever.
Yeah.
Get a citation. You're not just going to flip it back on Gappy Gat. He will give you the answer, sir. So, no games. We're not playing this game.
Yeah. I don't mind if you look it up on Google and tell me, But once you provide me the
answer, how are you?
No. Sorry, that's not how we're not gonna do it. We're not gonna do it like that. So, that's what we should be saying to you. If you don't know, blah blah blah. No, you're not gonna flip it back on him. So if you don't know, we're just gonna move forward. It's okay. That's your answer. You don't know. We'll move forward. So don't try to wag your finger at us. Okay, you're done.
The Foucault pendulum is swinging inside an electric field and magnetic field. Therefore, you have those recessions. The ground beneath our feet is the negative plane. Gaussian plane, and the sky above our heads, high up, it's the positive Gaussian plane. And in between these planes, there is an electric and magnetic field we exist in. And according to height, elevation, and position, you are a particle charge into that position. The higher you move in the air, you rise, the higher voltage potential increases with altitude.
That is correct. There are electric currents driving the motion of the Earth.
Electrons, negative charges, they go from ground up towards the sky, and positive charges, electrons from the sky, move down towards the ground. And electrons, they move in circular orbits. But it's not orbit like planets, because they are electrons.
All right, I'm not hearing a question here, though. Are you lecturing?
Well, they spin.
Wow.
So
we asked you one question 15 times, and you heard you could. Now you're
those
saying you can't hear
electrons
questions.
are flowing through metals. They are conductors. They conduct electricity.
And let's just be clear here. I was asked one vague question
when
with multiple
positive
different answers.
Electrons flow through that metal when it's swinging, moving inside this electric field, is going to be affected by these electric positive or negative charges taking place between these two planes. And you are never capable to perform this test outside of an electric or magnetic field, because there is no such place in this world.
Or, for that matter, anywhere in the universe.
You don't have a physical proof, evidence, to prove that imaginary infinite universe actually exists. The only thing we can do about the sky is look up with our eyes and see it's a lot of black at night with tiny lights up there. We can take telescope, zoom in, zoom in, wildly zoom in, every year making better, bigger lenses, trying to achieve higher zoom in, higher resolutions and stuff, but you're never gonna be touching them with your eyes.
Well, don't forget radio telescopes. And first of all, are you saying that direct observation
I
is
don't
not
forget
evidence?
radio telescopes, and I know very much also about radio.
Well, all you said was we see points of light, so I just assumed that all you knew about was light.
Sorry?
All you said was when we look up, we see tiny points of light. So I just assumed, since you didn't mention everything that we see, that all you knew about was the light. Well, that's not the case.
So when I look at a star, it's not a light source, or what do you mean?
All you mentioned was the light. And since that's all I know about you is what I've heard you say in this past few minutes we've
Yeah,
been talking,
I
I can only conclude
apologize.
that you know about having a face with light.
Yeah, I apologize for. I did say they are just lights. Yeah, light sources, tiny lights in the sky, the stars. But if you come to us and tell us that the distance to a star is this, then we have problems, because
I
I
didn't
want
do
to
that.
know how. I want to know how did you measure the distance to these stars?
Well, I didn't do that,
Yeah.
first of all. But we can
Okay.
use a phenomenon called parallax to determine the distance to a distant object by observing it from 2 points that are widely separated and using geometry again. Well,
Hey,
trigonometry, I guess.
Smelly Butler, your microphone is really bad. I think it's your connection at the moment. You have a really bad connection to Discord.
He's been in and out many times. It doesn't.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, he's just a shitty connection. I don't know what it
I
is.
gave a caveat when I began this conversation. If you'd like, I can go just communicate strictly through text, and I'll listen.
No, you're good now. Whatever you just did seemed to have cleared it up.
Yeah.
I didn't do anything except talk when no one else was talking, basically.
You're good. You're good. You
Let me
mentioned
ask you a
the
question.
star parallax.
You said, hold on. Let me ask you a question. You say that we don't have any direct evidence of that there's a universe out there. Well, you don't think observation is evidence?
Well, no. I don't see infinite distances.
No, I didn't say infinite. You said infinite before, and you said it again here. But I'm saying, is direct observation considered evidence in your world?
Direct observation is not empirical measurement.
Well, how do we get measurements except by observing?
Sorry?
How do we get measurements except by observing?
We get measurements by using. Listen, we get measurements by using measuring instruments.
Oh, you mean like a telescope?
Telescopes are not measurement instruments. Telescopes are magnification devices. They enhance vision. They expand the sight.
All right, hang on, Geppy. I want to see if somebody else is in. Heretic, are you here? Or Jenna?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you guys want to see if we can have a conversation with the gentleman who's in here? I think it's Smelly Butler.
Yeah, sure. I have to. I only got a couple minutes. I got to step out. Just been kind of listening in, but
okay.
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
Sure. Where are we at here? Did anybody take him to
Sure. Not yet. He's there. Him and Get were discussing making Well, anyway, Smelly Butler was saying making observations of the night sky. We can then, I guess, deduce that we can get to the part where we're knowing the distance of stars and such with observations.
Got to make a lot of assumptions to be able to do that. One of the ones you need.
Yeah, you have to assume that math works.
No, you've also got to assume that the sky is a vacuum next to air pressure here that we're breathing on Earth.
No.
Yeah.
Why is that assumption necessary?
Because there's attenuation of light, right? It can't travel those distances if it's not a vacuum medium.
According to
the inverse square law of light propagation actually
But the very first thing that you need for any of that is the ball, right? The globe. Right? The globe is the basis of that whole outer space paradigm, right?
No.
No, it's not. How do you get to outer space
No.
without a globe?
What do you mean? How do you get to outer space? What are you
Yeah, how do
asking
you get
me?
to that conclusion?
How do you arrive at that conclusion that that the universe exists, or how do you actually physically
No,
go there?
that interpretation of the sky. It's based on the assumption of the Earth being a ball in a vacuum, right?
Well, it's based on what we see.
You see a vacuum in the sky?
No, we see objects in the sky, countless objects.
Well, you see lights and
And
things. How do you
space
even know
is
that
not
they're
a
objects?
vacuum. Everywhere that we've sent probes capable of detecting it, they detect plasma. Plasma is a state of matter. It's the fundamental state of matter, really, and that's what we see in space, not vacuum.
Okay, can you verify the existence of any probe in the assumed outer space vacuum medium?
I cannot.
Yeah, right. So those are just stories, right? That you're just accepting at face value. Why don't we just start here at the ground level, right? We can, because a minute ago you said something. A minute ago you said something about direct observation.
You asked me a question. You asked me if I accept it on face value. No.
You answered.
I accept it based on the fact that I can fold it in with knowledge that I already have gained from empirical research on my own.
Okay,
and
well,
with
let's
in
get to that
conjunction
then.
with
Yeah, let's
so
get
I
to
fold that concept into what I already know, and I conclude that yes, it is plausible to create a device that you can throw up in the air. That is possible.
That's great, because the direct empirical stuff, that's what we're actually looking for. That's what we want to talk about, what you can actually directly observe and verify, right? We don't necessarily want to talk about stories that were handed down to you that you just accept at face value. So let's just put those aside.
Have you ever touched anyone in this?
Yeah,
let's take all the people that are in this voice chat right now. Have you ever touched any of them?
What? Bro,
Have you ever physically touched anyone who's in this VC right now?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Well, if you haven't physically touched them, then you can't possibly know they really exist, right? All this evidence is just circumstantial.
Yeah, it's not an extraordinary claim, though. They're just people on the internet. There's people everywhere. It's not an extraordinary claim to believe there's people on the internet. So why don't we go to what you've actually done to empirically verify any of what you're talking about?
First of all,
can't hear you. Connection's
what is
pretty
this I'm talking about? What is it you think I've said that merits some support?
Well, the existence of the globe in the first place that this whole outer space paradigm is based on would be one of them.
Well, the idea that the universe exists is not dependent on the Earth being a spherical object.
It is an interpretation of the sky based on the premise of the Earth being a ball in the first place, right? So why don't we just go to establishing that? Because that's something that we should be able to directly observe and empirically verify if it's the case, right?
Well, what definition of sky are you using? Where does it end?
Yeah, I don't know. Definition of sky? The sky is just the stuff that I see like above me. You know, the sky. But you've got this interpretation of it being this outer space medium, right? With all these balls and celestial objects, these vast distances apart from one another. And the fundamental premise of that whole interpretation of the sky would be the globe itself, right? Because the globe needs a medium to exist in, and the vacuum medium is what it needs to be in order to get those vast distances and everything to have the parallel light from the sun and the stars and all these things that are assumed, right? So the first thing that we should do is try to directly confirm the existence of this globe. And you were talking about directly observing and verifying things, and I said, yeah, we do.
Ands and buts here. How many clauses are you going to inject in this sentence here? Okay. First of all, I've lost my train of thought now.
Well, it's simple, dude. We're just looking for direct empirical. Yeah, we're just looking for direct empirical verification of the globe.
Okay, here's what I wanted to say to you.
Yeah.
You seem to be demanding very strong evidence for rather weak claims that I've made, while you bandy about terms like sky, which is a very feeble term that you admit has no reasonable definition, and you say you don't know what it is.
Yeah, that's kind of to the side, though. That's sort of irrelevant. And you said it yourself.
It seems like you're moving the goalposts.
No, the goalposts
Like,
are
when
right
you
where they've
move
always
goalposts
been.
behind you
The
when you wanna
goalposts
score
are
a
right where they've
touchdown.
always been, and you just
You
can't
move
score a goal with
ahead
them.
of
So I
me,
guess you're trying to get
and you
away.
wanna attack me.
Wait, this is the same guy who doesn't care about about the logical fallacies and being illogical, and now here he is trying to misapply them on the fly.
Well, he seems to be trying really hard to get off.
Never said I don't care about being illogical.
you literally
because I think I
did.
am logical. Always.
Okay, but here's the thing, though.
In the voice check-in,
Did you
sir.
have me recorded where you could play that back?
No, it was in the voice check-in.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think I remember better what I said than you do. So let's just defer to my expertise on this.
Well, whatever.
since
It's
I
all
know
on the
what I'm
record
saying.
now. As long as it's on the live stream, anybody can rewind the tape, right? But you said it yourself. You've made a bunch of really weak claims, right? So now that you've acknowledged that, we don't even need to talk about those, right? We
the
don't
weak
need your
claim that I've
interpretation
made.
of the sky or the lights in it, right? Ultimately, what we're trying to do is directly verify whether or not the thing we stand
Claim
on.
that I've implied is that the universe
every
exists.
single time I start talking,
Who here needs support?
right? Because you don't want to hear it.
Who here needs support for the claim that the universe exists?
The universe. When you say that, it's an interpretation of the things in the sky that you're talking about, not something that you've actually directly empirically verified in any way, right? You've got this whole concept in your head of the sky being this
Universe is a word,
infinitely
and it
expanding
has a definition.
vacuum
Now,
medium.
who needs support?
Hey, stop talking while I'm talking, right? We've already been through this. It's just an interpretation of the sky that you're invoking. And that interpretation ultimately is based on the fundamental premise or assumption of the Earth being a ball in the first place, right? So let's get the verification for that before we start going at 99 steps down the line, right, to all this other stuff that can't be verified on top of the first assumption that can't be verified or hasn't been verified.
Okay, well, you said right about half a dozen times, and I wouldn't agree with any of the cases in which you used it because you're not right.
Okay.
We don't need evidence to prove that the universe exists. It's one of the fundamental assumptions of science. The universe is real.
Fundamental assumptions. We don't need evidence because we can just assume it. Okay, that's great, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. We don't need that. We're not looking for assumptions. We are looking for that which is directly observable and verifiable. You asked us if we'll accept stuff like that earlier, and yeah, that's exactly what we're looking for. So go there, not to your assumptions. Okay, try again.
So you do need proof that the universe exists. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I don't need any. We don't need to talk about your assumption of the universe, the infinitely expanding vacuum cosmos in the sky. We don't need that.
When did I say any of that?
You just said it was an assumption yourself.
When did I say infinitely expanding vacuum?
Yes, I've told you over and over again what the point of the forum is here, right? We need verification of the ball that your outer space, infinite expanding cosmos paradigm is all based on, right? That's the first premise. We need that dealt with first. Stop trying to get away from it.
Well, A, you're putting words in my mouth. That's not my paradigm. I never said anything about infinitely expanding. The only thing I said was the universe exists. That's not a controversial claim.
What else would we be talking about? What do you think the context is other than this quote-unquote expanding universe?
Yeah, are you introducing your own cosmology?
Definition. It means all that exists.
Okay, so you're just saying everything that exists exists. Okay, great. That helps us a lot. Now,
well, do you agree with that?
Yeah, everything exists. Yeah, everything that exists exists. Sure.
Okay, well, you're really exist. You're not a brain in a jar. You know,
everything is everything.
Not verifiable. Look, a few minutes ago, when I came into this conversation, I heard you ask somebody something like, "Will you accept what is directly observable, direct observation?" Right, and ever since that point in the conversation, we've been talking about anything but what is directly observable. So why can't we get to that? What do you actually directly observe to validate any of the stuff that you talk about?
Acceptable evidence. I said, is observation. I didn't say anything about people accepting it. I said, is observation evidence? Is it?
You don't observe universe, so.
Yeah. So what is there that you have directly observed which validates any of that which you've talked about here?
Can you answer my question first?
No, we're going to do this question.
So, from the attitude of people who have been talking in here, I'll conclude that none of you think observations are.
No, we do think observations are valid. Try again.
What you mean, you people?
Okay, I didn't say valid. I said are observations evident?
One is stupid except.
Yeah, they are. So what observations can you provide as evidence for anything that you're talking about?
What have I been talking about? All I've said is the universe.
I don't know. It's a bunch of jibber jabber to get away from the point. I've told you what the point is over and over again, right? Which is the claim that the Earth is a ball or not, right? You seem to be taking the stance that it must be.
Okay, well, I find your attitude very condescending, and I don't appreciate your.
For me, I'm not the topic. My attitude's not the topic. I've told you what the topic is again and again, right? So let's go back to that and give us anything that you can cite, right, which you've directly observed or anybody has directly observed, which can support any of that paradigm that you're here representing.
Right. Okay. Well, I find your characterization of my chat as like jibber jabber. Right. I find that offensive. Right. So please don't do it anymore.
Yeah. Okay. No problem. So can we get to the observation now? Whatever you got to support the globe or any of what you're talking about here, can we just get to that?
What am I even talking about? The only assertive claim I've made is that the universe exists.
Okay, but we already got to the bottom of what you meant with that. Basically, you just mean that all that exists. Okay, it's kind of a pointless statement. We know that.
We assume that the universe is real, is what I meant. That is one of the fundamental pillars of science. We have to assume that reality is real.
Yeah, but reality is not. I mean, right now you're experiencing reality. The Earth is stationary. You've never seen curve with your own eyes. You've seen it on TV, seen cartoons from Hubble and wherever else. People say they're in space, but in everybody's reality that's ever lived, bro, you've got to agree with me. Surely, you experience a stationary level Earth. There's topography, there's hills, valleys, but you've never seen any curve. And water covers 3/4 almost of the entire sphere that you believe in. So water, as we know, always tries to find level. It seeks equilibrium, even when it's being moved, and it lays flat and level. So how can a ball of water be
it seems like he's having some sort of like existential crisis, though, where he doesn't even know if reality is real or not. He keeps referring to it as an assumption. Like, I mean, this guy can't even get past the first point of knowing whether
we have to assume that the universe is real, and that's the hallucination we're all having, right?
Bro, you never acknowledged what I said. So, do you accept right now that you're stationary where you are right now?
No, I'm not stationary. I'm in motion.
Yeah, I'm not talking about what you believe. I'm saying right now, your personal experience in reality, you're completely stationary, aren't you?
No, I'm not completely stationary. How can you even suggest that? I'm talking to you, so at least my mouth is moving.
Well, you know that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you about Earth. Please answer the question, man. You're on a stationary Earth.
No, I am not stationary. By some casual definition that a child might use, yes, I'm stationary. I'm sitting. Okay, but I am also moving.
You're not traveling anywhere, buddy. Don't worry, your house is not moving, sir.
The Earth underneath your feet, your surroundings in reality, apart from your bodily movements, which you know I'm not talking about, you are completely stationary right now. Yes?
I'm not. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
You're telling me the building you're currently in is moving with you?
In 4 vectors.
I don't recall saying I'm in a building, so there's an assumption on your part.
Wait, so are you not in a building, or are you outside?
I'm outside.
Oh, you're outside. Okay, so if you're moving and you're connected to the ground that's moving, and the buildings that are nearby are also connected to that same ground that's supposedly moving, is the place that you reside, does that place move? Does that building move as well, with all the other moving buildings and you that's moving with the Earth? What do you think about that?
if you're asking me, am I relatively stationary?
Whoa. You were easily, no hesitation. You said, yes, I am moving.
I'm not walking.
Okay, so you didn't have to add any caveats, sir.
Boys,
I am moving.
Sir.
I am moving.
Control, for God's sake. I was asking him, and then that shoes have jumped away, and I've still not got an answer from him. My friend.
He doesn't like you, Panto.
He doesn't like to answer anything.
So I'm asking you, bro, are you stationary right now?
He answered that already. He said no. And then but no hesitation. Here's the point, Smed. With no hesitation, you said, "Of course I'm moving." But when I ask you if buildings move, now we got to add all these caveats. Oh well, it depends, relativity. So I mean, why can't you just say?
It has nothing to do with relativity.
Huh?
I'm telling you, if you want to ask me a question, there's varying degrees of an answer. There's a literal answer.
Well, you didn't give any varying degrees of an answer when Panto asked you if you were moving or stationary.
Scientific answer. Now, if you want to be more specific and say, are you fairly stationary with respect to the surface of the ground?
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you, but you didn't give any caveats when you said, yeah, of course I'm moving. So why do we have to add all these extra variables now all of a sudden?
No, but
because he doesn't want to give the actual answer.
Smedley, what is the point in how we realize that we are stationary?
I said,
He's still trying to figure it out.
Because it's very obvious to me that I am moving. I said all these other conditions. If you want me to say no, I'm not moving, then you have to ask me a different question.
I don't want you to say. I don't want you to say anything. I just want you to be direct instead of tap dancing around these little questions. Panto asked you a question: are you moving or stationary? You said you're moving. Okay, so
I am moving.
I've got a yes or no question for you, bro. So it's a yes or no. Don't give me any arms and legs and sentences and fucking analogies and shit like that. Do you personally, in reality, experience a flat and stationary Earth? So yes or no, bro?
Because I see leaves blowing.
Break it up.
I see a bird. I see a cat.
Your microphone is breaking up.
What is he talking about? Oh, ask him for a yes or no.
Damn, that's the longest yes.
Stop.
That's the longest yes and no that I've ever heard, Pants.
He was talking about cats. He mentioned cats or something. Right,
I don't think that's
back to the point. I want a fucking yes or no answer, bro. Do you personally, in reality, experience a flat and stationary Earth? Yes or no, bro?
I've already answered directly, no, I do not, because I constantly see things moving with respect to here. Therefore,
oh my, that's a long.
Can anybody
no.
understand this?
Hell no.
That's a big yes or no.
Damn, he's writing a dissertation on the word freaking damn, man.
I wonder if this guy can even answer what he had for breakfast. Like, can he give a straight answer to anything, or is it just going to be waffling nonstop?
Can you put yes or no in the text chat if you agree that the Earth appears to be flat and stationary? don't write a fucking big paragraph. Put yes or no in the text chat, bro. No. What? No. You don't experience a flat and stationary Earth.
Now, how can you say the Earth is stationary when you know there are things moving on, and therefore the Earth is moving in relation to those things?
When you talk like that, no one can hear you, man.
Yeah, we can't hear you, dude.
You gotta reconnect, dude.
Stop, bro. See, when you talk a lot of like words, we lose you. If you just come in and speak, if you go the way when you said no, we heard you, but when you started talking, it starts breaking up. So you, if you're saying no, you experience motion and you've seen curvature with your own eyes. Yes or no?
Well, first of all, I started breaking up
Yes
when
or
you
no, bro?
Second of all, there you go again. Interrupting me. You won't
Because
even
you're
let me say
breaking up.
10 words.
Oh my God, you're breaking up and no one can understand you. Just say yes or no and we'll be able to hear it.
For the 6th time, no, you are wrong.
What? Wrong about what? If you're telling me that, listen, bro, focus on what I'm saying. Focus on the words that are coming out of my mouth, bro. I asked you, do you... Listen, man. Listen, bro.
Stationary with respect to what?
Bro, I asked you, do you experience a flat stationary Earth, right? I.e., listen, man, fucking listen, bro, listen, I'm not going to keep repeating myself because I keep getting louder, So please fucking listen. I asked you a question, man, right? Yeah, I'm going to mute you while I'm talking if I really have to, but that's childish,
Panto, just get it out, brother. Get it out.
Right, bro. I asked you if you experienced a flat stationary Earth. You said no. So that would mean that you experience a moving Earth and have seen curve. So where is this curve being seen by you in real life by your eyes, and where is the motion? Or it's flat and stationary, just like everybody in here knows.
Curve. I didn't say curve. You said
yes
curve.
or no. Oh my God, it's yes or fucking no. It's a yes or no, man. It's a yes or no. Oh my God, man, I can't handle this.
What?
We can't understand you when you talk, man.
It's like arguing with ChatGPT, man. It's just like
no, but ChatGPT has a better conversation than this, man. What the fuck? Bro, so I'll try one more time, man. Where is the motion? Where is the
what?
Panto, just rip the Band-Aid off and tell him you know there's no curvature. Just rip the Band-Aid off and tell him like it is, man.
You've just told him.
Well, you're trying to get answers to questions. You know he's trying to tap dance, bro. He's not going to answer your question. We can't hear him. So just tell him direct.
Well, he already told you why that is, right? Because he came in here saying that.
Question 8 times now. No, the Earth is not stationary.
It is. Buildings don't move, so don't worry.
So what movement was measured of the Earth and how?
It just break up.
There's a number of ways to measure movement of the Earth with respect to or another observer.
Bro, we
just gave you 6 examples.
A number of ways. Okay, just pick the way you like best and go with that.
And put it in the chat. Put a citation in the text chat, live stream voice text, directly above the VC, please, because we can't hear you.
Okay.
We're unable to hear you,
I'll
so
go
please.
Back to my first example. And I hope I don't have to prove to anyone the vehicles exist, but I just saw a car driving down the road. The Earth is in motion with respect to that car. Therefore, the Earth is moving. Motion is relative. There is no absolute motion in the universe.
You're a genius.
Yeah. The Earth is in motion with respect.
Guys, we got Einstein in the voice chat.
Yeah,
Einstein's not a genius.
He's saying because cars are moving. Because cars are moving,
literally
so is the Earth.
My IQ is 187.
I can't tell, bro. You got the IQ
I just don't think you can comprehend Einstein in the chat right now.
Right.
So if I walk down the street, the street's actually moving around me with respect to me.
You got the IQ of a road cone, bro.
Mickey, when you have car moving, then car is moving. But when car stop, you have car not moving. That means car is not moving.
Well, according to this 187 IQ genius, when you get in a car and it's moving, so is the Earth. But when you stop, so the Earth is still moving.
Because all motion is relative.
187 IQ is in the chat right now.
Observer.
And the weird thing about a 187 IQ is that he can't get a better internet connection. He's still on 56K dial-up, bro.
Can you not piggyback somebody's Wi-Fi, man?
You got a fast connection. Why aren't you smart?
The problem is this.
We're all smarter than you.
The problem is this. If you are moving, that means that you are moving. But if you are stationary, if that means that you are still moving, that means you cannot be stationary in any case.
Correct. All motion is relative.
That means
Yeah, well, okay.
You cannot be
Objectively, the
stationary.
Earth doesn't move. Neither do buildings. So it's objective.
Well, every single time we ask him for proof of any of his claims, every single time we ask him about something, he starts answering a question other than what we actually asked. I mean, he knows that the question is Earth rotation.
I literally
moving
answered
around
the
the
last
sun.
question 9 times. No, the Earth is not stationary. I do not observe that.
Okay, and your demonstration of the Earth moving is driving a car down the road. The Earth is in movement relative to the car
All
driving
motion
down
is
the road.
relative. There is no motion without relative motion.
Okay, so is
It's
there
all
any
relative to
absolute
an observer or
motion?
another object.
Objectively, is the Earth in motion? Is it rotating? Is it
There is
orbiting?
no such thing as absolute motion. This is why you people fail, because you don't understand simple concepts.
Well, it seems like you're failing to demonstrate Earth rotation or orbit, but project and cope, whatever you need to do.
Project and cope. You don't understand that motion is relative. If it's not, then how do we measure it?
Objectively not moving, sir.
Yeah, if it's objectively moving, just measure and demonstrate that instead of telling me that a car driving down the
How do
road
we measure
demonstrates the Earth in motion.
How do we measure motion?
It's your claim, so figure it out. You don't know how? You have to ask a flat earther how to do it.
Oh,
You got to ask a flat
you have to
earther
answer.
how to demonstrate that the Earth is in motion. I guess you're in trouble.
Well, if you don't answer, it means you don't know.
No. Oh, that applies to our question that we asked you earlier, doesn't it? If you can't answer your question that you're asking us, then that shows that you don't know.
Yeah, you got to throw it back at me and tell me how you can go about proving your claim.
Bump some Wi-Fi connection, dude. You need some AT&T like freaking situation here. You're calling them the freaking mountains or some shit. My God.
There's no absolute motion in the universe. This is why you people fail.
Because there's no universe, ding dong.
Yeah,
Your
you can't
187
demonstrate
IQ told
the
you
Earth
this,
in
huh? Is that right? Your
This is why
187
you
IQ
fail.
told you this?
This is why you fail, because you don't understand simple concepts like all
Yeah,
motion
we
is relative.
failed because you need a flat earther to help you demonstrate the Earth rotating and spinning
No,
around.
we fail because you got a great imagination. Is that why we fail? Because you could think of funny things. Oh, great.
Understand simple concepts like all motion is relative.
To what?
That's
Numbnuts?
the-
To what?
Relative to
what?
Relative to what? What is your point source for it being relative to? Hello, 187
You can pick
IQ. I'm
anything
calling
you
on
want.
you.
Arbitrary.
Huh?
Bro, if you're standing on the earth,
That's literally how we define and measure motion. It's always relative.
To what,
To
dude?
what?
For God's sakes. Use your
Relative to an
187
imaginary
IQ for
point,
something useful.
Relative to another object.
Yeah.
Relative to
Okay.
anything. Relative
The
to
Earth's
observer.
Earth's not an object, so
What if you're standing on Earth, what is it relative to that you know it's in motion?
A car, a cow, a cat, a leaf,
the car's in the same reference frame.
Me, everything.
A freaking cat, bro.
The car's in the same reference frame, bro.
Do you need evidence to prove that cats exist?
Hey,
Do I
so
need
is
to
this-
provide some YouTube videos of cats before you believe in them?
Okay, that's a cool story. So, a YouTube video of cats, is that your argument for the Earth orbiting around the sun? Is that it? Is that the measurement?
It's a cool story. To say that motion is all relative, that's literally the definition. It's how we define motion. It's how we measure. Learn to science, bros.
Yeah, okay, so what we're trying to do is establish that the Earth rotates and orbits the sun, right? And you gave us cat videos, right? So is that the demonstration of the Earth orbiting the sun?
I didn't
And
say
this is
anything
us
about
failing. This is us failing, by the way, too, right?
So does
I said the
does
Earth
the
is the
Polaris
ocean.
star
I can
move?
prove it. Very simply.
Does the Polaris star move? Tell me, does it move?
Wait, who said? Hang on a second. We're gonna ask him how he knows the Earth is moving before we go to Polaris. We're not gonna ask him. Listen, we're talking about the Earth right now, so he needs to bring the evidence that the Earth is in motion. Now he said it's relative motion. Relative to what? And he said cat.
All motion is relative.
Yeah, you started using examples of things. You started to use things that are on Earth.
He's saying things that don't make sense. We can all move, but that doesn't prove anything.
We're talking about the earth moving, bro.
Go back to Sleep 101. If there's an ant crawling on my foot, is the ant part of me?
Bro, we're slowing. The earth is speeding up.
Part of the earth.
Man, can you not just let me finish? If I can just keep on going.
No, I can't.
whoa, hold on.
Stop now. Wait till I finish what I'm saying, man. Jesus Christ, this is the point. So we're supposed to be going round the sun. Listen, man. We're supposed to be going round the sun at almost 70,000 miles per hour on an elliptical orbit that slows down and speeds up twice on the ellipse. So that's constant velocity change, even if it was just going round in a circle. Yeah? So
if you say so.
Well, mate, we're travelling at mind, but like we're four separate
I'm not gonna
vectors,
argue with that.
millions of miles per hour, but we experience local like stationariness. Is that what you're saying? It's stationary here, but it's really just barreling through space in four directions at millions of miles per hour. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's what you're saying.
That's what you're saying. You're saying you're on a helical solar system. You're saying the globe model. If you believe the globe, you have to believe that the sun is a comet. Listen, man, the sun's a comet, and it's dragging all the planets on their own orbits and tilts and wobbles and spins. So
Yeah, Spake, he's not confident enough in the globe model to actually take a positive stance for it, though, and argue any of it, right? That's why he's saying all this stupid stuff instead of addressing the point that we're obviously making, right? He doesn't even have the confidence in the globe to try to defend it.
What point are you making?
I'm not asking him to defend it. I just wanted to destroy it. Bro, we're not moving. Listen, the initial question I asked you was about moving. You said you basically bullshitted it. You said that no, you didn't experience a flat stationary Earth. According to your globe, we're barreling in different motions all over the place at millions of miles per hour, tens and tens of thousand miles per second. Right now, you've got to accept that if you believe in the globe. If you're arguing with us, you accept right now that you're barreling at tens of thousands of miles per second right now.
Do you say so?
Well, that's what your globe is.
I told you. He doesn't even have the confidence in the globe to even try to defend it.
He doesn't want him to defend it. I just hope that he'd give me a concession.
You've given him the full.
I think he might be programmed AI.
No. So you're giving him the full account of what somebody that makes a stance for the globe should actually be saying, Panto. But this man, every time we say things, he's like, "Well, you said that." He doesn't understand. His 187 IQ can't comprehend that this is the globe rhetoric. He doesn't know that. He's so in the his big brain is so big that information is probably locked in some corridor in his mind. Like, he doesn't realize that he's supposed to be agreeing with this.
What am I defending this model against? I haven't seen or heard any significant challenge to it here. So why do I have to...
I'll tell you what you're defending against. It's called reality.
Bro, you've not had any challenge to it. Literally what I just said to you destroyed your entire fucking model.
But he's defending his model against reality. That's what you're defending against, reality.
I haven't
what we actually experienced.
Anything that I haven't presented well.
All right, man. That wasn't just for shits and giggles.
Who's saying that?
You know what? I don't have to defend anything because there's no attack here. None of you have offered any evidence to refute globe.
Bro, when I asked you if buildings move, you couldn't figure that out. But then you turned around and said, "Well, cats proves that the Earth moves." Come on, dude.
And cars.
Are you asking me if buildings move? Yes, they do.
Check it out.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're at the top of a skyscraper. They bow and bend like a tree in the wind.
They bow and bend like a tree.
Okay, goofball. That's not what I'm asking you. Okay, jeez.
Why do you keep answering questions?
Okay. When you said cats move, is it because they're bending and bowing, or is it because they're freaking moving with the Earth? You think that they're moving with the Earth. You think you're moving with the Earth. So when I ask you if the buildings move with the Earth, you're like, oh, well, there's all these variables. Okay, goofball, you said cats move.
You've never seen a cat moving?
God.
Do I need to prove that?
That doesn't prove that the ground underneath... Yes, that's the cat moving, not the ground underneath it, goofy.
It's both moving relative to each other because all motion is relative. Do I have
the ground doesn't move.
Listen, if that's almost 7 IQ, I sure as hell don't want
it.
That's a really good job avoiding the point. Can you actually demonstrate the motion that we're talking about?
I haven't seen any point made here. What's the point?
You don't have one. You're just saying goofy stuff like cats proves that the ground underneath the cat is moving.
I'm not the one trying to put some agenda here. You are.
No,
we're just the one with the same position. We're just the normal people that know that buildings don't move. Thank you very much.
He said the word relative, man. As soon as he said relative, then that was checkmate.
Well, we can speak objectively. We know objectively that nothing's moving. So Earth doesn't move.
You were reminded that you were flying through the universe at breakneck speeds, and you said, "If you say so."
Yeah, when I say nothing, I mean none of the buildings we all live in, sir. So hopefully you do have a building to live in. And that building does not move. So yeah,
your building moves every time you walk through it. I guarantee you.
That's really cool. That's really cool. But that's not
does your footfall? Do your footfalls make sound when you walk through the building? Of course it does, because you're vibrating the building.
That's great, but that's not the type of movement that was ever in question here. So you failed to demonstrate that.
What type of movement?
How about curvature? How about curvature then? You failed to demonstrate Earth rotation or orbit. That's clear with your cat video. And yeah.
I don't have to demonstrate it. You haven't refuted it.
It's your claim, ding dong.
There's nothing to refute.
I haven't claimed
established it in the first place. The best that you could do was
I didn't claim the sun. I never made that claim.
Okay, that's great. You didn't make the claim, so there's nothing there to refute. That's fine. You didn't make it, so therefore you weren't able to demonstrate.
Just argue with each other. If you.
No, we want to argue with you because you're foolish, and we like to argue with people who think they're smart, like 187 IQs. We like to stomp on them because they're idiots, just like you are. You're a freaking numbskull, you retard. You think that you know what you're talking about, and you have no idea what you're saying whatsoever.
Maggie, there's names for the album. But, man.
Well, you're a fucking bitch. I mean, he's smart enough
that
to
wasn't
not make
just
a
for
positive.
shits and giggles, was it?
He seems to be intelligent enough not to actually take a positive stance for any of this nonsense, at least. He's smart enough to avoid actually defending any of these non-points.
I mean, Thinker, do you have something you want to add, bro? Because this guy, I mean, he needs some help. You want to help him out a little bit? Because your boy needs some major help here. So, Thinker, you want to add in a little bit?
Is that another Glober?
I don't know. He's got something to say, so you want to?
Yeah, somebody's been chiming in when we're talking to him, whoever it is.
Yeah, bottom of the panel, sir. Chime in.
Go, man. The floor is yours. Say your piece, or forever hold it.
Don't be quiet now.
No, if you speak, you move.
Now, somebody stand up, club, please.
See, if we have to go back on YouTube and then find out who you are, and then we have to talk to you, you're going to be a little bit embarrassed.
We already know who it is, Pet Panto. We already know who it is, bro. I done said his name about 15 times now.
Who is it?
Very bottom of the panel, boys, under Toby.
The Thinker?
The Thinker.
That's right.
Maybe he's just thinking, man. Give him a minute.
Freaking Penta.
Hey, man. Come on, dude. Let me think.
You were chiming in. So when we were talking to this guy, you were coming in and commenting a little few here and there in the midst of us having a conversation with him. So it kind of got drowned out. So you now have the floor if you wanted to go ahead and say your objections to what we're saying. Go ahead.
I'm a flat earther, though.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, you had some objections, right? So what were your objections?
So if the Earth is a ball, then how come rockets always take off like in a curved pattern if they just can go straight?
According to the globe, you want us to tell you the rhetoric is pretty simple. They're saying that they need to go around the Earth in an orbit for escape velocity to take place.
Around the Earth. How come when they go around the Earth, nobody else like reports sides now?
No, they don't. They don't. They go from South Florida, most of them, and it's a parabolic curve, and it goes up, goes away from you, and as it goes away, it gradually appears to go down, and in my mind, gets dumped in the Bermuda Triangle or round about that water area.
Yeah, but the idea that it's supposedly in the rhetoric, it's going to be going around the Earth in an orbit, like so they can gain maximum. Hey, just let me finish in the rhetoric. The rhetoric is just so that it can use escape velocity once it keeps going around the Earth, and by that it escapes the Earth's gravitational pull, and so then that's why they're saying that they go parabolic curves. And so Pantos would say that it would go in a parabolic curve, but it's not going like they're telling you in an orbit around the Earth. It's actually being dumped off in a distant area, like in the water.
Maybe even Antarctica. I don't know how far they can go with them. Man, the fuck knows. But deep in the sea, I would imagine.
Yeah, but it's not verified that they're going into orbit of space, the low Earth orbit. Anyway, if that's what your question, did you want to chime in during the conversation with the guy to say that? I don't know if that's what you wanted to ask him or.
Yeah, and also like the Polaris star, does it move? Tell me.
Actually, yeah, it does have a motion, semicircle motion. So that's why I didn't want you to stick to that argument, because it has been shown to have a barycenter where it actually rotates around.
What?
If you look
Polaris.
Look, it's an observational. Like you can actually see this. It's observed to do this. So I would let you guys do the work to look into it. Just don't make sure that you say things that are not true, because observations will be able to, if somebody sees something in the sky and you're saying that it's not doing that, and we're all observing that it's doing that, then you're in the wrong, basically. So I would say just go research it before you kind of come in here pretty hot and rebut it, saying that no, it's stationary, it doesn't move.
No, but apart from that, I mean, the constellations, they don't change.
They're cyclical. They're cyclical in nature. They are repeating. They're repeating cycles, and they.
It's concentric circles, and they've been doing this as long as we know.
Yeah, semicircle. The best we can do is as far north as you can get. They don't complete a complete circle. They're not going to do it. You can't see that completion. But you can't see a semi.
No, bro, they're concentric circles. You got a P9 or any camera, focus it on Polaris and put it on a time lapse, and they rotate in concentric circles, circles within circles within circles. They get narrower or less.
Yeah, but each individual. Yeah, Panto. What I'm saying, each individual star doesn't make its complete full rotation all the way around to make a complete circle. So it doesn't.
No,
it appears. It appears
I'm just talking about what we see on the time lapse.
And our time lapse footage would then confirm that it goes. The best we can do with visually representation is that it goes into like a semicircle stance. And if you could probably safely assume that it would complete a circle, you'd probably be closer to saying what it actually does versus it. Saying.
Bro, I've done it with my iPad, bro. Concentric circles, I can fucking guarantee you. I've been doing it for years. Not so much with the stars, but with the corpuscular rays as well, time lapse. I had loads of shit.
No, I don't think you misunderstand what I'm saying, but that's fine.
Maybe.
It's not verified. Like no one can actually say verifiably, because you can't. There's no nighttime that lasts 24 hours.
I'm not talking about that, bro. I'm just the whole star, the entirety of the stars up there. When you do a time lapse, they all sort of blend into one, and it makes fucking streaks. It makes circles that are stars. Fucking the exposure of it, fucking it. So you literally see concentric fucking circles, bro. Jesus Christ, it's no semicircles. It's not. I'm not talking about what's actually up in the sky. I'm talking about what you're left.
Can anybody understand what I'm saying versus what Panto's like? I understand it looks that way.
Panto, chill, bro.
What do you mean, Panto, chill? I can know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm being told it's no concentric circles when I've been doing it. Well, I've not done it for years, but I've done it for years. They're concentric circles. I have to Google concentric circles and post you a fucking meme. Come on, fuck.
No. But each individual star I'm talking about doesn't make a complete circle in our visual perspective. We don't see that.
Man. I'm talking about what's
That's what
on
I'm
the
saying.
screen. I know, and I agreed with you. First time you said that, I agreed with you, and then I tried to clarify that I'm talking about when the footage that you get after you've shot these time lapses, it's concentric circles. That's what I was saying. You get
It's just a word. It's just a word that we're using here, because we're using a circle in the sense of like we're gonna make a complete circle out of like the star rotation, and it's gonna come back around to the same point. But it's what I'm saying. It's safely assuming that it's going to do that. I wouldn't say that it's a visual thing that we're going to see complete. We're not going to see the star from a time lapse footage start from one point, go all the way make a circle and come back around to its original place. Nobody ever sees that.
You don't see stars like that in time lapse. You don't see like a star. The stars get stretched in a circle. The light for the stars, all the stars, it all kind of melts into one, and it makes like blinding white streaks and around inside the circles. Mate, you must have seen time lapse fucking stars.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Panto. So it's not like lost on me what you're saying. What I'm saying, the point that I'm making is that flat earthers will say that the stars are making these circles, and I'm like, if you make a claim, you're going to have to visually see in the sky the star actually go from its point of origin all the way back around, making a circle to where it came back from the same place that it started from. And then you can say, I've visually seen the star make a circle concentrically from the point where it started from all the way back around to where it initially. And so you could say that with the time-lapse footage, I can't say that I've seen that or visually represented that. I can say I can see part of that and then assume that the other half that it's going to complete, or the majority of it, will be completed as a circle. That's what I can say.
Different.
Anyways, we got Smeldy in here, and Mr. Thinker that wanted to chime in earlier. I don't know, like, we were talking to Smeldy, and I think, Thinker, you jumped in and you were saying something, and like I said, it got lost in the middle of the conversation. But I mean, if you did want to talk about that, because I don't know if it was that question to Smeldy that you wanted to ask about rockets going in parabolic. Like, I don't know why you would ask him that, but he's gonna fanboy out and probably tell you that they're going to space. Obviously, we probably know his answer.
So then, what about rainbows? What about rainbows? How come they look?
What
like
about
that?
rainbows?
They're reflecting off of something.
What do you mean they're reflecting off of something?
Like, the way I see it is that rainbows reflect off of like the firmament.
Okay, what is the verification for this?
You mean by the verification? Like,
how are we? Listen.
You can only have a rainbow if it's reflected. Like, you need a mirror to have a rainbow outside. Well, inside.
Yeah. So then, what if the firmament was just a huge like a huge mirror?
Right. What if? Right. What if? And so we're dealing with what ifs and maybes and could be's. So we don't do that in the sense of being empirical. We actually, if we're stating something in the realm of a discussion, and especially in here, you're going to be held to critical thought. And critical thought would then say, how do you know that? And it bugs people because they're like, well, why do you have to ask that if we do need this for that? It's like, well, the fact of the matter is, if you're gonna say that it's a whatever firmament, you're gonna come up with some kind of theory as to maybe a shape to the firmament, or there doesn't have a shape, or it's flat, or whatever, and then describe to the people what do you mean by firmament. It gets a little farther than just making a statement or a claim. You're gonna have to then start to verify what you mean by what you're saying. So we can't just state something. We have to actually back it up by falsifying it too. So how was that falsified?
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you, man. Sure. I'm good at thinking. I'm not good at arguments, dude.
That's okay. That's no problem, man.
That's why my name is the Thinker. So.
Yeah, but like bringing it up also lets you kind of flesh it out. Let's say. And by doing that, you can start to think critically, okay, maybe I went about saying it this way, but maybe I could rephrase it or think about it another way. But usually in here, it doesn't matter if you're a flat earther or a globe earther. If you say something, you have to stand by your claim and then try to help people to understand how you falsified that information. So it's not about making claims, it's about prove it, There's 2 words, prove it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And that's what we're telling the 187 IQ Mr. Smeldy that's in here. He's not able to do that. He's just able to say that the Earth is in motion because cats are walking on the Earth. And so are cars zooming across the Earth, so therefore the Earth's moving.
He doesn't actually have the conviction in the globe to try to defend it.
I'm watching a cat walking across the street.
That almost is relative.
When the Earth objectively doesn't move, so doesn't matter.
And your position is delusional?
heck?
Says the guy that thinks cats is the proof that the ground moves. Okay, buddy. Pipe down.
It absolutely is, because motion is relative. So if a cat is moving relative to the ground, and the ground is moving relative to the cat, that's how motion works.
Or just objectively, the cat's moving and the ground isn't. Just like when you look up at a plane in the sky, objectively, the plane's moving, not you, ding dong.
It's a red herring, though. It's a red herring, though.
It's always relative to another object, otherwise you cannot measure it.
Sorry, you're wrong, sir. Planes objectively move, so...
It's a red herring anyway, because there's a specific type of motion that we're trying to establish here, and you're not talking about that. Can you talk about that? Or do you just have to go off the point every single time?
Okay, here's the issue here. I could totally correct errors. So
what you could do, maybe, is get a better signal, perhaps.
Bro. He's on that price. Take your head out the window or something.
Yeah, put your hand up like your rabbit antennas a long time ago. They used to try to like focus where the signal is coming from.
It's very hilarious, but it has nothing to do with what I'm saying, does it?
Because we can't hear you, bro. You're saying things, and it's like no one can hear what you.
You can hear me. Don't act like you can. You know exactly what I'm saying.
We can't hear you, dude. Why do you think everybody's been telling me we can't hear you?
Oh, I can't understand.
Bro, well, it's all recorded, so you could just go listen to how it sounds on the live stream.
Oh, you're so funny.
You know exactly what I'm saying, or you wouldn't be making these comments to me.
I know, he's just pretending, bro.
Yeah, we're just saying that we can't hear you just because we really can't hear you. We want to just poke fun at you not being able to hear you. Sure.
Yeah. I don't know that I'm saying you can't hear me, right? That's why you're defending that position.
Smelly, can you fix your internet?
Sure. Yeah.
Smelly, can you fix your Smell, your internet is ass, bro.
So did you even hear what your own that was your own word? Did you hear what you said there? Can you tell us what you said there?
You're a troll mafia, that's what I said.
You said you're a troll mafia.
See, you can hear exactly what I'm saying, can't you?
All right,
you know
let's
exactly
get a translation then. All right. Let's get a translation. I'm going to play it one more time. Everybody quiet. I'm going to play it one more time. You can translate it for us, all right?
Yeah. You can't hear me. You're defending that. Smelly, can you fix your internet?
You want to translate that for us, Smelly?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah, now you're acting like you don't understand anything. Okay, go ahead.
You didn't even hear it, ding dong.
That was you.
So you understood me then?
No, we're asking for you to translate what you said.
You just answered my question, but you don't understand me. You literally just answered my question.
You didn't even understand your own self, ding dong.
Right there.
So his proof of Earth rotation or movement was cat videos. How about curvature? What do you got for that? More cat videos? Or what are we looking at for that?
And then he said the word relative motion, so that fucks us. Like, we've got nothing. If cats can move relatively, that's us fucked. Shut the server.
Yeah, we're fucked, man.
Hey, Ron. Welcome, Ron.
Have we got Ron in here?
Hey, man. How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Yeah, man? Nice one, man. Had a good day?
Yeah, pretty good. I was going to just weigh in on y'all's little star thing there. You're both kind of right. I think one of your points was, you can't see in the daytime, you can't see the stars completing the circle. But there are places on the Earth where there is 24 hours a night. Go into Alaska and you can film the stars all night, making a circle.
That's time lapse, man. They look like complete circles within circles within circles.
Ron, do you have a video of that so you can place it in the live stream voice text so we can have confirmation? Like, that's all we need. We just want people to verify the thing that they're saying. So if that is possible, then it's a simple thing as just placing the evidence, and then everything is confirmed. There's no need for the speculation as to, like, because I haven't seen anything that gives us evidence that that's the case. But if you have such evidence, then it should present it. That'd be great.
You better Google that. Easy, man.
Well, it's either like the person
I'm just
who says that
listen. I'm just saying there are places on the earth where there are 24 hours of night.
Right, but like
north.
the claim is that these stars from point of origin all the way back around to their original point where they started from make circles. And if that's the case, then there would be verification of that. So it stands to be like that if that, and like I don't dispute the fact that if we see it then visually represented as a circle, that would be not disputed any longer. It is, however, in contention at the moment until there's verified evidence that they are doing that. That's all. Pretty easy.
Oh yeah, no problem. I'm sure I can find a video. Just
yeah.
Give me a minute.
Yeah, trust me, man. I'm not one to say like, okay, well, I see it going in a circle. Now I'm going to still dispute it. Like, there's no dispute. It ends it right there. I mean, hopefully everybody could feel that way. I don't know why. Like, what I'm saying is like the truth is the truth, right? So if that is the case, and people have actually recorded the time-lapse footage for that long, and seen a star move from its point of origin all the way back around to its point where it started from, then that's that.
It's like, see, it's kind of like speaking to concavers. Like, they think that we're fooled. They claim to be, I used to be a glober, then I was a flat earther, then I found out the truth of concave earth. And any fucking one of them that you ask, they won't give you anything. Literally won't give you a fucking shred of evidence for water curving up and over my fucking head. Like, that's even more ridiculous than the globe. At least the globe has got loads of stuff that holds it together, and it's got cartoons, and it's got loads of shit. But concave earth, man, it's like completely insane. But I wanted to give it a good chance. Wasn't want to just ignore it if it was the truth, but fuck, I can't.
Well, yeah, you allow them to present the evidence, and so long as they have the evidence that's you can falsify, that there's no problem, there's no issue. There shouldn't be, right? Like you would say, then you're denying reality if you can falsify it and it comes out to be true. Like, but then again, if you do falsify it and it doesn't work out that like the way they claim, then it's not what they say. And that's all it is. It's like you just testing everything out for what everybody's saying. And
but they won't give you anything. Well, that guy Paul on the YouTube chat all the time.
Kieran?
Man. How many years has he been here? And he never presents anything. He never articulates, because we can destroy the globe in a few sentences, even in one sentence, but 4 or 5 sentences and the globe's in tatters, and he's never even put out one sentence. The only thing he's ever gave me is Lord Stephen Christ and Zenith Atlas, because Zenith Atlas hijacks perspective. So that's the only things that I've ever. That's only anything that I've been able to get.
And they're always talking about like, you just need to see this one video. You just need to see this one video. I'm like, bro, can you just articulate what it is? With the concave. And I don't think they can, because they need to show it in like these sort of video formats. And they want it's almost like an indoctrinational video. They put a mind whammy on you when you're watching it. Like,
it's pure hypnosis or something.
Yeah, it's hypnosis, bro. It's like, damn.
Pure freaky sounds and like ethereal sounds and shit like that. Pure psychological warfare. Like, sit down here, man. Sit right in front of the TV. I'll put the headphones on you. I've got you pure in the zone. You're sitting there, quadraphonic sound. You know what I mean?
You come out with your eyes looking like spirals and like, you freaking, I believe the earth is concave now. Oh, shit.
What's the other guy, remember? He was in the old server with us as well. Is it Red?
No, you're talking about
is it not Red something or Green something?
No, Green Gandalf.
Gandalf, a green name. I've never seen him for a long time.
He's still around, man. I don't know where I've seen him. I know I've heard of him. He might have popped in here before, but he only stayed briefly.
He told me that when I asked him I don't know how many times I asked him, and he told me that he wouldn't ever spoon feed me. Like, he's not going to spoon feed me information. I'm like, no, just give me some valid stuff to look at.
Yeah.
And he never gave me a fucking thing, man. It's like they're embarrassed to hand it out because they know we're going to evaluate it and go, fuck off, man. Are you crazy?
Yeah. But the thing is, though, like, if it's empirical, like, why should you need to be like, okay, we can go, but we need to go to my Discord server where we can talk privately. Like, why can't we just talk about it here, man? Like, shit. I mean, everybody should know.
Bro, if I thought I knew the truth, and imagine one of these guys shared me fucking 8 hours of material for Concave and a couple of PDFs, and I sat for a month, and I came back into the server, and I was convinced it was Concave. I would come right in and make, I don't know if you would allow if I would still be allowed to keep my mod as a Concaver, I don't know. But if I thought I knew the truth, I would be telling yous, because I've been in this fight fucking side by side with most of yous for fucking years. So I'd be trying my damnedest to tell you. And these motherfuckers keep all the information to themselves like they're fucking delusional,
Yeah, it's the feeling. I'm not saying that it's actually, the feeling is cultish. It doesn't allow for critical conversations to happen, like the discussions that we have in here. Because even if we disagree, we still have them. I mean, it's still, you gotta have the discussion. They want to take you to a certain place where there's only the talk about those videos and PDFs and stuff, and I don't know, it's a weird vibe.
That guy David, that he's supposed to own Tartaria. I got told that he was a Concaver, and I was like, oh shit. I was like, I'll need to jump over and speak to him if I see him in. And whoever we were talking to, they were like, no, he'll just ban you. I was like, what? If I go over,
I thought it was Shane that owned that, Panto. Shane?
What's that?
I thought Shane owned that server. I thought he was the owner.
No, it's David's higher than Shane. I don't know if it's owner. Shane's admin, but
so the other guy's the actual
David's
owner.
a Concaver. But he's banned multiple other people for trying to get in about the subject. So if I ever see him in the server, I'm going to go in. I'm always polite, bro. I'm not going to be an asshole. I just want to hear it from someone who is a Concaver. He can surely speak to me for 10 minutes, even in a private VC, and explain what the story. It's just a story, man. It's a journey. We can all explain it. If it's an honest journey, we can all explain it quite easily to someone.
Should be, yeah, that should be the case. I don't know. We've had Gandalf try to explain it too, and it's kind of weird.
I've never heard them explain it. When it comes to the stars and all that stuff up there, that makes sense, man. I mean, a lot of it's more technical than I can even comprehend when it comes to the big numbers and the amount of fucking. Well, when you look at it, what they're claiming, it's it's extreme, But it does look the part. It's nice and pretty, and it's a good story. But cool story, bro. That's all I can say to that. That's a cool fucking story.
Where'd that guy go? He left? The cat earther? Dude, you Panto, you weren't here yesterday, man. The guy said that balancing an egg on a nail.
I was here.
Oh, you were here?
I was here. I was fucking here. I was talking to him earlier. I checked him in. It was me fucking checked him in, man. And I said to him today, right? He fucking he said that, and you can only do it at the equator. So I went on the gifts, and I found it was a dog holding 4 spoons in its mouth with eggs balanced on each spoon. I was like, so you're telling me that dog's at the equator? I mean, I was just taking a piss, man. It's hilarious. Still there, Maggie?
Yeah, sorry, man. I started to get on the move, so I'm in the middle of moving right now. But that guy is the other guy, Irish, whatever. He was another one, but he was a bit more animated. Irish was.
Well, see what we need to do, man, because I wasn't in the VC when those two guys were in, but I was listening and see when everybody's over talking, Sasha's over talking, as soon as a mod, myself, or somebody else says something, and then Sasha talks before the guy gets the chance to reply, or fucking, what's his name? I can't remember the names, but what we need to do is some kind of order, because some of these people, especially the young guy I checked in today, he's 13-year-old, and he is intelligent, but he'll wander away unless there's control in the room. If there's 5 people throwing things, then he'll just jump and jump and jump. He'll no focus. Which is why I thought, see, for one of your mayhem shows, Miggy, we should utilise the stage. You ever use the stage? because then people, they can all be in the audience. They can press a button. It puts a hand up. We can drag people up to the stage, keep people up there as long as we know they're civil. Kind of like we could have mods up there and drag the odd person up. But with anybody who wants to ask a question, they press the button and it puts a hand up on the stage. Yeah, it's fucking awesome. And they can overtalk. Hi, man.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's actually do that. We could probably host it in live stream too, perhaps, or maybe just we could just make it a. Do we have a stage channel? I don't even know if we do.
Well, it's like embedded into Discord. It will basically when you join the server, it'll be displayed on the right, saying like, "Hey, there's like a VC live going on right now. Like, do you want to join?" Yeah, it is kind of a cool feature.
Yeah, man. We should have been using it long before now. I only started talking about it the other day, man. But because we were over Modern Day Debate, so that after the YouTube stream, they go over there, and then the people that have been on the YouTube channel, they're up on top of the stage. So we were all in there just putting our hands up. I got up onto the stage. They were like after a couple of questions, because I was obviously I wasn't over talking or that. They took me up onto the stage, and I was there basically till it finished. So
let me go real quick, Panto. Let's plan for that. CB, if you want to join in, like maybe we can think about a format or invite some people. I don't care, like from check-in. And then
I've been going to politics, and I've been going to that Feminist Against Trolls server. I've just been sitting in the VC myself. Now it's an extremely busy server, and it's mostly trolls, but people jump in the VC, and I've been getting them over. I've been VC verifying them, so I could get a little gathering of people that would come and like have the conversation, so we could go through it. So we've got all the listeners, and we like literally go through it step by step. Like through everything, through the scientific method, through the problems with the experiments for gravity, and literally, if it's all concise and it's all straight to the point, and it'll be a brilliant recording, man.
I agree. Yeah. Let's plan for something this week for sure, and then let's act on it. You can think of a day if you want. If you're happy with a specific day, and we'll work on the day being like the one. Because I'm looking at like not this weekend, but the next one to actually plan for an event. But I want to just do something on the fly using the stage, just like not so much as an event, but just like an occurrence that whenever I'm on, people know what the deal is, kind of thing. So if I'm impromptu with it,
just a wee practice run.
Yeah, or just I don't know, because we can try it out because we don't know how what the turnout's going to be. Because then it's going to differ from the live stream. It's not going to be Helioskeptics live stream. It'll be, just another, you know what I'm saying, just another live stream.
I think we might actually be able to incorporate it all into one, but we'll have to see how it all works. Because it'll have the stage. It'll ask you which VC do you want to use as the stage. So we could use. I'm imagining we could just use the live stream as the stage. So.
Okay, and then so at that time, anybody that doesn't have the ability would have to raise their hand before they can speak, right? That would be the kind of, if you like say, well, moderators don't, and the golds and such, you don't have that restriction, but like anybody else, would have that restriction.
Well, anyway, now that I think about it, the hands would be helpful for us because you know how we always want to like jump in. I got a point real quick.
I think we should actually start moving. To be honest, the way you guys at Panto's like the way he said it, I think we should be moving to that already. Like we should start thinking about. I don't know. That's what I'm looking at because we get too many.
Bro, the live streaming through the daytime gets like even today and yesterday completely out of hand. Dudes like that guy yesterday. If somebody had him one-on-one, forced him to every point to directly answer, but I was getting pissed off because every time I did it, somebody would allow him to divert, man. So we could use the event, we could use the stage from now on. It'd be a perfect way.
Yeah, we'd have to segue into it for sure and just let everybody know. I don't care. If we want to plan to do it on my show, we'll do it every time like that way. See how,
and that makes a different format as well, man.
Yeah, we'll do it. We'll have to plan. All right, I got to get going because I'm at Lowe's right now. But
we'll need to speak to Indio or CJ or something and see what we can do. How we're going to sort this.
Odd chat or whatever, just so we can know. Give them a heads up.
Right, and we'll get a fucking. Mayhem. We'll get a couple of good ideas, man.
Yeah, what's
Mayhem.
up? Hey.
Can you teach me your ways, Mayhem?
Hello?
Can you teach me your ways, Mayhem?
Yeah, just stay in the chat, bro. You'll
Mayhem. I stay in the chat for more than 5 hours, man. I haven't learned anything. It's just people talking about theories.
Okay, well, yeah.
I fall asleep on
talk about the globe theory, yeah?
I fall asleep on the chats.
All right. Yeah, just stick around, bro. Like it's you have to get
ways, Mayhem.
Teach me the ways.
It's possible, but you may be talking in your sleep right now.
Yeah, I gotta get going though. Yeah, I'll talk to you guys later. Appreciate the input, Panto and CB. Yeah, we'll sure.
Later.
I'll write some ideas down, man. Right, so have we got any newbies in here that want to speak, or anybody that's not got a role? Anyone? Oh, they flooded it. Cub. Right, Cub. Have you got? Oh, you've got VC verified, bro. Cub, if you want to join the conversation, please do. If you've got a question or something doesn't make sense and you'd rather say some stuff, you're more than welcome, man. Cool, Cub. Anytime, just unmute whenever you're ready.
Can somebody explain to me how the Earth is flat?
Well, there's hills and valleys, bro. So there's topography, but what the problem is, the curve that should be the convexity level that should be there for the globe Earth that we've been given the numbers, the radius, the circumference. So for that ball that we've been told, we see further than what could ever be possible on that ball. There should be a point where the Earth drops down in a way where you can see no further, but we see to go far too far. The Guinness Book of World Records at Canigou is the longest photograph, and it's got mountain ranges that are multiple miles above where the curvature of the Earth should be obscuring them, and it's not. So when we say flat, we obviously know the Earth's not completely flat, but these tests, most of them are done over water, laser tests, stuff like that. So that's probably the most accurate way to do it. You get me?
So that's why you think the Earth is flat.
Well, that and it's stationary, bro. Like I'm definitely not moving in different motions at millions of miles per hour through a vacuum. That's not happening, man. So flat is basically, when we say flat, we just mean the Earth's not a globe. It's like the go-to response. We've falsified the globe, so the Earth's flat. It's got hills, valleys, as I said, but there's no curve. And there's definitely no curve over standing water. Would you agree?
Yes.
So if 71% of Earth's surface is water, like it's always trying to find equilibrium, and it's always laying flat when it's not being moved. Flat and level. Water's been used in construction for centuries, if not millennia. So who else? Is that Mitsu? Let me see. Mitsu or Mitsu.
Hey there.
Hello, my friend. How you doing?
You can call me Dimitri. I am from Greece.
Greece. I went to Greece on holiday when I was really young, man. Went to Athens. Went to Rhodes, Crete, someplace else. But yeah, man. So back to the 24/7. What would you think about the shape of the Earth, bro? Like, have you been in the subject long, or is it quite new to you? What's the deal?
Well, I'm not for a long time here in this group. It's actually for a month now, or maybe less, I think.
How long would you say you've been into Flat Earth, investigating?
Yeah, I'm watching a lot of videos, I would say.
How long?
I'm searching a lot.
How long for?
I mean, I'm searching in general for many different things.
Yes, I'm asking you, how long have you been looking into flat Earth as a subject?
Yeah, it's like a month,
Years? Or?
I would say. No, it's
right.
probably 2 months.
Cool. So I take it you still have good enough interest. You're still in wanting to look into the information, or are you still on the globe side or on the fence? Like, what's the deal? What has the information done for you?
I don't know, man. I think after all this that I heard and all this that I read, it's kind of a weird feeling. You know what I mean? It's like,
of course,
can I explain this? It's like when you literally learned up everything from the young age until now. You have to relearn everything from the scratch. You know what I mean? It's like a weird feeling. It's very weird.
I mean, it takes away past memories. Maybe going to movies. You might have went to Star Wars with your dad. You might have had like spaceships when you were a child. You might have loved NASA. I used to love NASA, man. I was a NASA fanboy. I used to get all the Hubble images. We used to like get all these New Scientist magazines, and it was quite heartbreaking to lose it all. But only at the start. It was a problem psychologically for me, because there's a thing called cognitive dissonance, and when you've been programmed for so long, and then you start finding information that goes completely against your belief, but it makes perfect sense, and it makes a lot of people get uncomfortable. Some people start laughing. Some get really upset and scared and panicky or angry. Some people even want to fight you, man. I've been in 2 or 3 physical fist fights with people because they started basically going crazy just because I took the ball away from them. But hey, man, you sound like you're on your way now, man. If you're still here, and just the way you explained that, man, I'm glad to meet you, brother. And you found the right place, bro. This is the best place on the internet to have these discussions and learn about reality.
Yeah, you know, I want to keep my mind open to all the different things that I can find. All different things.
Yeah, man. But, so, have you heard of the Flat Earth Society by any chance?
Well, actually, specifically this one you say. I heard from David Weiss. He said that the Flat Earth Society is made by Google, which is a distraction. It's a trap somehow. Okay.
Controlled opposition.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically, I mean, but see, when you think of flat Earth, bro, what comes to your mind? Like conceptually, like, is it kind of like a disc, like a frisbee type thing? Is that what comes to mind when you think of flat Earth?
Oh man, I don't know. I'm still searching a lot of things.
No, cool. I just wonder, bro. It's just because a lot of people do think that flat Earth is like a disc, like a disc with a dome over the top. And the Flat Earth Society specifically, they claim that Earth is a disc, and they say there's no gravity in their model because they say the ground's accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared. So you don't need gravity, because when you drop something on the floor, it travels up to meet it. But all flat earthers will tell you, any genuine flat earther will tell you, the Earth's definitely not moving, bro. So everybody can experience and agree with that, regardless of what they actually believe. And then none of us have ever seen curve. Like, there's no curvature anywhere.
Yeah, about the curvature, I mean, we already seen it from a lot of videos with balloons, you know, and cameras on board.
Well, we've got actually footage.
You can clearly see that it's all flat, it's all level, it's all even below the clouds, you can see far, far away. Sometimes when the weather is clear, actually.
Of course. And then there's also laser tests as well. Now, if you once you're finished in here, you can scroll down below the VCs, and it's all basically it's alphabetized below additional information, and scroll down, and literally every question you're going to have is going to be answered. There's terabytes of information in here, bro. I'm also going to send you a few links to your DM and our wiki page, Flat Smackers playlist, and my YouTube channel, and that'll give you loads of stuff to look at, man. You've got enough to look at for next month.
Yeah, okay, I'm okay with that.
Yeah. What's your name, bro? I can't see you lighting up.
My name is Dimitri.
Oh no, it's Mitsu on the
Mitsos Wu.
Got you, bro.
Yeah. Actually, the Wu comes from my favorite hip hop band. It's Wu-Tang Clan. Wu-Tang Clan.
Hey, Wu-Tang, man. Fucking right. Hey, you must like Close Contra. Have you heard of Close Contra, bro? Oh, you never heard that? I have to give you a link. You know how ODB, the old dirty bastard, how he's dead? Well, this guy, Eric Jamal,
yeah.
he's in this group, and he raps like old dirty bastard, man. And he's like he's channeling the guy from the dead.
What are you saying? They have a new member or something?
No. They're Close Contra is a band. They're a rap group, but one guy in the band, he raps like ODB, like he's channeling ODB's spirit.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'll send you. I'm just sending you those links, bro.
What is ODB?
It means old dirty bastard.
Right. He's a rapper for the Wu-Tang that died.
Yeah, he died many years ago.
Yeah, man. And I beat your fucking ass.
He died in his sleep, I think, or something. No.
Right. What was I doing?
I'm not sure. Oh no, it was Sean Price who died in his sleep. Sean Price, from the group Helter Skelter. Another rapper, a good one.
There you go. I've got a link for you, man. You know what? As soon as there's no one talking, I'll mute the bot for 3 minutes and I'll play the song. If anybody's want to hear it. Anyone?
I want to hear it.
Just pressing the bot for a sec, man. It's fucking amazing, man.
Yeah, I'm interested in hearing it.
One sec, bro.